Welcome to Mr. Sleep Story. Close your eyes, relax your mind, and let the rhythm of my voice carry you to a faraway lands. Today's story begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tonight, we invite you to immerse yourself in the world of Hermann Hesse's Steppenwolf, a story of introspection, duality, and the search for meaning. In this timeless tale, we follow Harry Haller, a man caught between the constraints of society and the wild, untamed nature within him, like a lone wolf. His internal struggle unfolds through a series of vivid experiences that challenge his perception of self and reality. Steppenwolf is a meditation on the complexities of life, identity, and the paths we choose to follow. It was on a dull, dreary evening that I first encountered Harry Haller, a man whose life seemed to exist at the intersection of contradiction. The man was in his late 40s, tall, with an air of weariness that seemed to hang about him like a heavy cloak. His eyes, dark and piercing, betrayed a mind constantly churning with thought. He carried himself with a detached air, as though the world around him had ceased to matter, as though he had already abandoned any hope of belonging to it. I had first heard of him in passing, through quiet whispers at social gatherings. Haller was a man of mystery, someone who seemed to avoid the public eye, preferring solitude over the company of others. His presence was like an enigma that few dared to unravel, and it was only through fate that I came into possession of his personal manuscript, a discovery that would change my perception of him forever. The manuscript, hastily written in an almost frantic hand, spoke of his innermost thoughts and reflections. It was as if Haller had been attempting to record the turmoil that had raged within him for years. The first pages revealed an intellectual man, one who had once been passionate about life and ideas, but who now found himself caught in a web of despair. The truth of his life seemed to be far more complex than I had initially imagined. As I delved deeper into the manuscript, I began to understand more of Haller's psyche. He referred to himself in ways that were both alarming and revealing, referring to the Steppenwolf within him, a wild, untamed wolf that lived at war with the man he presented to the world. He was not only dissatisfied with society, he loathed it. To him, the people around him were shallow, their lives devoid of the intellectual and spiritual depth he craved. The world seemed to him a barren wasteland of mediocrity, and he often described his sense of isolation as a prison he could not escape from. Yet, this was only one side of Haller. The man I encountered in the pages of his manuscript was simultaneously tortured and self-aware. He seemed to recognize that his internal struggles, his inability to reconcile his two natures, were of his own making. His intellectual pursuits, his obsession with understanding life, had only led him further into the labyrinth of his own despair. He felt trapped between his desire for self-determination and the oppressive forces of societal norms. What intrigued me most was his recognition of the duality within himself. The Steppenwolf, as he described it, was a beast that lurked in the recesses of his soul, always threatening to break free. It was an untamable, instinctual force, one that rejected civilization, rejected reason. Haller was not merely at war with the world, he was at war with himself. As I read on, I began to grasp the true depth of his alienation. Haller was not merely a man suffering from loneliness, he was a man suffering from a deep existential crisis, caught between two worlds, the rational and the primal, the human and the beast. This internal conflict had rendered him incapable of finding peace or purpose in life. His writing was poetic, almost tragic in its honesty, and it spoke of a profound struggle to find meaning in a world that seemed to offer none. Haller was desperate to reconcile his intellectual, civilized nature with the wild instincts that stirred within him. Yet, despite his insight into his own nature, he was lost, unable to find a way to bring harmony to the forces that tore at him. And so, I sat, absorbed in the words of a man who had constructed his own prison, a man whose soul seemed to be locked in eternal conflict. What had become of Harry Haller? And what would become of him? The answer, I would soon discover, lay in the strange and mystical journey that Haller was about to undertake. A journey that would not only reveal the true nature of the Steppenwolf, but also unveil the path to his salvation. The manuscript I had stumbled upon began to take a darker, more intense turn as I read on. As I continued to pore over Haller's anguished writings, I felt as though I were peering into the very depths of his soul. A soul twisted by despair and longing. It was clear that Haller had come to see himself as something both noble and cursed, trapped within a web of his own making, unable to find his place in the world. In the pages that followed, Haller spoke of the pamphlet he had discovered in his own life. A simple, unremarkable piece of paper titled The Treatise on the Steppenwolf. It had caught his eye one fateful day, much like how it had caught mine. The tract was a strange and almost prophetic document, a manifesto of sorts, describing a creature within him that could neither be tamed nor fully understood. It defined him, the Steppenwolf, a wolf of the steppe, fierce and untamable, lurking in the very core of his being. Haller's mind raced as he read the words of the tract, feeling as though they were describing him with uncanny accuracy. They spoke of the wild, primal forces that had once defined humanity, but had since been buried beneath the trappings of civilization. These primal instincts, these unrefined desires, were the Steppenwolf, the force within him that yearned to be free. Yet, this same Steppenwolf was a force that Haller feared, a side of him that he could not control. It was a part of him that made him feel both superior and repellent, both a king and an outcast. He was ashamed of it, yet simultaneously captivated by its untamed nature. The pamphlet had not only provided Haller with a new understanding of his internal struggle, but had also confirmed his deepest fears. The Steppenwolf, as the treatise explained, was not merely a metaphor for his inner wildness, but was a reflection of a more dangerous and unrelenting side of human nature. The idea of reconciling his intellectual pursuits with the wildness that resided within him had become an obsession. How could a man who yearned for meaning and enlightenment coexist with the beast that lurked inside him? As Haller continued to reflect on the words of the pamphlet, he was plunged deeper into despair. The tract's suggestion that one could never truly escape the pull of the Steppenwolf, that one could never truly silence its hunger, struck him like a blow. He felt as though his own humanity was in constant jeopardy, caught between the seemingly irreconcilable forces within him: the intellectual, civilized man and the savage beast. Two warring sides that could never find peace. Yet, despite the pain and fear the pamphlet stirred within him, Haller found a strange comfort in it as well. The words seemed to offer an explanation for his life, for his ongoing struggle. He had always felt like an outsider, like an alien in a world that made no sense. Now, with the Steppenwolf's concept laid bare before him, He could finally put a name to the part of himself he had long denied, the dark, rebellious side that had always haunted him. But this discovery came with a price. Haller grew more withdrawn. He could not rid himself of the feeling that he was trapped, locked in a cage of his own making. He became obsessed with the idea of freeing himself from the Steppenwolf, of somehow managing to silence the voice that told him to embrace his instincts, his urges, his animal nature. But each attempt at rationalizing or controlling it only seemed to make it stronger. The more he tried to suppress the beast, the more it clawed at him, demanding attention, demanding release. As Haller reflected on his growing isolation and torment, I could feel the intensity of his internal battle. His intellectual mind would argue one thing, his animal instincts would pull him in another direction, and he stood at the center, unable to make sense of it all. The conflict between his desire for peace and the relentless drive of his passions was destroying him from within. In the late hours of the night, when the weight of his thoughts became unbearable, Haller would walk the streets of the city, feeling utterly disconnected from everything around him. The people he passed seemed like mere shadows, figures who existed in a world that he could never truly belong to. He had become a prisoner to his own mind, to his own fragmented sense of self. And all the while, the Steppenwolf inside him howled for freedom, for release. At the same time, Haller began to realize that his battle was not one of physical force, but of a deeper nature. The battle between his mind and his heart, between the man he had been and the beast he feared he might become. His quest for understanding had led him to a place of profound loneliness, and he could not see a way out. The treatise on the Steppenwolf had only deepened the abyss in which he found himself. Yet, as he walked through the streets of the city, he could not help but wonder if there might be a way to reconcile the two sides of his nature. Perhaps the answer lay not in escaping the Steppenwolf, but in understanding it. Could he, Harry Haller, ever find peace with both his human side and his wolf-like nature? The questions haunted him, as they would continue to haunt him for much longer than he could ever anticipate. While Harry Haller wandered aimlessly through the streets, that he encountered her mind. At first glance, she seemed to be nothing more than another figure passing by, just another face in the crowd. But there was something unusual about her, something that immediately caught his attention. Her presence was magnetic, as though she had a certain understanding of him, of his turmoil, even though they had never met. It was as if she had seen beneath the surface of his troubled soul and recognized the struggle that had been consuming him for so long. Haller was, of course, no stranger to the weight of his own isolation, but there was something about her that felt different. Her appearance was striking, blonde, with eyes that held both playfulness and depth. She exuded a sense of calm that Haller could not help but find both unsettling and oddly comforting. She was young, yet there was a wisdom in her gaze that suggested she had lived much more than her years might imply. "You're Harry Haller, aren't you?" she asked, her voice light but knowing, almost as if she had been expecting him all along. "I've heard of you." Haller was taken aback. He had no recollection of ever meeting her before, nor did he have any idea how she could possibly know him. But there was something familiar in the way she spoke, something that made him feel both unnerved and strangely seen. It was as if she understood something about him that he himself had not yet fully acknowledged. "I'm afraid you have the wrong man," Haller replied, his voice laced with the usual cynicism he had come to wear like armor. But she simply smiled. "I don't think so. I know exactly who you are." She didn't elaborate further, but her words hung in the air, forcing Haller to question the nature of their encounter. She seemed to sense that he was unsettled, and her expression softened. With a mischievous smile, she added, "I think you're exactly the kind of person I've been looking for." Haller, intrigued despite himself, could not help but ask, "And what kind of person would that be?" "Someone who's as lost as I am," she answered without hesitation. "Someone who understands what it means to feel torn between two worlds." Her words struck Haller deeply. How could she know this? How could she, a stranger, so easily articulate the very essence of his being? For a long moment, the two stood in silence, the weight of their unspoken understanding hanging between them like an invisible thread. Hermine's invitation to meet again came not long after their chance encounter. She suggested that they spend time together, to talk and share their experiences, as if she already knew the depths of his inner conflict. And Haller, despite his usual reluctance to engage with others, found himself intrigued by her. She was a mystery, one that seemed to offer an answer to the confusion that had plagued him for so long. Her ability to see past his carefully constructed facade was unsettling, but it was also liberating. Over the next few days, Haller and Hermine met regularly. They spoke about everything and nothing, about life, about love, about the nature of the human soul. Haller found himself captivated by her, drawn to her unpretentious wisdom and carefree attitude. She spoke with such ease about the things he had long buried, the pleasures of the flesh, the joy of abandoning the rigid structure of his intellect, the liberation of surrendering to the moment. These were concepts that had always seemed foreign to him, like temptations he could never quite give in to. But Hermine was different. She was not bound by the same constraints that had shackled Haller for so long. She seemed to embody a kind of freedom that Haller could scarcely imagine, and yet he was fascinated by it. In her presence, the walls he had built around himself began to crumble, and he found himself questioning everything he had once believed about himself. She had an uncanny ability to draw him out of his shell, to make him confront the very parts of himself that he had long suppressed. She encouraged him to let go of his intellectual pretensions and embrace the more primal, instinctual aspects of life. "You are both man and beast, Harry," she said one evening, as they sat in a small cafe, the night air thick with the scent of rain. "The wolf is as much a part of you as the man. You cannot escape it, but you can learn to dance with it." Her words echoed in Haller's mind long after their meeting ended. Dance with the wolf. Was it possible? Could he truly reconcile the two sides of himself? Her mind seemed to believe it was not only possible, but necessary. And for the first time in a long while, Haller began to wonder if she might be right. The days that followed were marked by a strange mixture of excitement and apprehension. Haller felt both drawn to Hermine and terrified by her influence over him. She was both a mirror reflecting his inner turmoil and a guide offering him a way out of his self-imposed prison. But he was not yet ready to fully embrace the path she suggested. It was as if he stood on the precipice, uncertain whether to leap into the unknown or retreat back into the safety of his solitary existence. Hermine, however, was not one to allow him to retreat. She gently but persistently pushed him toward a life less confined by fear and self-doubt. She made it clear that the only way for Haller to truly understand himself was to break free of his intellectual cage and allow his animal instincts to rise to the surface. In her, Haller found a strange blend of wisdom and wildness, an embodiment of the very thing he had been searching for. but whether he was ready to accept her vision for him was still unclear. The journey that lay ahead would force him to confront not only the Steppenwolf within, but the very essence of what it meant to be both human and beast. The days that followed Harry Haller's deepening conversations with Hermine seemed to stretch on endlessly, yet there was a sense of anticipation in the air, as if something unknown was drawing closer. Hermine's presence in his life had begun to open up new dimensions, pulling him further away from the world of books and theory, and into a realm that felt at once exhilarating and terrifying. She had already shown him a side of life he had always dismissed, one of pleasure, spontaneity, and embracing the unpredictability of human existence. One evening, when the weather had turned particularly crisp, Hermine invited Haller to accompany her to an event that, she assured him, would change his life forever. With a twinkle in her eyes and an enigmatic smile on her lips, she told him about the Magic Theater. It was a place, she explained, where the boundaries between reality and illusion dissolved, where one could experience the inner workings of the soul in their most raw and unfiltered form. It sounded absurd, a bit like something out of a dream, but something about Hermine's certainty made Haller wonder if, perhaps, it was just the kind of place he needed. "I've been waiting for you to be ready, Harry," she said, her voice soft yet firm. "The Magic Theater is not a place for the uninitiated. You have to be willing to let go of everything you know. It's not just an adventure of the mind, but an exploration of the heart, the soul, and yes, the Steppenwolf inside of you." Though Haller hesitated, his intellectual skepticism battling against his growing curiosity, he could not shake the feeling that this invitation was the key to understanding the fractured parts of himself. Perhaps this would be the place where he could finally confront Steppenwolf, that elusive, untamed aspect of his personality that had tormented him for so long. As they approached the building, a strange sense of both dread and excitement settled over Haller. The architecture was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Unusual shapes twisted together in ways that defied logic. The building itself seemed to shimmer in the dimming light, as though it were a creation pulled from a dream. Hermine led him to a set of doors that seemed impossibly large and heavy, yet they opened effortlessly with a soft push. Inside, Haller was immediately struck by the surreal atmosphere. It was a space that seemed to exist outside of time, a place where the ordinary laws of reality no longer applied. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the sound of soft music, laced with echoes of distant laughter and faint murmurs. The floor beneath their feet was polished, and yet the walls were adorned with strange, abstract paintings that shifted and moved as if they had a life of their own. Haller's senses were overwhelmed. He could feel the walls of his rational mind crumbling, replaced by an unfamiliar sense of freedom that made his heart race. He had entered a space where the conventional rules no longer held sway. This was a world where thought and sensation collided, where every corner seemed to contain a new mystery, a new facet of existence. "You are here to experience what the world truly is," Hermine whispered to him, her eyes gleaming in the low light. "And what you have hidden from yourself for so long. The Magic Theater will show you your truest self, Harry. It will make you see the parts of you that you've tried to deny, the parts you thought were too dangerous to confront. You will come face to face with the Steppenwolf." Haller swallowed, the anticipation building inside him. He had spent so many years running from that dark side of himself, the wolf inside that howled for freedom, for release. He had tried to suppress it, to control it, but now, in the midst of this strange, dreamlike world, he felt that he might finally be forced to confront it. The two of them moved through the dimly lit corridors, which seemed to stretch on forever, leading them into a large room where a small group of people had gathered. The people here were unlike anyone Haller had ever met. There was a freedom in their expression, a carefree quality to their laughter, and yet beneath that surface, Haller could sense something deeper, something profound. It was as if they were not just existing, but were fully alive, unafraid to experience everything that life had to offer, even the pain, the chaos, the darkness. Her mind led him to a small, velvet-covered seat in the center of the room, a space that seemed to welcome him as though it had been waiting for him all along. Around him, strange figures appeared and disappeared, shifting shapes, flickering lights, and projections of images that seemed to speak directly to his soul. The atmosphere grew thick with the sensation that something was about to happen, that he was on the cusp of an epiphany. Then a figure appeared before him, an old man, his face obscured by shadows, his voice both soothing and unsettling. The figure spoke, though his words were not entirely clear. They seemed to come from deep within Haller's mind, as though the man were speaking to the very essence of his being. "You have been running from the wolf, Harry," the voice said. "But the wolf is not something you can outrun. The wolf is a part of you, just as the man is. You must embrace both to truly be free." Haller's heart pounded in his chest as the figure's words rang through him. It was as though the Steppenwolf itself had spoken directly to him. For the first time, he felt the weight of his inner struggle in a way that was visceral, immediate, and undeniable. The old man's face flickered before Haller's eyes, disappearing into the shadows as the world around him seemed to shift once again. Images and sensations flooded his consciousness, of running through fields, of howling at the moon, of tearing away the chains that had bound him for so long. In that moment, Haller understood something he had never grasped before, that the man and the wolf could coexist, that by embracing both, he could finally find peace. The room grew quiet, the music fading, the images dissipating into the ether. Haller sat there in silence, his mind racing. The experience had left him shaken, but it had also opened a door, one that had been closed for so long. He felt as though he had seen a glimpse of something beyond the veil, something profound and liberating. Hermine's voice broke through the silence, soft and reassuring. "You've seen it, haven't you, Harry?" she asked. He could only nod, his mind still reeling from the intensity of what he had just experienced. The Magic Theater had not just been a place of illusion. It had been a doorway to his own soul. Haller's immersion into the bizarre world of the Magic Theater were clouded with a kind of surreal intensity. He could no longer tell where the theater's illusions ended and his reality began. It was as though a veil had been lifted, revealing a world he had never truly seen before. One of blurred lines, shifting shadows, and unexpected freedom. After the haunting experience with the old figure in the Magic Theater, Harry Haller found himself grappling with an intense emotional upheaval. The figure's words had struck deep, stirring something primal within him. The wolf is not something you can outrun. The wolf is a part of you. These words reverberated in his mind, echoing through every corner of his existence. He had always kept his inner darkness, his wild side, locked away, fearing it would consume him if unleashed. He had tried to live as a man of reason, an intellectual in a world that seemed more chaotic than ever. But now, after his encounter in the Magic Theater, he understood that the man and the wolf were not opposites. They were two halves of the same being, two faces of the same coin. Haller had been living his life as though he could control one side while suppressing the other. But it was clear now that both parts must be embraced if he were ever to experience true liberation. Hermine, with her knowing gaze and her magnetic presence, had seen something in him from the beginning. She had led him into the theater not just to reveal the duality of his nature, but to help him understand that it was only by integrating both parts, man and wolf, that he could achieve peace. But this was no simple task. It required not only a shift in perception, but an active, deliberate choice to surrender to the chaos within. One evening, Haller met Hermine again, though this time their conversation was different. There was a sense of urgency in her voice, a glimmer of something more profound in her words. "You've seen the wolf, Harry," she said softly, her voice almost a whisper. "Now you must dance with it." The metaphor struck him with unexpected clarity. Dance with it. He had always been running from the wolf, avoiding its dark, wild nature, believing that by denying it, he could keep his life under control. But now, Hermine was telling him to do the unthinkable, to embrace the wolf, to dance with it. Was it possible? Could he truly give himself over to this chaotic force without losing himself entirely? Her eyes shone with an almost mischievous light as she continued. "The wolf is not your enemy, Harry. It's a part of who you are, and until you accept it, you'll never be truly free." This revelation, this acceptance of his duality, was not a gentle one. It was a wild, untamed call to action. Haller felt a surge of energy, a rush of adrenaline that made his pulse quicken. He was standing at the edge of a precipice, staring down into the abyss that was both terrifying and alluring. "You don't understand," Haller said, his voice barely a whisper. "I'm not sure I can control it. What if the wolf takes over and destroys everything I've built?" Hermine's smile was knowing, calm. "The wolf won't destroy you, Harry, but your refusal to acknowledge it will destroy you far more quickly. You've spent your life in denial, and that denial has become a prison. You've confined yourself to a world of sterile intellect, and it has left you empty." Her words hit him like a bolt of lightning. How long had he been trapped in his own mind? How long had he rejected his natural instincts, suppressing the parts of him that longed to be free? It was as though a dam had broken, and the flood of emotions, desires, and urges that had been buried deep inside him began to pour forth. Hermine took his hand gently, guiding him through the city streets, their footsteps quiet against the cobblestone. It was a calm evening, but Harry's heart was racing. He felt as though he were walking into the unknown. He had no idea what the night would bring, but he knew that something within him was shifting. "Tonight, you will meet the wolf," she said softly, her voice almost a promise. "But you must surrender yourself to it. Only then can you begin to understand what true freedom feels like." Haller's mind was a storm of conflicting thoughts. Could he really give up control? Could he truly embrace the chaos within without being consumed by it? He had always been so careful, so controlled. Letting go felt like a terrifying plunge into darkness. But then again, hadn't he been in darkness all his life? The night seemed to stretch on forever as they arrived at an abandoned house on the edge of the city. The air was thick with mystery, and Haller's senses were heightened. The house stood like an ancient relic, its windows dark and its door ajar as though inviting them in. Hermine led him inside, and the moment he stepped over the threshold, the world seemed to shift around him. The space was dimly lit by flickering candles, casting long, twisting shadows across the walls. The room was filled with a strange energy, an energy that felt like both danger and liberation. Haller's breath quickened as he felt an overwhelming presence in the room, something both familiar and foreign. Then he saw it. A shadow in the corner of the room, darker than the night itself. A figure that seemed to pulse with life, its eyes glowing with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. The wolf. But it was not just a beast. It was a part of him. A part that had been buried, ignored, and repressed for so long. Now it was standing before him, demanding his attention. For a moment, Haller froze. The wolf seemed to stare at him, its gaze deep and knowing, as though it could see into the very core of his being. Haller's heart pounded in his chest as he realized that this was the moment when he would have to choose. Would he run from it, or would he finally confront it head-on? Without thinking, Haller stepped forward, his hand trembling as he reached out toward the wolf. And in that moment, something shifted inside him. He felt a surge of energy, a wild, primal force that coursed through him, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power and freedom. He could feel the wolf's presence in his veins, coursing through his blood, and for the first time in his life, he felt alive, truly alive. The wolf did not consume him. It did not destroy him. It was not a force to be feared, but a force to be embraced. And as Haller stood there, bathed in the flickering candlelight, he understood something profound. The man and the wolf were one. They were not separate entities, but two parts of the same soul, and only by accepting both could he finally experience the freedom he had so long desired. Hermine's voice broke through the stillness, soft and gentle. "You've done it, Harry. You've embraced the wolf." Haller turned to her, a sense of peace settling over him for the first time in years. "I understand now," he whispered. "I understand." And for the first time, he felt truly free. The days following Harry Haller's encounter with the wolf in the Magic Theater were strange and disorienting. He could no longer tell where the boundaries between his dreams and reality lay, and every moment seemed to bleed into the next, creating a tapestry of vivid sensations and fragments of understanding. It was as though his soul had been cracked open, exposing him to a world he had once feared, but now felt inexplicably drawn to. Hermine, with her enigmatic presence, had become both his guide and his mirror. She had introduced him to a realm where the human and the animal, the civilized and the primal, could coexist, where the rigid distinctions he had once clung to could no longer be maintained. She was, in many ways, the key to unlocking the truths he had spent so long avoiding. As the days wore on, Haller found himself increasingly restless. The realization that he could not continue living as a man of pure intellect had left him feeling untethered. Yet there was also a strange sense of liberation in this newfound freedom. His former life, one of quiet isolation, of intellectual pursuits and self-imposed exile, now seemed distant, almost irrelevant. The world outside was no longer something to be observed from a safe distance, but something to be engaged with, embraced, and lived fully. One evening, Hermine took Haller to a theater, one of the many curious venues that seemed to exist on the outskirts of normal society. This theater was unlike any Haller had ever seen, a place where boundaries between actors and audience disappeared, and where the very act of watching seemed to alter the nature of reality itself. The air in the theater was thick with anticipation, and as they settled into their seats, Haller could feel the hum of energy around him, as though the building itself were alive with possibility. The play began, but it was unlike any performance Haller had ever encountered. The actors seemed to move with an animalistic grace, their movements fluid and unpredictable, as though they were not merely performing a script, but engaging in an ancient ritual. The lines between the characters they portrayed and the audience who watched them began to blur. Haller found himself drawn into the performance, as though he were no longer an observer, but a participant in the unfolding drama. And then, as if summoned by the very atmosphere of the theater, the wolf appeared again, its eyes glowing with the same intensity that Haller had seen in the Magic Theater. This time, however, the wolf was not a passive figure, nor a distant presence. It was real, alive, and part of the play itself. It seemed to move with the actors, guiding their actions, pushing them toward some unseen goal. The energy in the room grew more palpable, the air thick with the sense that something was about to happen, something transformative. As the play reached its climax, Haller felt himself being pulled into the action. The lines between the actors and the audience had completely dissolved, and for a brief moment, he was no longer a spectator, but an active participant in the unfolding drama. His heart raced, his breath quickened, and he felt the surge of adrenaline that came with surrendering to the chaos of the moment. The wolf's presence became more intense, and for a moment, Haller felt as though it were speaking directly to him. The wild, primal energy he had felt earlier in the Magic Theater now pulsed through his veins, and he was aware of the deep connection between himself and the wolf. It was not a creature to be feared, as he had once believed. It was not a force of destruction, but a force of creation, a symbol of his own untamed spirit, one that had been buried for so long beneath layers of repression and denial. As the final act of the play unfolded, Haller felt the walls of his old self begin to crumble. The man he had been, the solitary intellectual, the self-contained hermit, was no longer enough. He could no longer hide behind the comforts of his mind, retreating into the safe, predictable world of ideas and theories. He had to face the chaos of life, the unpredictable and the wild, and accept that this was an essential part of being truly alive. When the play ended, the audience erupted into applause, but Haller remained seated, his mind spinning with the realization that something profound had shifted within him. He had been transformed by the experience, not in the way he had expected, but in a deeper, more lasting way. The duality within him was no longer something to be feared or avoided. It was something to be embraced. Hermine looked at him with a knowing smile, her eyes filled with a strange, otherworldly wisdom. "You've seen it, haven't you?" she asked softly. "The world is not something to be controlled or understood. It's something to be lived. And the wolf, your wolf, is a part of that life." Haller nodded slowly, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. The fear that had once gripped him, fear of the wolf, fear of losing control, was no longer present. For the first time in years, he felt as though he had stepped out of the darkness and into the light. But there was still a long road ahead. Haller knew that he had only just begun to understand the full extent of his journey. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with both beauty and danger. But he was no longer afraid. The wolf was not something to be feared. It was something to be integrated into his being, something to guide him as he walked the fine line between the human and the animal, the rational and the irrational. Hermine's voice broke through his reverie. "Come, Harry," she said softly, her hand on his arm. "There is more to see, more to experience. The journey is only beginning." With a deep breath, Haller stood, feeling the weight of the moment settle over him. He had embraced the wolf, and in doing so, he had embraced himself. The road ahead would not be easy, but for the first time, he felt ready to face whatever came next. Harry Haller awoke the following morning with a sense of disorientation, a swirling feeling in his chest as though his very essence had been reconfigured. The night had passed in strange flashes, as if reality and dream had melded into a single, surreal experience. The theater, the wolf, the intensity of the performance, all these sensations clung to him like a second skin. He could not shake the vivid images or the deep stirrings within his heart. He felt both free and lost, liberated and uncertain. He had tasted something profound the night before, something that defied his long-held beliefs about life, about humanity, and, most importantly, about himself. He had touched the wild and untamed side of his nature, and though it had shaken him to his core, it also left him with a yearning to understand more. He knew he could no longer live as a mere spectator of life, detached from its raw energy. He had been a passive observer for too long, trying to mold himself into a figure of reason and intellect, when, in truth, he had been neglecting the parts of himself that were untamable, fierce, and utterly human. He was neither just a man nor just a wolf. He was both, and the dance between these two selves was his to navigate. But how? The answer came in the form of Hermine, who arrived with a knowing smile, as though she had been expecting this transformation all along. She had seen the struggle within him, had understood the conflict between his intellectual self and his untamed side. And now, she was there to guide him, to help him take the next steps on the path of integration. "You felt it, Harry, haven't you?" she asked, her voice a gentle invitation. "The freedom, the chaos, the wonder of it all." Haller nodded, his thoughts tangled in the emotions that surged within him. "Yes," he whispered, "but I feel like I am on the edge of something. I don't know where this will lead. Will I lose myself completely? Will I be swallowed by this chaos?" Hermine's smile deepened, her gaze steady and calm. "You won't lose yourself, Harry. You'll find yourself. The only way to truly live is to embrace every part of you. You've known this for a long time, but now you must act upon it." She extended her hand to him, and he hesitated for only a moment before taking it. He was no longer afraid. He was no longer the man who feared his own desires, his own instincts. He was stepping into a new version of himself, one that could no longer be contained by the walls of the intellect or by the cages of his own making. The city outside was alive with movement, its streets bustling with energy and noise. But Harry felt detached from it all, as if he were walking through a dream. He no longer had a clear sense of where he was going, but for the first time in his life, he didn't feel the need to know. He was simply being, and that was enough. Hermine led him to a secluded garden, hidden behind a tall iron gate. The flowers here were wild, untamed, growing in all directions without regard for the structure of man-made order. The air smelled of earth and freedom, and Haller felt a deep sense of connection to this place, a reflection of his own inner world. This garden was a space where the chaos of life could exist alongside its beauty. It was a place where contradictions could coexist peacefully. In the center of the garden, there was a small pond, its surface still and reflective like a mirror. Hermine gestured for him to approach, and as he did, he saw his own reflection. But it was not just his face staring back at him. It was a face that seemed to change, shifting between that of a man, a wolf, and something altogether otherworldly. He could feel the presence of both his human and animal nature, side by side, both equally valid, both equally a part of him. "You see, Harry," Hermione's voice was soft but insistent, "the reflection you see is not a fixed thing. It's always shifting, always changing, because you are not one thing, but many. You are not just a man, nor just a wolf. You are both, and it is in the synthesis of these two aspects that your true freedom lies." Haller stared at his reflection, a sense of awe washing over him. For the first time, he saw himself as a whole, as a complete being, rather than a fragmented, conflicted self. He had spent so many years fighting against the darker aspects of his nature, trying to suppress them, to mold himself into a more acceptable form. But now, he saw that the struggle had been unnecessary. His wild side, the wolf, was not his enemy. It was simply another expression of his own existence, one that he had been denying for too long. "This is who I am," he murmured, his voice filled with wonder. "Yes," Hermione said, her eyes filled with understanding. "And now you can begin to live fully, not as a divided being, but as a whole one. You've freed yourself from the prison of your own making. The wolf is no longer something you need to fear. It is a part of your spirit, and it will guide you on your journey." Haller looked down at his hands, feeling the pulse of life coursing through his veins. He had spent so many years searching for meaning, trying to understand the complexities of the world and the self. But now, in this moment, he realized that the answers had always been within him. It was not a question of intellect, but of acceptance. Acceptance of the contradictions within him, acceptance of the chaos, and acceptance of the beauty that came with surrendering to it. He turned to Hermione, his heart full. "Thank you," he whispered. "I don't know how to express it, but thank you." She smiled, her gaze kind and knowing. "The journey is never over, Harry. There is always more to learn, more to experience. But you are ready now. You are ready to walk the path of freedom." As they stood in the garden, the world around them seemed to shift. The line between the self and the world outside began to blur. Harry Haller had come to realize that there was no final destination, no neat conclusion to his journey. There was only the journey itself, the dance between his many selves, the man, the wolf, and all the other parts of him that had yet to be uncovered. And with each step, he would discover something new, something that had always been there but had been waiting for him to see it. The garden stretched out before him, filled with the wild beauty of nature, and he felt a sense of peace settle over him. He was not lost. He was not alone. He was whole. Harry Haller had reached a point of profound stillness, a point where the conflicts within him had ceased to rage, at least for the moment. He stood at the edge of the garden, gazing into the distance, his mind and heart in a state of quiet contemplation. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the wild flowers and tall grasses, and the air was thick with the sweet scent of evening. For the first time in years, he felt a sense of peace. Peace not from understanding or control, but from acceptance. The reflections in the pond no longer appeared strange or fragmented. They were simply a part of him, as natural as his heartbeat, as inevitable as the changing seasons. He saw the man he had always known, but now he saw the wolf beside him, both sharing the same space, the same life. There was no longer a war between these two halves. They had found their harmony. Hermione's words echoed in his mind. The journey is never over, Harry. There is always more to learn, more to experience. And for the first time, he understood what she meant. The path ahead was not a linear one, not one with an end or a resolution. It was a dance, a never-ending rhythm between the many parts of himself, each moment a new step, a new discovery. But there was something else, something still unsettled within him, like a lingering shadow. It was the memory of the wolf that had been both a guide and a mirror, showing him not only the parts of himself he had tried to ignore, but also the parts he had feared. The wildness within him, which had once seemed terrifying, now felt familiar, even comforting. The duality of his nature had ceased to be a paradox. He had come to accept that he was both man and beast, that these two natures could coexist without diminishing one another. And yet, there was still the question, what next? Hermione's presence was like a soft, constant anchor to his thoughts, and when she appeared beside him in the garden once again, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. She had shown him a world of possibility, a world where he no longer had to choose between the intellectual and the primal, the human and the animal. But now, as they stood together, he wondered if she had also shown him something more, something he hadn't yet fully understood. "You've come so far, Harry," she said, her voice gentle and knowing. "But there's still more to discover." He turned to her, searching her face for the answers that had eluded him for so long. "I feel whole for the first time," he said, his voice almost a whisper. "But still, there's this feeling that something is missing. Am I done? Is this it?" Hermione smiled, her eyes soft but full of wisdom. "No, Harry, it's not over. This is just the beginning. Life is not a destination. It's a journey, a continual process of becoming. You are whole, but you are also always changing, always evolving. The man and the wolf will always be a part of you, but so too will every other facet of your being. You will continue to transform, just as the world does around you." Haller's gaze drifted again to the pond, his reflection now clearer than ever. He could see both the man and the wolf standing side by side, not as opposites, but as complementary forces. The wild, primal side of him no longer felt like a threat, but a source of strength, a reminder that the life within him was not something to be controlled, but something to be embraced, in all its complexity. It was then that he realized the depth of what Hermione had been teaching him all along. She had not merely been a guide through his personal darkness. She had been a mirror, showing him not only the sides of himself that he had repressed, but also the parts he had yet to discover. His journey had been about more than simply reconciling his intellect with his instincts. It had been about learning to live fully, without the constraints of fear, shame, or self-imposed limitation. It had been about embracing the fullness of existence, the beauty and the chaos that came with it. Hermione took a step closer to him, her presence calm and steady. "Now," she said, "you are ready. Ready to live. Not as a fragmented man, but as a whole one. Ready to embrace the contradictions, the complexities, and the wonders of life." For a moment, Harry felt a surge of emotion rise within him, both joy and sadness, as though something precious was slipping away even as it was being fully realized. He had fought so long to understand himself, to fix the broken pieces. But now, in this quiet moment of surrender, he realized that he had never been broken. He had only been incomplete, and now he was whole. A soft wind stirred the leaves in the garden, and Harry closed his eyes for a moment, letting the breeze wash over him, feeling it carry away the last remnants of his old self. The self that had clung to intellect, to order, to control. That self was gone now, replaced by a new version of Harry Haller, one who was no longer afraid to feel, to live, to be wild. He turned to Hermine, his heart full of gratitude. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for everything." She smiled, her expression gentle and full of understanding. "You've always had it within you, Harry. I merely helped you see it. Now, you are free to walk your own path. And remember, the journey is never over. Life is always waiting, and the wolf will always be there to guide you." As Haller walked away from the garden, he felt the world around him open up in new and unexpected ways. There was no longer a division between himself and the world. He had embraced his wildness, his humanity, and everything in between. The journey was never over, and he was ready for whatever came next. And with that, we reach the end of Harry Haller's profound journey in Steppenwolf. We've walked with him through the deepest corners of his soul, embracing the complexity and contradictions of life itself. Just as Harry found peace within his own duality, may we all come to understand that we are more than the sum of our parts, and that true freedom lies in embracing every aspect of ourselves. Thank you for joining us on this journey through Hermann Hesse's masterpiece. If you've enjoyed this exploration of self-discovery, be sure to subscribe to Mr. Sleep Story for more literary adventures and soothing tales to guide you into the quiet moments of reflection. Until next time, sleep well, dream deeply, and remember that the journey within is never truly over. Good night. In tonight's tale, we step into the foggy streets of Victorian London, where the brilliant and ever-curious detective, Sherlock Holmes, uncovers secrets hidden in plain sight. Join us as we embark on an enchanting journey through one of the most iconic mysteries of all time. Dr. John Watson had been away from London for many years. His recent return was not out of choice, but necessity, for he had been wounded while serving as a doctor in the Second Afghan War. As a result of his injury, Watson found himself back in his native city, struggling to adjust to the mundanities of civilian life. His finances were strained, and his health was still in recovery, leaving him in search of an affordable place to live. Little did he know that this return would mark the beginning of an extraordinary chapter in his life. Through a mutual acquaintance, a man named Stamford, Watson was introduced to a peculiar character, an individual whose brilliance was as vast as his eccentricities. Stamford and Watson had been in the same medical school, though Watson had long since lost touch with him. It was Stamford who suggested the idea of sharing rooms with a man he had just met, a decision Watson felt reluctant about, but was left with no other option. The man Stamford introduced Watson to was none other than Sherlock Holmes, a detective unlike any Watson had ever encountered. As Watson entered the shared apartment at 221B Baker Street, he found himself confronted with a tall, lean figure, standing with an air of quiet concentration. Holmes had a remarkable face, sharp features, a high forehead, and piercing eyes that seemed to miss nothing. His presence was magnetic, yet there was an aura of mystery that hung about him, as if he were not entirely of this world. At first, Watson was intrigued but bewildered by Holmes's eccentricities. Their first conversation revealed how little Watson knew about the man. Holmes, though brilliant and articulate, spoke in riddles, offering strange insights into human behavior that seemed more like clever guesses than observations. He remarked on Watson's military background, deduced that he had been ill, and identified his choice of reading material with startling accuracy. The more Watson tried to understand, the more he realized there was much about Holmes that defied logic. Holmes was a man of astonishing intellect. He seemed to see the world through a lens that no one else could grasp, drawing conclusions from the smallest of details. It was this gift that had earned him a reputation as a detective, though one of Holmes's peculiarities was that he didn't refer to his work as detective work at all. He saw it simply as the application of reason to the mysteries of human existence. As Watson settled into their shared quarters, he began to observe Holmes's strange habits. The apartment was filled with curious objects, chess pieces, chemical equipment, violin strings, and books that seemed to span an array of subjects, from philosophy to anatomy. Holmes would often spend hours on end in study, or pacing the floor, lost in his own thoughts. Yet, it was these moments of quiet reflection that Watson soon realized made Holmes so extraordinary. It wasn't just Holmes's ability to solve puzzles or mysteries, but his capacity to think in a way that was completely unique and unlike anyone Watson had known. Despite Holmes's quirks, Watson found himself drawn to him, admiring his methodical approach to understanding the world and the mysteries within it. Holmes's cool logic stood in stark contrast to Watson's own warm and practical demeanor, but it was this very contrast that laid the foundation for their friendship. The two men soon became inseparable, and Watson began to record the many adventures they would soon embark on together. It was in these early days that Watson realized the true depth of Holmes's genius. He had witnessed firsthand the startling abilities of his new companion, but Watson could not yet fully comprehend what it meant to be in the presence of a man who could unravel the most complicated of enigmas, with nothing more than a glance or a few choice questions. As the days passed, Watson grew increasingly curious about the enigmatic detective and his peculiar methods. And so, the stage was set for the beginning of a partnership that would change both their lives forever, leading them into cases of intrigue, danger, and remarkable deduction. But for now, Watson was simply content to observe, knowing that he had made a discovery far more extraordinary than any case. He had found a true friend, and a man whose brilliance would forever leave him in awe. The days after Watson's introduction to Sherlock Holmes were filled with quiet observation. Dr. Watson, still recovering from his wounds and adjusting to life in London, spent much of his time in the shared apartment at 221B Baker Street, watching Holmes in action. He was quickly captivated by Holmes's extraordinary ability to observe the smallest details and deduce vast amounts of information from them. It was unlike anything Watson had ever encountered, and his curiosity about the detective grew with each passing day. But it wasn't long before Watson's quiet existence was interrupted. One evening, just as the fog began to settle over London, the doorbell of 221B rang sharply, cutting through the silence. Holmes had been deep in thought, fiddling with a chemical apparatus, but at the sound of the bell, he immediately sprang into action. His sharp mind had already begun to calculate the significance of the visitor's arrival. "A woman, I deduce," Holmes remarked, without taking his eyes from the experiment he was conducting. Watson raised an eyebrow. "How do you know?" Holmes glanced up, his eyes sparkling with intensity. I can hear the light tap of her heels. A woman's stride is distinct from a man's. She wears a silk dress, too smooth to be anything else, and carries the scent of lavender. It's faint, but it's there. She must be of a certain class. She's come in distress. Before Watson could respond, the door swung open and a woman stepped into the room. She was tall and graceful, wearing a striking red dress that made her stand out like a scarlet flame against the dull backdrop of London's streets. Her face, though pale, held an air of determination. Her eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and urgency. "I need your help, Mr. Holmes," she said, her voice trembling slightly. Holmes stood up and motioned for her to sit. "Of course, madam. Please tell us what brings you here this evening." The woman took a seat, and after a moment of hesitation, she began her story. Her name, she said, was Miss Mary Morstan, and she had come seeking assistance with a mystery that had plagued her for many years. Her father, a sea captain, had disappeared many years ago under mysterious circumstances, and since then, she'd been receiving a series of anonymous letters and small gifts. But now, the situation had taken a dark turn, and she feared for her life. Holmes listened intently, his piercing gaze never leaving her face as she spoke. The more she told him, the more intrigued he became. There was something about her story that seemed to hint at a larger, more complex mystery, one that could involve not just her missing father, but a web of secrets and deceit that stretched far beyond her own experience. The letter that had arrived that morning was the most troubling of all. It contained a cryptic message, accompanied by a single pearl, a gift she had received before but never understood the meaning of. The message in the letter was simple: "The game is afoot." The phrase was familiar to Holmes, but he made no immediate comment, choosing instead to focus on the woman's appearance and behavior. She was calm, but there was an underlying tension that Holmes could easily detect. He could see that she was frightened, but whether it was from the letters or something else, he was unsure. "I've been receiving these gifts for years," Miss Morstan continued, her eyes fixed on the letter. "But now, I fear something terrible will happen. The pearls. They are connected to my father's disappearance, but I don't know how. I don't know who is behind it." Holmes's eyes glinted with excitement. "I believe we have a case to investigate," he said, his voice calm but filled with determination. "We will need to examine all the evidence carefully, those pearls, the letters, and any other clue that might shed light on the mystery." As he spoke, Watson could sense Holmes's mind already working at full speed, sifting through possibilities and analyzing every word Miss Morstan had said. To Holmes, this case was more than just a simple inquiry. It was a puzzle that needed to be solved. He had already begun to piece together a theory, though he kept it to himself for the moment. Miss Morstan left them with the promise to return the following day with more details, and Holmes wasted no time in turning his attention to the case. He instructed Watson to accompany him the next morning as they began their investigation into the strange disappearance of Mary Morstan's father. Watson had watched as Holmes worked, amazed at the detective's speed and focus. The pieces of the case began to fall into place in Holmes's mind, though Watson could not yet see the full picture. The woman's story, the pearls, the cryptic letters, all of it was leading somewhere, but Holmes was content to follow the trail, waiting for the right moment to make his move. "Tomorrow, Watson," Holmes said, as they prepared to leave for the day. "We shall begin our search for the truth. The game, as it were, is indeed afoot." Watson, intrigued and captivated by the unfolding mystery, followed Holmes, knowing that this was only the beginning of an adventure that would test both their wits and their courage. As Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson delved deeper into the mystery surrounding the disappearance of Captain Morstan, they began to piece together a narrative that was far more complex and ominous than they had initially expected. Miss Morstan's plight, her mysterious inheritance of pearls, and her father's strange disappearance were the threads that Holmes was pulling on, each clue leading them down a more winding and shadowy path. The detective's first step was to gather more information from the police, so he arranged a meeting with Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. Holmes's interactions with the inspector were always tinged with a mixture of professional admiration and gentle disdain. Lestrade, though competent, lacked the keen observational skills and razor-sharp intellect that Holmes brought to the table. However, Holmes had no qualms about accepting the help of the police when necessary, and the inspector's access to resources and records would be useful in uncovering the truth. The meeting took place in a small, dimly lit office at Scotland Yard. Holmes sat across from Lestrade, who seemed somewhat more weary than usual, as though the weight of his latest investigations had taken a toll on him. The inspector was aware of the peculiar nature of the case Holmes had taken on, and he had seen the mysterious woman who had come to seek Holmes's assistance. "I must admit, Holmes," Lestrade said with a frown, "this is a most curious case. We've been able to find no trace of Captain Morstan after his disappearance 10 years ago. And now, this woman, Miss Morstan, appears, and there are pearls involved, a strange treasure linked to her father's past. I can't say I understand what to make of it." Holmes leaned forward, his piercing gaze fixed on Lestrade. "That's exactly why you called me in, Inspector. There's more at play here than meets the eye. I believe we are dealing with something far more sinister than just a missing person." Lestrade nodded, his brow furrowed. "I agree, but we have no suspects. No one has ever been able to determine what happened to Captain Morstan. It's as if he vanished into thin air." Holmes's lips curled into a smile, but it was a smile that conveyed a sense of confidence, even as the case deepened in its complexity. "That, my dear Lestrade, is because you are looking for the wrong clues." With a final, dismissive nod to the inspector, Holmes turned to Watson. "Come, Watson. We have much to do, and much more to uncover." That evening, Holmes and Watson returned to 200B Baker Street, where they began their investigation into Captain Morstan's past and his connection to the mysterious treasure. Holmes was particularly interested in the strange pearls that had been sent to Miss Morstan over the years. These pearls, seemingly insignificant on their own, were in fact the key to unraveling the mystery. They were no ordinary pearls. They had a distinct and peculiar luster to them, and Holmes knew that their origins were linked to something much larger than a simple inheritance. "Watson," Holmes said as he inspected the pearl once more, "I believe we are dealing with a very old secret, one that has been hidden for a long time. These pearls are the symbol of something, and we must discover what it is." Watson, though still in the dark as to the full scope of Holmes's reasoning, watched his friend work with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Holmes was an enigma in himself, an intellect so far beyond ordinary men that Watson often felt both humbled and inspired by his brilliance. Over the course of the next few days, Holmes began to interview key individuals who had been involved in Captain Morstan's life. They spoke with former colleagues, acquaintances, and those who had known the captain in his time in India. They also visited various locations, including the last known whereabouts of the captain and any possible clues hidden in the captain's personal effects. It became evident to Holmes that there were more questions than answers, and not all of them were immediately forthcoming. It was during one of these interviews that Holmes uncovered a crucial lead. A former associate of Captain Morstan, a man named Major Sholto, had been closely involved in the captain's final days. The Major, however, had since become reclusive, and his behavior had grown increasingly erratic over the years. This fact was particularly troubling to Holmes, who was beginning to suspect that Sholto might hold vital information regarding the captain's disappearance. With this new lead in hand, Holmes and Watson set off to confront Major Sholto, who lived in a large, secluded house on the outskirts of London. Holmes had a distinct intuition about the man. He believed that Sholto, for all his eccentricities, had been hiding something. The visit was tense from the moment they arrived. Major Sholto greeted them with an unsettling nervousness, and Holmes quickly observed that something was not right. "Gentlemen, what brings you to my home?" Sholto asked, his voice shaky. Holmes wasted no time in getting to the heart of the matter. "I believe you know more about Captain Morstan's disappearance than you have let on, Major Sholto," he said, his tone sharp. Sholto's eyes widened, and for a moment he seemed to lose his composure. I don't know what you mean," he stammered. "I have nothing to do with it. Nothing at all." Holmes remained silent, allowing the weight of his words to settle. Watson watched as Sholto grew increasingly agitated, his hands fidgeting nervously. Something was indeed wrong. Holmes could sense that the Major was holding back information, perhaps even more than he realized. As the conversation unfolded, Holmes continued to press Sholto, asking him about his relationship with Captain Morstan, his connection to the pearls, and his possible knowledge of any treasure or secrets hidden by the captain. Sholto's answers were evasive, and at times contradictory. The more Holmes asked, the more it became clear that the Major knew something that could solve the entire mystery. In the end, Holmes left Major Sholto with a warning. "We will get to the truth, Sholto. The pearls, the treasure, and Captain Morstan's disappearance. They will all be revealed, whether you want it or not." As Holmes and Watson left Sholto's house, the shadows of danger seemed to grow longer. They were closer than ever to uncovering the dark truth, but they were also walking into a trap set by forces far more powerful and dangerous than they had anticipated. The encounter with Major Sholto left Sherlock Holmes more determined than ever to uncover the truth behind Captain Morstan's disappearance. Sholto's erratic behavior and his unwillingness to provide clear answers only deepened Holmes's suspicions. The detective was certain that the Major knew something vital, something that could unlock the mystery that had stumped both the police and the missing captain's daughter, Miss Morstan, for years. Holmes and Dr. Watson left Major Sholto's house, their minds buzzing with the questions they still needed to answer. Holmes was convinced that the key to the puzzle lay in the strange pearls sent to Miss Morstan and the secretive actions of Captain Morstan's former associates. The more they probed, the clearer it became that something far larger and more sinister than just a missing persons case was unfolding before them. "The pearls are significant, Watson," Holmes said, his voice low but certain. "They are not merely tokens of affection or sentimental gifts. There is a deeper meaning to them, and Major Sholto knows exactly what it is." Watson nodded, but the puzzle was still not entirely clear to him. He had seen how the pearls seemed to unnerve the Major, but the connection between them and Captain Morstan's disappearance remained elusive. "We must find the treasure," Holmes continued as if reading Watson's thoughts. "The treasure that Captain Morstan was involved with. Sholto, for all his bluster, is hiding something. We must make him speak the truth." They spent the following days gathering more information. Holmes visited various archives and police records, seeking any information that might link Captain Morstan's disappearance to a broader conspiracy. The more they dug, the more they uncovered about Morstan's military service in India, his connections to various individuals involved in military expeditions, and the strange happenings surrounding his final days. But the treasure, the key to everything, remained elusive. There were rumors of a valuable artifact, a treasure that had been guarded by a select few and hidden away for reasons no one fully understood. Holmes became increasingly obsessed with the case. The pieces of the puzzle were close to being laid out, but there was still something missing, something he had yet to discover. And then, late one night, he received a visitor, a man with a nervous demeanor who identified himself as a former associate of Captain Morstan. "I have information," the man said, his voice shaking. "Information about the treasure. I've kept it hidden for years, but I can't live with it any longer." Holmes listened intently, his eyes narrowing as he motioned for the man to continue. The man's tale was an unsettling one. He spoke of a group of men, former military officers, who had come into possession of the treasure during their time in India. It was said to be an artifact of great value, one that could bring immense power to whoever controlled it. Captain Morstan had become involved with the treasure after discovering its existence, and the men who had guarded it were fiercely protective of it. The treasure, however, had gone missing, and Captain Morstan had disappeared along with it. "This treasure is not something that can be easily kept secret," the man said, trembling. "There are people who would kill to possess it. It's not just gold or jewels. It's something far more valuable, something that could change the course of history." Holmes listened with growing interest. "What exactly is this treasure?" he asked, his voice steady. The man paused, then spoke in a hushed tone. "It's a map that leads to an ancient burial site, a place where untold riches have been hidden for centuries. The treasure is a secret, but the map, those who hold it are destined to find what was lost." Watson, who had been listening silently, was shocked by the revelation. A map, an ancient map that could lead to a treasure of unimaginable value. It was a discovery that seemed to answer many of the questions Holmes had been grappling with. "We must find the map," Holmes said firmly, his voice full of purpose. "That is the key to solving this entire mystery." The man seemed to relax slightly, though the fear in his eyes was still evident. "You must understand, Holmes," he warned. "There are people out there who would stop at nothing to prevent this treasure from being found. I fear for my life just by speaking to you about it. You must be careful." Holmes nodded, his expression thoughtful. "We are always careful," he said. "But now that we know the nature of this treasure, we can focus on finding it. The map must be somewhere, likely hidden by Major Sholto or someone else with knowledge of its existence." With that, the man left, and Holmes immediately began to formulate his next steps. The investigation had taken a darker turn. This was no longer just a case of a missing person. It was a race to find a treasure that had the potential to change the lives of those who possessed it. And, more importantly, there were powerful forces at work who would stop at nothing to ensure it remained hidden. Holmes turned to Watson. We need to visit Major Sholto again, he said. I believe he is hiding more than just the truth of Captain Morstan's disappearance. I believe he holds the key to the treasure. The detective was already lost in thought, formulating a strategy. Watson, though still unsure of the full picture, could see the fire in Holmes's eyes. The chase was on, and nothing would stop Sherlock Holmes from uncovering the truth. Sherlock Holmes, ever keen on uncovering the truth, wasted no time after his meeting with the terrified man who had revealed the existence of the treasure map. The puzzle had taken a thrilling turn, and Holmes could sense that the pieces were falling into place, albeit more slowly than he would have liked. Now, with the treasure's nature known and its ties to an ancient burial site, Holmes had set his sights squarely on Major Sholto. The case had become more than just a missing persons investigation. It was now a race against time, as Holmes was convinced that Major Sholto held crucial information that could bring the mystery to a close. The Major, it seemed, had not only been involved in Captain Morstan's disappearance, but also held the key to the treasure that could alter the course of history. Sholto's reluctance to divulge information had only solidified Holmes's belief that he was hiding something monumental. Holmes and Watson arrived at Major Sholto's secluded estate early the next morning. The house was an imposing structure, set on a quiet, winding road, its stone walls rising high against the dreary sky. It was an atmosphere that seemed to fit the gravity of the situation. There was something dark and foreboding about the place, and Holmes couldn't help but wonder what secrets the Major had buried within it. They were greeted at the door by a servant who led them through the long hallways and into a large drawing room, where Major Sholto was waiting. His nervous demeanor was still as palpable as ever, but now there was a certain anxiety in his eyes. He seemed to know that Holmes was closing in on something crucial. The tension between them was thick, as though a secret had been hanging in the air for years, waiting to be exposed. Holmes wasted no time with pleasantries. He fixed his sharp gaze on Sholto and spoke in his usual matter-of-fact tone. Major Sholto, I trust you know why we are here. Captain Morstan's disappearance, the treasure, the map. It is all connected. I know you have the key to unraveling this mystery. The Major's face tightened, and his fingers drummed nervously on the arm of his chair. I've already told you everything I know, Holmes, he replied, his voice strained. I have no involvement in this, and I know nothing about any treasure. Holmes leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing. That, Major, is where you are mistaken. You do know something. You knew Captain Morstan, and you knew the treasure he sought. The pearls that were sent to Miss Morstan, they are the symbol of something much greater. A map, hidden and lost for many years. I believe you are the last person who has seen it. Sholto shifted uncomfortably in his seat, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. I can't, he began, but Holmes cut him off. You can, Holmes insisted. You must tell us everything. The truth will come out, whether you want it to or not. The Major hesitated, glancing nervously toward the window as if searching for some escape. For a moment, the room seemed to grow even colder, the silence stretching between them like a taut string. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Major Sholto spoke in a low, almost inaudible voice. You're right, he confessed. I do know about the treasure. I've kept it hidden for years, hoping that no one would find it. But the map, it's dangerous. He would stop at nothing to get it, and I couldn't risk it falling into the wrong hands. It wasn't just Captain Morstan who was involved in this. There were others, men who were bound by an oath to protect the map and keep it from being discovered. Holmes sat back, his mind racing. The pieces were starting to fall into place, but Sholto's words raised more questions than answers. Who was this mysterious figure? This man who would go to any lengths to keep the map hidden? And why was the map so important that men were willing to kill to protect it? Sholto continued, his voice growing more frantic. I couldn't tell you everything, Holmes, but the map leads to a place where something powerful has been hidden for centuries. Captain Morstan, he was involved in this search, but he went too far. He wanted to find it, and he paid the price for his greed. He vanished, and the treasure was lost once again. Watson, who had been quietly observing the conversation, now stepped forward. What do you mean by paid the price, Major? He asked, his voice full of concern. Sholto looked at him with a haunted expression. The treasure is cursed, he whispered. Anyone who seeks it is doomed to suffer. Captain Morstan learned that the hard way. He thought he could control it, but in the end, the curse claimed him. Now, I fear that Miss Morstan, she's in danger too. She's the key to it all, and whoever controls her will have the power to control the treasure. Holmes stood abruptly, his mind spinning with the implications of Sholto's words. This was no longer just a case of missing persons and hidden riches. This was about a curse, something far darker and more sinister than any simple treasure hunt. We must find the map, Holmes said, his voice firm. If Miss Morstan is in danger, we must protect her. But we need that map to understand how everything fits together. Sholto's eyes filled with dread. It's hidden, he said, almost as if speaking to himself. But even if you find it, you'll be too late. He's already looking for it. Holmes turned sharply toward Watson. We need to act quickly, he said. The race to find the treasure and the truth has only just begun. With a final, lingering glance at Sholto, Holmes and Watson left the Major's estate. As they walked through the estate's iron gates, Holmes's mind was already working at full speed, piecing together the information they had gathered. The map was hidden, and the danger was real. Whoever sought the treasure would stop at nothing to possess it, and Miss Morstan's life was at risk. The detective knew that they were on the cusp of something enormous, something that would change everything they thought they knew about the case. And with every step they took, the shadow of the mystery loomed ever larger. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson left Major Sholto's estate with more questions than answers, but one thing had become abundantly clear. The stakes of their investigation had been raised to a level far beyond a simple missing persons case. The map, the treasure, the curse. Each element of the mystery had led them to an even darker and more dangerous reality than they had first imagined. And the ominous warning from Major Sholto that there was someone else searching for the treasure lingered in Holmes's mind, making every moment feel increasingly urgent. The detectives' pace quickened as they made their way back to Baker Street. Holmes was deep in thought, his sharp eyes scanning the streets around them as if he expected danger to leap out from every corner. Watson, ever the faithful companion, could not help but feel the weight of the case pressing down on him. What had they gotten themselves into? Who was this mysterious figure who would stop at nothing to find the treasure? And what was this curse that seemed to loom over the entire affair? Once they returned to their lodgings, Holmes immediately set to work. He had a singular focus now. They needed to find the map. That was the key to unlocking everything: the treasure, the fate of Captain Morstan, and the safety of Miss Morstan. With the information they had gathered so far, Holmes knew that the map was not just a piece of paper. It was the key to a long-buried secret, one that could change the course of history. The treasure it led to was more than just gold or jewels. It was something far more powerful, something that could not be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. Watson, though still uncertain of all the details, followed Holmes's lead as they began to formulate a plan. They would need to act quickly and quietly. If anyone else knew of the map's existence, they would be searching for it too. And, as Sholto had warned, those who sought the treasure were ruthless, willing to go to any lengths to possess it. The danger was real, and it was closing in on them. Holmes paced the room, his mind working at full speed. "We must find the location of the treasure," he said, more to himself than to Watson. "And to do that, we need to locate the map. We know Sholto is hiding it, but where?" Watson looked at Holmes, a sense of unease creeping into his chest. "How will we find it?" he asked. "We've already spoken to Sholto. He's not going to tell us anything more." Holmes paused, a gleam of determination in his eyes. "You're right, Watson. We must take a different approach. Sholto may be hiding the map, but it is likely that someone else knows of its whereabouts. We need to find those who were involved with Captain Morstan in India, the men who knew of the treasure. There must be someone who can point us in the right direction." They spent the following days scouring every available lead. Holmes made inquiries into the men who had served with Captain Morstan, looking for any connection to the treasure or to Major Sholto. They spoke with military officials, former associates, and anyone who might have crossed paths with the captain during his time in India. But each lead seemed to take them further into a labyrinth of secrecy, each door closing just as quickly as it opened. Then, on the evening of the third day, a breakthrough came. Holmes received an anonymous letter, one that had been delivered under the cover of darkness. The letter was short, but its contents were significant. "The treasure lies where the bones rest. Look to the east. The map is close." Holmes stared at the letter, his mind racing. "This is it," he murmured. "This is the clue we've been waiting for." Watson leaned in to read the note, though he was still puzzled by its cryptic message. "The bones rest? What does that mean?" Holmes looked up, his eyes burning with excitement. "It's a reference to something ancient, something tied to the burial site of the treasure. The bones could refer to the remains of those who have guarded it for centuries, or to a place where something or someone of great importance lies buried. It is a clue, Watson, and we are going to follow it." The message was clear. If they wanted to find the treasure, they had to look east. Holmes was convinced that the burial site mentioned in the letter was the key to everything. The map, the treasure, and the curse all seemed to converge in one location. But where exactly? Holmes wasted no time. He began to study maps of India and the surrounding regions, cross-referencing ancient texts and records of military expeditions. Watson could see the intensity in his eyes as he pored over every detail, each line on the map becoming a potential clue. It was clear that Holmes was closing in on something monumental, something that had eluded everyone for decades. As they prepared for their journey, Holmes's thoughts turned to Miss Morstan. She was at the center of everything: the treasure, the map, and the curse. Holmes knew that they had to find her before anyone else did. She was in danger, and if the treasure's true nature was as dangerous as Sholto had suggested, they had to act fast. "There is no time to waste, Watson," Holmes said firmly. We must protect Miss Morstan, find the map, and uncover the truth before it's too late." As the two men prepared to embark on the next phase of their investigation, the shadow of danger loomed ever larger. They were no longer merely investigators. They were now part of a race against time, a race to find a treasure that could change everything. And someone, somewhere, was watching their every move, waiting for the moment when they would make their move. Holmes and Watson set out the next day, their minds filled with anticipation and trepidation. The treasure, the map, and the mystery of Captain Morstan's disappearance were all waiting to be uncovered. But, as they would soon discover, the dangers they faced would be far greater than they could have imagined. The days following the arrival of the mysterious letter were filled with a sense of anticipation. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson knew that they had uncovered a crucial clue, but it was clear that the journey ahead would not be an easy one. The treasure, the hidden riches of the East, was still shrouded in mystery, as was its terrible curse. The letter's cryptic words echoed in Holmes's mind. "The treasure lies where the bones rest. Look to the east. The map is close." Holmes was convinced that the reference to the bones had something to do with the ancient burial grounds, perhaps an old burial site tied to the treasure or its guardians. But the key question was, where to begin? The East, in all its vastness, could mean any number of places. It was a riddle that needed solving, and Holmes, with his razor-sharp intellect, was determined to crack it. The answer, however, was not as simple as it seemed. The treasure's location could be buried under centuries of legend, and Holmes knew that it would require more than just intuition to find it. As always, his methodical mind led him to study maps, ancient texts, and any other possible clue that might shed light on the mystery. The journey was far from straightforward, but Holmes was nothing if not tenacious. "Watson," Holmes said one evening, his brow furrowed as he examined a map of the East. "The bones the letter speaks of. What if it refers not to human remains, but to something else? Perhaps it's a place associated with a historic event, a battlefield, or a site of significance from an ancient civilization." Watson, who had been quietly reading by the fire, glanced up. He was still coming to terms with the intricacies of the case, but he trusted Holmes's brilliance implicitly. "Are you suggesting that the treasure might be tied to a location with historical significance?" Holmes nodded, his eyes narrowing as if he were solving an intricate puzzle. "Precisely. The curse, the treasure, it all points to something more ancient than we initially thought. We need to focus on the places that have significance in the history of India and the surrounding regions. Something old, something buried, something forgotten." Holmes went to work immediately, consulting a variety of sources, ancient texts, old military records, and travel accounts from explorers who had ventured into the East in centuries past. The puzzle was vast, but Holmes's mind seemed to absorb it all. As the days passed, Watson began to see the brilliance of Holmes's reasoning. Each clue, each line of history, was a piece of the puzzle that was slowly falling into place. And then, on the fourth day after receiving the letter, Holmes made a discovery. He looked up from his research, his face alight with triumph. "Watson, I have it," he said. The bones referred to in the letter, they are the remains of an ancient temple guardian. There's a place in India, near the Himalayas, where a legendary figure was said to have been buried. A place where an ancient treasure was hidden, guarded by those who swore an oath to protect it. Watson leaned forward eagerly. "Where is it?" Can we find it?" Holmes's eyes gleamed with excitement. "The location is called the Temple of the Bones. It's a site known only to a few, and even fewer have seen it. But the treasure, it is said to be hidden there. And if the map we seek is the key to locating it, then it is here that we must go." Holmes wasted no time in preparing for their journey. Watson, ever loyal and ready for adventure, packed his things without hesitation. The trek to India would be long, dangerous, and filled with unknown risks. But they had no choice. They were closer than ever to uncovering the treasure, and the truth about Captain Morstan's disappearance. Miss Morstan, too, remained at the heart of the mystery, and Holmes knew they could not afford to wait any longer. The journey to the east was a grueling one, and for several days, Holmes and Watson traversed the cold, dusty roads and rugged terrain. They passed through dense forests, across mountains, and through villages, where the locals spoke of strange happenings in hushed tones. Everywhere they went, it seemed the shadow of the treasure was drawing closer, like a dark presence, always lurking just beyond their reach. The nearer they came to the fabled Temple of the Bones, the more palpable the sense of danger became. There was something eerie about the place, a deep, unsettling feeling that gnawed at Watson's mind. Strange dreams began to plague his nights, dreams of shadows and whispers, of an unseen presence that seemed to follow them wherever they went. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the mountains loomed in the distance, Holmes paused and turned to Watson with a grave expression. "We are close now, Watson. Very close. But I fear that we are not the only ones who seek the treasure." Watson felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you mean?" Holmes's gaze hardened. "There are others who know of the treasure and the map. They will stop at nothing to find it before we do." As if on cue, a sound broke the stillness of the night. The distant sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, reached their ears. Holmes held up a hand, signaling Watson to remain silent. The two of them pressed back into the shadows, watching as figures appeared in the distance, their movements stealthy and calculated. "They've found us," Holmes whispered, his voice barely audible. "We must be careful. The game is no longer just a matter of finding the treasure. It's a matter of survival." Holmes's instincts were sharp, and Watson knew that the stakes had risen higher than ever before. They were not just seeking a treasure, they were embroiled in a deadly race against time, and against those who would kill to get their hands on it. As the night wore on and the figures drew closer, Holmes and Watson moved swiftly, their minds working in perfect unison as they prepared for the next step in their perilous journey. The treasure awaited, but so did the dangers that would stand in their way. And as they neared the Temple of the Bones, one thing became clear. No one was going to walk away from this mystery unscathed. The darkness of the night seemed to grow thicker as Holmes and Watson crouched in the shadows, watching the figures in the distance. The footsteps were getting closer, deliberate and steady, as if the strangers were aware of their surroundings and had a singular purpose. Holmes's face was set in a grim expression, his keen mind already working through the possibilities of how to confront this new threat. "We can't let them find us, Watson," Holmes whispered, his voice tight with urgency. "We are nearing the Temple of the Bones, and these men, they are not here by accident. They know of the treasure, and they will stop at nothing to get it." Watson nodded, feeling the weight of the moment press upon him. The entire journey had led them to this point, a fateful confrontation with those who sought the treasure for themselves. Holmes's usual calm and collected demeanor remained, but Watson could see the tension in his eyes. The mystery they had unraveled was now becoming a perilous game of survival. The figures drew nearer, and Holmes motioned for Watson to follow him. The two men quickly and quietly slipped through the underbrush, moving deeper into the shadows of the jungle surrounding them. They had to find the temple before the strangers did. It was a race against time, but Holmes seemed to know exactly where he was going. After what felt like hours, they finally reached a clearing, where the outline of an ancient structure loomed before them. The Temple of the Bones stood in eerie silence, an ancient monument to a long-forgotten past. Its massive stone columns were partially crumbled, but the sheer magnitude of the structure was still impressive. The air around the temple seemed heavy, as if it carried the weight of centuries of history and secrets. Holmes approached cautiously, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. Watson followed closely behind, his hand resting on the grip of his revolver. The tension between them was palpable. They were on the brink of discovery, but they also knew that the path ahead would not be without peril. "There it is," Holmes murmured as he motioned toward the entrance of the temple. "The treasure is within, but we must be careful. The curse of the treasure is not just a superstition. There are forces at play here that we cannot fully understand." As they stepped closer to the entrance, the air grew colder, and Watson felt an unsettling chill creep up his spine. The stone doorway loomed before them, a dark passageway leading into the heart of the temple. Holmes moved forward, but then he paused, looking back at Watson. "I believe we are not alone," Holmes said quietly. Before Watson could respond, a voice rang out from the shadows. "So, you've finally found it." Holmes and Watson both froze, their eyes darting around, trying to locate the source of the voice. From the darkness emerged a man, tall and imposing, his face partially obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. It was one of the men they had seen earlier, the strangers who had been trailing them. "You," Holmes said, his voice cold and sharp. "You've been following us. Why?" The man smirked, stepping forward into the moonlight. "Because I knew you would lead me to it. I've been hunting this treasure for years, and now it's finally within my grasp." Watson's hand tightened on the revolver, but Holmes stopped him with a swift gesture. The detective's eyes were locked on the man in front of them, his mind working quickly to assess the situation. He was calculating the threat, weighing his options. "We won't let you take it," Holmes said firmly. The man laughed, a low, menacing sound that echoed off the stone walls of the temple. "You don't have a choice. I've already seen the map. I know where it's hidden. And you, well, you're just in my way." Holmes's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. "That map belongs to Captain Morstan's daughter. You are nothing but a thief." The man's smile faltered for a moment, a flicker of something dark passing over his features. "You still don't understand, do you? It's not just about the treasure. It's about power. The treasure is the key to something much greater, something that can change the world. You've unwittingly become part of something much bigger than yourselves." Holmes took a step forward, his mind racing. "The curse you speak of. What is it really? What is the treasure hiding?" The man's eyes gleamed with a dark satisfaction. "It's not gold or jewels, Holmes. It's knowledge. The power to control, to reshape history. And now, I'm going to claim it." Before the man could make another move, Holmes acted swiftly. With a sudden motion, he pulled out a small device from his coat pocket, a flare gun. He fired it into the sky, sending a bright, fiery streak into the air. The noise echoed across the jungle, signaling their position. The man's face twisted with fury. "You fool!" he spat, reaching for his weapon. But in the moment of chaos, Holmes and Watson seized the opportunity. They rushed forward, knocking the man off balance, and with a well-placed strike, Holmes disarmed him. As the stranger fell to the ground, groaning in defeat, Watson stepped back, still watching for any other threats. But in that moment, they knew they had won. The treasure, the map, and the secrets of the Temple of the Bones were no longer in the hands of the enemy. The curse, it seemed, would not claim them. Holmes turned to Watson, his expression serious but with a gleam of triumph in his eyes. "We've done it, Watson. The mystery is solved." But just as Holmes began to approach the entrance of the temple, a sudden noise caused them both to freeze. From the depths of the temple, an eerie, low sound echoed, as though the earth itself were responding to their intrusion. Holmes's gaze hardened once more. It seems there are still some secrets left to uncover. And so, the mystery of the treasure, and the forces that guarded it, remained unresolved. But for Holmes and Watson, this was merely another case solved, another adventure in the life of the greatest detective who ever lived. The mystery has been unraveled, and though many questions were answered, a few shadows still linger, leaving us to wonder about the secrets that remain hidden. We hope you enjoyed this journey into the world of intrigue, deduction, and adventure. If you have found yourself captivated by Holmes's unmatched intellect and Watson's steadfast companionship, be sure to join us next time for another thrilling tale. Until then, may your nights be peaceful, your dreams be full of mystery, and your curiosity never cease. Thank you for listening, and sweet dreams. Tonight, we delve into the world of The Sphinx Without a Secret, a fascinating short story by the renowned author Oscar Wilde. In this intriguing tale, Wilde explores the mysteries of love, identity, and the allure of the unknown, with his signature wit and depth. There are moments in life when we encounter something so extraordinary, so tantalizingly out of reach, that it lingers in our minds long after the experience has passed. This is a story of one such encounter, though, as with all mysteries, it begins with the smallest of impressions, an almost imperceptible glimpse into something far greater than we could understand at the time. It was many years ago, on an evening in the heart of London, that I first saw her, the woman who would become the subject of my deepest musings, my most fervent curiosity, and, dare I admit, the woman who would haunt me, long after the fleeting moments of our brief acquaintance had dissolved into the ether of time. I was not a man given to flights of fancy, nor to the intoxications of passion that seem to hold sway over the hearts of lesser men. No, I prided myself on my logical mind, my ability to separate sentiment from reason. Yet, there are forces in this world that defy all attempts to categorize them, and she was one such force. I had been invited to a gathering of some notable acquaintances, men of wit, women of beauty, and intellectuals who prided themselves on their sharpness. It was there, amid the idle chatter and the flickering candlelight, that I saw her. She entered the room with an ease that seemed almost unnatural, her presence marking the air like the sudden shift of a summer breeze. The hum of conversation stilled for a moment, imperceptibly, yet unmistakably, as if the very room had noticed the change. Her beauty was not of the usual sort. There were no overt displays of charm or flirtation. No need for such things. She wore a simple gown, its color subdued, but it was the quiet dignity with which she carried herself that made all others pale in comparison. There was a gravity to her, an elegance that seemed to come from a place far removed from the ordinary world. I had seen beautiful women before, of course. Women whose charm was in their laughter or the artifice of their makeup. Women whose beauty seemed fleeting, the kind that you could admire from a distance but knew would lose their shine with the passing of time. But this woman was different. There was something eternal about her, something that made her seem both of this world and not of it. She did not speak much at first, preferring to listen, her dark eyes scanning the room, assessing it with a quiet intensity that left you feeling exposed, as though she could see through the very fabric of your soul. I, like the others, found myself drawn to her presence in a way that I could not explain. The men around her, the so-called men of culture and experience, seemed to forget themselves entirely in her presence. They fumbled over their words, attempting to appear more than they were, and in doing so only made themselves seem less. She, however, remained composed, serene, as though untouched by their affections, or perhaps merely amused by them. I could not take my eyes off her. It was as though she had cast a spell over the room, and I, too, had become an unwilling participant in whatever strange enchantment she wielded. And yet, there was no overt magic, no grand gestures. There was only her quiet poise, her subtle power, the way her gaze held everything in place without lifting a finger. I did not approach her immediately. I observed, as a man of reason does, calculating the nature of the mystery that stood before me. She seemed untouchable, not in the way that some women are distant, but in a manner more profound, untouched by time, untouched by the expectations that governed ordinary lives. It was then that I realized I was not merely looking at a woman. I was looking at an enigma, a puzzle that seemed too complex for even my sharpest faculties to untangle. I spoke with others at the gathering, exchanged pleasantries, and engaged in the usual social rituals. But all the while, my mind returned to her, circling her like a moth drawn to an unseen flame. Who was she? Where had she come from? Why did she seem so impossibly distant, as though she existed in a realm that was forever out of reach? And so, it was on that fateful evening that my fascination with the Sphinx began. I did not know it then, but my pursuit of her mystery would become an obsession, one that would shadow me for years to come, its answer always just beyond my grasp. I could not have known that I was about to step into a world that would defy every expectation I had, a world where appearances would deceive, and where the truth would reveal itself in ways I could never have imagined. The Sphinx had entered my life, and she would leave me with a question that no answer could ever satisfy. The days that followed that first encounter were filled with an odd, restless anticipation. It seemed impossible to shake the image of her from my mind, as if the very air I breathed carried with it the lingering trace of her presence. I had seen many women in my time, of course, some fairer, some more charming, some far more approachable. But none had left such a mark upon me as she had. There was something uniquely compelling about her, something that resisted explanation. Perhaps it was the way she moved through the world as if it were not quite her world to begin with, as though she were merely an observer in a play whose script she had long since memorized, yet no longer found interesting. The opportunity to speak with her again came sooner than I had expected. A mutual acquaintance, a man of considerable social standing and charm, invited me to another gathering, a party, if you will, at his lavish estate. I did not attend these gatherings often. I preferred the company of books and solitary thought. But the pull of the enigma, the lure of what I had begun to suspect was a secret, proved too great. I could not resist. I told myself it was mere curiosity, nothing more, and certainly nothing that could lead to an obsession. After all, I was a man of reason. What could possibly be so intriguing about a woman whose only real characteristic seemed to be an aura of mystery? As I arrived at the host's grand house, I was greeted by the usual trappings of such events. Laughter, the soft clink of crystal glasses, and the rustle of fine fabrics as guests maneuvered through the rooms, exchanging pleasantries and polite conversation. Yet, amidst all this, my attention was immediately drawn to her. She stood in the far corner of the room, almost as if she were intentionally distant from the buzz of the gathering. Her posture was impeccable, and though her face remained serene, there was a certain unreadable quality in her eyes. She was not looking at anyone in particular, yet it seemed as if she were aware of every movement in the room, every whispered conversation, every shifting glance. I was determined this time. I would speak with her. I could no longer ignore the question that had gnawed at me ever since our first meeting. Who was she really? What lay beneath the surface of her immaculate composure? I made my way across the room, my steps deliberate but not hurried. As I approached, I noticed a slight change in her demeanor. Her gaze flickered, acknowledging my approach, yet it was neither welcoming nor dismissive. It was simply there. She was neither interested in evading my presence nor in encouraging it. It was as though she had already decided that I was an observer and nothing more. "Good evening," I said, my voice betraying a hint of unease. For even now, after all this time, I was aware of the subtle power she wielded without speaking. "Good evening," she replied, her tone as cool and poised as ever. It was impossible to detect any warmth or coldness in it, only a perfect calm. "How are you this evening?" It was a simple question, one of those social niceties that one exchanges without much thought. Yet, when she asked it, it felt weighty, as if she were truly waiting for an answer, as though she already knew the answer before I even spoke it. "I am well, thank you," I replied, my voice carrying more confidence than I truly felt. The words were polite enough, but I could not help but sense that this conversation would not be like the others I had with people here. There was something more to her, something hidden just out of reach, like a puzzle where the pieces did not yet fit. "I must say," I continued, unable to resist, "there is something about you that feels familiar, though I cannot quite place it." Her lips curved into the faintest of smiles, a smile that seemed to hold 1,000 secrets within it, secrets that I could never hope to uncover. Perhaps it is that I am a stranger in every room I enter. I suppose that makes familiarity a rare thing. I paused, taken aback by her response. It was a cryptic remark, but one that seemed to contain a truth I was not yet ready to comprehend. She spoke as though the world around her was not quite her own, as if she was an outsider, merely passing through, unnoticed by those who surrounded her. Yet her presence commanded attention, even in its quietude. I had been speaking for several minutes, but it felt as though time had warped around us, as if those minutes were hours and yet no time at all. The conversation flowed between us like water running over stones, steady but disjointed. and I felt an overwhelming sense that she was always just beyond the reach of my understanding. "What is it that you seek?" I asked, almost involuntarily. It was the question that had occupied my mind since our first meeting, the question that had given rise to the mystery surrounding her. She turned her gaze upon me, and for the first time, I felt something shift in the air, a subtle tension, a crack in the facade of her indifference. Her eyes seemed to pierce through me, and for a brief moment, I thought she might speak, might reveal something that would unmask her and bring clarity to the puzzle she had become. But no words came. Instead, she smiled again, the smile that was as enigmatic as ever. "I seek nothing," she replied softly. "I merely exist." I was left with a sense of perplexing finality. What did it mean to merely exist? Was this her secret? Was she truly as simple as that? A woman with no hidden depths, no tortured past, no mystery at all? And yet, as I stood there, looking into her calm eyes, I knew that such a simple answer could not possibly be the whole truth. No, there was more to her. I could feel it in every word she did not say, in every gesture she did not make. I had only scratched the surface of her mystery, and something told me that the answers I sought would not come easily. The days after our second meeting seemed to stretch before me like an endless maze, each turn more perplexing than the last. I found myself haunted by her presence, yet more so by the utter lack of clarity surrounding her. What did she mean when she said she merely existed? What lay beneath that serene exterior, behind the quiet, unspoken words? And why was it so impossible for me to move beyond the illusion of her mystery, even when she gave so little of herself away? In my growing obsession, I began to inquire about her past, though I found no easy answers. I would ask others in the circles I frequented, searching for any clue that might explain the enigma that was her. But it was as though the very mention of her name caused a shift in the room, a subtle shift that made others uneasy, as though the subject were one best avoided. I heard fragments of stories, rumors that hinted at a shadowy past, but nothing substantial. Each tale was a mere whisper in the dark, a fleeting mention that quickly dissolved into the air, leaving only more questions behind. It was said that she had been raised in distant lands, perhaps in the east, or perhaps in the depths of some long-forgotten country. But no one could confirm where. There were murmurs that she had once been part of some grand family, a lineage so ancient that even the most well-read men could not trace it. Some said she had lived through events that would have broken lesser souls, yet still she carried herself with an air of unshaken calm. I spoke with a friend one evening who claimed to have known her for many years, and his words offered more questions than answers. "She's always been like that," he said, his eyes darting uneasily as if he himself feared uncovering something that was better left untouched. "There's no past to speak of, really. She's a woman apart, a mystery that will never be solved." His cryptic words only deepened my obsession, a mystery that will never be solved. There was something in the way he spoke that made the idea both tantalizing and maddening. How could there be no past? How could such a remarkable woman simply be without any origin to explain her presence in the world? I had seen her at several more gatherings, each time more distant, more aloof than before. The longer I observed her, the more convinced I became that there was something hidden beneath her composed surface. A secret, a truth, a past that had yet to be revealed. I began to see patterns in her behavior. At one particular gathering, I noticed she always positioned herself at the edges of the room, as if she preferred to observe rather than to engage. When others spoke to her, she replied briefly, her words carefully chosen, as though she were measuring every interaction before it left her lips. And yet, no one ever seemed to press her for more, as if they, too, were afraid of what might lie beneath. On another occasion, I overheard a conversation between two men discussing her, their voices low, filled with caution. "She has a past, you know," one of them said, "but it's not the kind of thing you ask about, not if you value your peace of mind." The other man laughed nervously, as if the very mention of it was enough to make him uncomfortable. "I've heard things," he added, "but none of it makes sense. It's as if she was someone else entirely in another life. But that's just nonsense. We all have our histories, don't we?" And yet, there it was again, the hint of something other in the words that were said. The suggestion that there was something profound and unsettling about her past that no one dared to confront. It was as if a veil had been cast over the very idea of her history, and those who might have known it were reluctant to lift it. I took to following her more closely, not in any overt way, but simply as an observer, a silent witness to her movements. Every evening she attended the gatherings with the same air of quiet detachment, never allowing anyone to get too close, yet always remaining the center of attention. She moved like a figure out of legend, untouchable, ethereal, as though the world around her were mere scenery. One evening, when she had retreated into the garden to escape the crowd, I found myself, once again, drawn to her side. She stood by a fountain, staring into the water, lost in thought. The silence between us felt oppressive, yet I could not bring myself to speak. It was as though words would break the spell, shatter the delicate atmosphere between us. And then, as though sensing my hesitation, she turned her gaze toward me. Her eyes, as always, seemed to pierce through me, seeing far more than I could ever hope to reveal. "Why do you watch me so closely?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as though speaking louder might disturb something sacred between us. I hesitated, unsure how to respond. I find myself wondering about you," I admitted. "There is something about you, something that feels as though it should be known, yet remains beyond reach. It is as if you have a secret, a past that you keep hidden. What is it?" She regarded me with that same inscrutable expression, and for a long moment she said nothing. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, as though she were deciding whether or not to grant me the answer I sought. Finally, she spoke again, her voice low, almost tired. "It is not that I have a secret," she said, her words so softly spoken that I had to strain to hear them. "It is simply that I have no past worth sharing. What would you have me say? That I am something I am not? Or would you prefer the illusion that I am someone I could never be?" Her words hung in the air, elusive and unsettling, and I realized that perhaps the mystery was not in what she had hidden, but in what she was not revealing, and what I had imagined her to be. And yet, despite her words, I could not shake the feeling that there was more beneath the surface than she was willing to admit. The truth, I began to realize, was not in her past. It was in the way she made you question your own assumptions, your own perceptions. She was a puzzle not because of her history, but because of how she made you see the world, how she made you want to see the world. The more I searched, the more I uncovered about myself than I ever could about her. The mystery was not hers alone, but mine as well. The weeks that passed after our last conversation seemed to blur into one another, each day indistinguishable from the next. I found myself immersed in a quiet obsession, chasing fragments of her image in every conversation, every gathering, every fleeting moment of solitude. There were times when I questioned whether I had made the right decision by becoming so consumed by her. Yet there were other times when I felt drawn to the mystery of her like a moth to the flame. I could no longer distinguish where my fascination with her began and my own introspective desires ended. The lines between the two had blurred, and I could only follow the current wherever it led. And so, I returned to the gathering once more, hoping, perhaps desperately, for another glimpse of the woman who had so thoroughly bewitched my thoughts. I had grown accustomed to the lavish events, the laughter that echoed through gilded halls, and the delicate clinking of glasses filled with wine. Yet, as always, my attention gravitated toward the far corners of the room, toward the subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the air that signaled her presence. She was there again, of course, standing apart from the others as she always did. Her posture was poised, yet her eyes, those deep, unsettling eyes, were unfocused, distant, as though she were contemplating something far beyond the walls of the room. I watched her from across the room, my curiosity burning brighter with every passing second. It had become a ritual, this silent study of her movements, this quiet longing to unlock the secrets that she so carefully guarded. The conversation around her was lively, as it always was. There were men who attempted to win her attention with extravagant stories, women who whispered behind their fans, pretending not to notice her gaze. Yet no one, it seemed, could truly penetrate the calm, serene shell she had so carefully constructed. Everyone treated her with a kind of reverence, an unspoken agreement that, though she existed among them, she was something beyond their reach. I found myself moving closer, unable to resist. As I approached, I noticed a slight shift in her demeanor. Her head turned ever so slightly, as if she had known I was coming long before I had even made the decision to walk toward her. She looked at me, her gaze steady but unreadable, and for a moment I felt an overwhelming sense of inevitability. Like the closing of a door that had never been open, and yet, once closed, it was as though it had never been anything but shut. "You're watching me again," she said softly, the words like a feather brushing against my skin. Her voice was a whisper, barely audible over the murmurs of the room, yet it seemed to resonate deep within me, in places I had never before acknowledged. I nodded, unable to speak, my heart beating faster than it should. I cannot help myself. There is something about you, something I cannot understand." She tilted her head ever so slightly, a gesture that seemed to carry with it 1,000 meanings, none of which I could fully grasp. "I have nothing to offer you," she said, her tone now laced with an eerie calm. "No story to tell, no secret to reveal. I am only what you see before you." Her words, so simple, should have satisfied my thirst for answers, but instead, they left me with even more questions. Was this really all there was to her? No hidden past, no mystery to unravel? Or was she simply toying with me, playing the role of the inscrutable woman who could never be understood, forever just beyond my grasp? I took a step forward, compelled by something I could neither name nor resist. "But there must be something more," I insisted. "I have heard things, rumors, stories. I know there is something you are hiding, something I am meant to find." She gave a small, almost imperceptible smile, the kind of smile that could mean 1,000 things, none of which were easily understood. It was a smile that spoke of knowledge, of secrets held close, and of the utter futility of my pursuit. "What if I told you," she said, her voice barely a murmur, "that the truth is far more mundane than you think? What if I told you that the very thing you seek is nothing more than an illusion?" My mind raced, desperate to make sense of her words, but she offered no more explanation. Instead, she turned her gaze back toward the crowd, as if I had never spoken, as if I were a mere shadow in the background of her life. For a moment, I stood frozen, as if the words had carved their way into my soul, leaving me with nothing but the emptiness of their meaning. I could not let it go. I could not accept that the answer was so simple. I had to know more, had to pierce the veil that she had wrapped around herself, had to understand why she insisted on remaining so distant, so unreachable. My mind spun with possibilities, each more improbable than the last. Perhaps she was hiding something far darker, something too terrible for the light of day. Perhaps her calm, serene exterior was a facade, a mask to cover a past too tragic or too shameful to reveal. As the evening wore on, I watched her from across the room, my thoughts racing. There were moments when I thought I saw something flicker behind her eyes, an emotion, a memory, that betrayed her composed exterior, but it was always gone before I could grasp it. And, as the night drew to a close, I realized that the truth, whatever it was, remained as elusive as ever. Perhaps, I thought, it was not the past that I was meant to uncover, but something far more important. Perhaps the mystery of the woman was not in the history she kept hidden, but in the way she made everyone around her question what they thought they knew. Perhaps the secret was not in what had happened, but in what could never be known. As I left the gathering that night, the questions continued to swirl in my mind, unanswered and unsettling. I could not escape the feeling that I had come closer to something significant, but had not yet reached it. And though I could not yet see it, I knew, deep in my bones, that the truth was there, just out of sight, waiting for the moment when it would finally reveal itself. And when it did, I feared it would shatter everything I thought I knew about her, and about myself. The weeks drifted by in a haze of confusion and unanswered questions. Each encounter with her seemed to bring me closer to the edge of some grand revelation. Yet each time I came closer, the answers slipped further from my grasp, like water flowing through my fingers. I had begun to understand something, though. There was a purpose behind the way she kept her distance, a method to the mystery she so carefully cultivated. Yet, the more I tried to make sense of it, the more I became entangled in the web she had spun. One afternoon, a letter arrived at my doorstep, an invitation of sorts. The handwriting was elegant, almost archaic, and it was unmistakably hers. My heart quickened when I saw her name, and a knot of both excitement and trepidation settled deep in my chest. The note was brief, but its contents were enough to send my thoughts spiraling. "If you wish to know me truly, then come to my home at dusk. There, we shall have no distractions, and perhaps you will find the answers you seek." The words were cryptic, of course, but there was something in them that tugged at me, something in the quiet simplicity that made it feel almost like a command. And so, without hesitation, I made preparations to visit her, knowing that this could be the moment I had been waiting for, the moment when the veil would finally lift. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows over the city, I made my way to her address. The journey was long, winding through narrow streets I had never walked before. The further I went, the less familiar the surroundings became, as if I were being led into another world entirely. one where the ordinary rules of time and space no longer applied. Her house stood at the end of a forgotten lane, tucked away behind high, ivy-clad walls that seemed to reach for the sky. It was a large, imposing structure, not the kind of place you would expect someone like her to inhabit. The house had an air of neglect, as though it had once been grand but had long since fallen into disrepair. The windows were dark, and the front door, when I knocked, seemed to take an eternity to open. When it finally did, the woman herself appeared, as serene as ever, her expression unreadable. "Come in," she said, stepping aside to allow me entry. Her voice was soft, yet firm, and the way she spoke left no room for refusal. I stepped across the threshold, and instantly I felt a shift in the air. The house was cool, almost unnaturally so, and there was an unsettling stillness that hung over everything. The walls were lined with heavy tapestries, their rich colors faded with age, and the furniture, though expensive, appeared unused, as if it had been arranged for an audience rather than for living. It was a place frozen in time, untouched by the hands of those who might have once inhabited it. "Please, make yourself comfortable," she said, gesturing toward a chair in the dimly lit sitting room. As I sat, I could not help but feel that every object in the room was deliberately placed to keep me from seeing something, as though it were hiding a truth I was not yet ready to understand. "You wanted answers," she continued, settling into a chair across from me. "And now you will have them. But be warned, sometimes the answers we seek are not what we expect." Her gaze, as always, was steady, but there was something different about her tonight. It was as though she were standing on the edge of something vast and unknowable, and she was daring me to step closer. I could not resist. "What is it that you are hiding?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. I felt as though I were speaking aloud only to myself, the walls of the room closing in, pushing me toward an understanding I could not yet reach. For a long moment, she said nothing. She simply looked at me, her eyes unblinking as though weighing my very soul. Then, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of years, she spoke. "Everything you have heard is true, and yet it is all a lie," she said softly. Her words were as quiet as the shadows that stretched across the room, but they held a truth that made my blood run cold. "I am not who you think I am. My past is not what you believe it to be. And yet, I have never lied to you. I have only shown you what you have been willing to see." Her voice faltered slightly, and for the first time, I sensed a crack in the impenetrable facade she had so carefully constructed. There was something there, something raw and real, something she had been hiding from the world, something even she could not fully contain. "You asked about my past," she continued, her tone growing more distant. "But what if my past is not something that belongs to me at all? What if it is a story that has been written for me, a narrative crafted by the hands of others, and I have no choice but to play my part? What if everything you know about me is not my truth, but the truth that others have forced upon me?" I leaned forward, my heart racing. Her words were like a riddle, twisting and turning, leading me down a path I was both terrified and compelled to follow. What was she saying? That her life, her entire existence, was not her own. That someone else had shaped her into this enigma? "There are things in this house," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Things that have been hidden for so long that I no longer know where the truth ends and the lies begin. I have spent my life running from them, from the people who want to control me, to make me into something I am not. but I can never escape. I was overwhelmed, my mind reeling from the implications of her words. What did she mean? Who were these people? What did they want with her? The silence that followed felt oppressive, as though the very air around us had grown thick with secrets too dangerous to speak. And then, as if sensing my inner turmoil, she stood and moved to a nearby shelf. She reached for an old, dust-covered book and handed it to me without a word. As I took the book from her hands, I felt a cold shiver run through me. The leather was aged, the pages yellowed with time, and there was something almost forbidden about the way it seemed to pulse with hidden energy. "Read it," she said, her voice now barely audible, "and you will know the truth. But be warned, some truths are not meant to be known." With those words, she turned and walked away, leaving me alone with the book and the overwhelming sense that I had just opened a door to something far darker than I could have ever imagined. The book felt heavy in my hands, its weight a subtle warning that I could not ignore. As I traced my fingers along its worn leather cover, I felt an unspoken promise, one that whispered of hidden truths, of secrets waiting to be revealed. Yet, as I looked at the book in the dimly lit room, I also felt a strange hesitation. It was as though the pages within contained something more than just words, something alive, something that could change everything I thought I knew about her, about myself. She had left me alone with the book, vanishing into the shadows of the house as if she were never truly there at all. Her presence lingered in the room, though, an almost tangible force that wrapped itself around me like a thick fog. Every instinct within me screamed to put the book down, to walk away before I became too entangled in whatever darkness lay within. But my curiosity, that insatiable hunger for answers, pushed me forward, urging me to open the pages, to uncover the secrets that she had so carefully guarded. I sat back in the chair, the book resting on my lap, and slowly, deliberately, I lifted the cover. The scent of aged paper and ink filled the air, a familiar and yet foreign smell that made the room feel even more claustrophobic. As I turned the first page, the words began to dance before my eyes, their meaning just out of reach, as though they were slipping away from me even as I tried to grasp them. At first, the pages appeared to be filled with an old, formal script, language I recognized but had not seen in years. The words were elegant, almost haunting, and they seemed to weave together into a tale that was both familiar and foreign. I could make out fragments of sentences, glimpses of names and places, but nothing fully coherent. It was as if the book were deliberately resisting my attempts to understand it. I turned more pages, growing more desperate, my fingers trembling with the need to uncover what lay within. Then, as if in response to my growing frustration, the words began to change. The ink seemed to shift before my eyes, becoming bolder, more distinct, and the text transformed into something clearer, more understandable. The writing took on a darker tone, and I felt a chill sweep through the room as the book seemed to come alive in my hands. The words began to describe a story, one that felt disturbingly familiar. It was a tale of a woman who had been caught in the web of fate, a woman who had been shaped by the hands of those who sought to control her. The name that appeared on the page sent a jolt through my body. Her name. I read on, my heart pounding in my chest as the story unfolded. It spoke of her childhood, of a life marked by secrets and shadows, of people who had pulled the strings of her existence from the very beginning. There were mentions of her family, her upbringing, and of an event that had changed the course of her life forever. But the details were vague, clouded by layers of obfuscation, as though someone had intentionally sought to bury the truth. The deeper I read, the more unsettling the story became. There were passages that spoke of manipulation, of betrayals too deep to comprehend, and of a past that had been buried so thoroughly that even she seemed unaware of its true nature. It was as though the very fabric of her life had been woven with lies, and now these lies were beginning to unravel, exposing a truth she had never known. But then, just as I thought I was on the verge of understanding, the words shifted again, this time into a strange, cryptic language. Symbols and characters appeared on the pages, ones I did not recognize, as if the book were speaking to me in a tongue I could not decipher. A sense of dread crept over me, and for a moment I felt as though the room itself were closing in, as though the book were drawing me into its web. I closed it quickly, snapping the cover shut, but not before I had glimpsed the final line, an inscription that burned itself into my memory. The Sphinx will remain silent, but the truth shall be heard by those who dare listen. I sat there in stunned silence, my mind racing with the implications of what I had just read. The book had revealed enough to leave me both shaken and confused, but it had also left me with more questions than answers. Who had written this? Was it meant for me to find? And what did this cryptic message about the Sphinx truly mean? It was at that moment that I heard footsteps approaching from the hallway. I looked up, my heart pounding as I realized she was coming back. The door to the sitting room creaked open, and she appeared once more, as composed and serene as ever. But there was something different about her now, an aura of knowing, a quiet confidence that hadn't been there before. It was as though the woman before me had become someone else entirely, someone who had been shaped by the very secrets I had uncovered. "You've read it, haven't you?" she said softly, her eyes locking with mine. There was no accusation in her voice, only a strange sense of acceptance. I nodded, unable to speak, my thoughts still tangled in the pages of the book, still reeling from the revelations it had offered. "Good," she continued, her voice taking on a strange, almost detached quality. "You have seen a part of my story, but what you do with that knowledge is up to you." I opened my mouth to ask her about the cryptic message, about the Sphinx, about everything I had just read, but the words caught in my throat. Something about her presence, the way she stood there, holding herself with such quiet power, kept me from asking. It was as if I were on the edge of something far deeper, something darker, and the questions I wanted to ask were not meant to be spoken aloud. "You must understand," she said, her voice almost a whisper now, "that some truths are dangerous to know. Some doors, once opened, cannot be closed again." She turned away from me then, her figure retreating into the shadows of the house, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the weight of what I had just learned. The book had offered me a glimpse into her world, but it had also warned me that some knowledge is not meant to be possessed. As I sat there in the fading light, I realized that I had crossed a threshold I could never return from. The truth, whatever it might be, was no longer a distant concept. It was something I had touched, something that now lingered in the corners of my mind, waiting to reveal itself in ways I could not yet comprehend. And though I knew the path ahead would be treacherous, I also knew that there was no turning back. The Sphinx, it seemed, would remain silent. But I had heard its riddle, and I knew that my journey had only just begun. The silence in the room was suffocating. Even the air seemed thick with the weight of unspoken things, hanging like a mist just out of reach. The door had clicked shut behind her with a finality that echoed through the house, leaving me alone, yet not truly alone. The house itself seemed to pulse with an unseen presence, as if it were a living thing, watching me, waiting for something. I sat motionless, the book still resting in my lap, its leather cover cool against my fingers. The cryptic message I had read burned in my mind. The Sphinx will remain silent, but the truth shall be heard by those who dare listen. I tried to make sense of it, to fit the pieces of this puzzle together, but the more I thought about it, the more elusive the answers became. What was the Sphinx? What truth was she hiding? And why had she led me here, to this place, where the line between reality and something else seemed to blur? The questions piled on top of each other, suffocating me with their weight, and yet I could not stop myself from seeking the answers, even if they would tear me apart. I stood up, the book still clutched tightly in my hands. The room seemed to shift around me as I moved, the shadows in the corners deepening, the air growing colder. I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something, or someone, was waiting for me to make a move. But what move was left to make? The hall beyond the sitting room was long, narrow, and dimly lit, the faint glow of candlelight flickering along the walls. I had only ventured this far once before, when I had first arrived at the house. But tonight, something felt different. There was an unfamiliar heaviness in the air, an almost tangible sense of anticipation. I walked slowly, my footsteps soft on the wooden floors, each one echoing in the silence that surrounded me. At the end of the hall, there was a door, an old, weathered door that seemed to hum with some unseen energy. It was the kind of door that one might pass by without a second thought, but now, as I stood before it, I could feel its significance pressing down on me. Something inside me told me that I was meant to open it, that behind that door lay the answers I had been searching for. My hand reached for the doorknob, and as I touched it, I felt a jolt of electricity run through me, a pulse that seemed to resonate deep within my bones. The air grew even colder, and for a moment I hesitated. But then a voice whispered through my mind, "Open it. The truth is waiting." I twisted the doorknob, and the door creaked open with an unsettling slowness, revealing a small room beyond. The room was dimly lit, but the light that flickered within seemed to come from nowhere. It cast strange, elongated shadows on the walls, twisting and distorting the space around me. The room was filled with bookshelves, but these shelves were different from the others I had seen in the house. They were lined with old, weathered tomes, their spines cracked and faded with age. There was a faint, musty smell in the air, as though these books had not been touched in years. But it wasn't the books that caught my attention. It was the object in the center of the room. A pedestal, old and carved with intricate designs, stood in the middle of the room. Upon it rested a stone figure, a small, lifelike sphinx. It was an object of undeniable beauty, yet it exuded an aura of menace, as though it were not meant to be touched, not meant to be examined. The figure was exquisitely detailed, with eyes that seemed to follow me as I moved, as though it were alive, aware of my every action. I approached it cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The closer I got, the more I could feel the weight of its presence, as though the Sphinx were watching me, waiting for me to do something. The closer I came to it, the more I felt as though I were being drawn into its mystery, as though it were calling to me, urging me to uncover the secret it held. I stood before it, unsure of what to do next. I could feel the power of the Sphinx radiating from it, a quiet strength that seemed to hold the room in its grasp. I reached out tentatively, my fingers brushing against the smooth stone surface. It was cold to the touch, but as soon as I made contact, something shifted in the room. The air thickened, the shadows lengthened, and I felt the ground beneath me tremble ever so slightly. The Sphinx's eyes seemed to glow in the dim light, and then, to my astonishment, its lips parted slightly, as if it were about to speak. I took a step back, my breath caught in my throat, as I wondered if I had truly seen what I thought I had. Could this statue, could it truly be alive? Or was it something more, a manifestation of the very mystery I had been chasing? The room grew eerily quiet, and then, from deep within the walls of the house, came a low, distant sound, almost like a sigh. It was as though the house itself were exhaling, releasing a breath it had been holding for centuries. And then, before I could even react, the Sphinx spoke. It was a soft, almost melodic voice, one that seemed to echo from every corner of the room, reverberating in my mind. The words were strange, and yet they felt familiar, as though I had heard them before in some distant dream. The truth you seek is buried beneath the sands of time, lost to the world for reasons that none may know. But those who search with open hearts and clear minds will find it, and the cost of that knowledge will be great. The Sphinx may remain silent, but the truth is a key, and those who possess it may unlock doors no mortal should ever enter. The voice faded, leaving only the lingering echo of its warning in the air. My hand was still resting on the stone Sphinx, and I could feel the weight of its words pressing down on me. A key, a door, the truth, hidden beneath the sands of time, and the price of uncovering it. A price I was not sure I was willing to pay. As I pulled my hand away from the Sphinx, the room seemed to return to its normal stillness, the shadows settling once more. The pedestal, the books, the figure. It all appeared as if nothing had changed. But I knew that something had shifted. I had touched something forbidden, something that had set in motion a series of events I could not undo. The Sphinx had spoken, and now there was no turning back. The air had thickened around me, charged with an energy I could not describe. The words of the Sphinx still echoed in my mind, repeating over and over like a warning bell. The truth is a key, and those who possess it may unlock doors no mortal should ever enter. I had been warned. There was no denying it. And yet, despite the dread that settled in my chest, despite the weight of the revelation pressing down on me, I could not tear myself away. The truth had been placed before me, and it was impossible to resist the allure of discovery. I stepped back from the pedestal, my mind racing with the implications of what I had just learned. The room was silent again, almost too silent, the absence of sound now suffocating. The Sphinx, with its inscrutable gaze and carved smile, stood motionless in the center of the room, as though it were awaiting my next move. It felt as though time had stopped altogether, as though I were caught in a moment that stretched endlessly into nothingness. But even in the stillness, I knew I couldn't remain here forever. The house itself seemed to pulse, the walls shifting subtly as if they were aware of my hesitation, aware that I was standing on the brink of something profound. The truth was out of reach, just beyond my grasp, but it had already begun to change me. I could feel the pull of it, the desire to know, to understand, to unlock the mystery that had been buried for so long. I turned away from the Sphinx, my feet moving automatically toward the door. But as I crossed the threshold, something within the house shifted again. The shadows along the walls seemed to stretch longer, more menacing, and the floor creaked under my weight as though the house itself was groaning, protesting my departure. My hand reached for the door, but before I could open it, a voice, her voice, sounded from behind me. "You think you understand, don't you?" she asked, her words calm, but there was an edge to them, a dark undertone that I had not noticed before. She stood at the entrance to the room, her presence somehow more intense than before, as if the very air around her was charged with something ancient. "You think you've uncovered the truth, but there is more to this than you know. Much more." I turned to face her, my heart hammering in my chest. There was something different about her now, something I couldn't quite place. The woman I had come to know in fragments, whose secrets had always seemed just out of reach, now felt like a shadow herself. She was no longer the enigma she had been when I first arrived. Now, she was the key, the answer, the one who held the final piece of the puzzle. "I've seen the Sphinx," I said, my voice unsteady, unsure of what to ask or how to phrase the questions that consumed me. "I've touched it. I've heard its words. What does it mean? What does all of this mean?" Her eyes softened slightly, but the air around her grew colder. "The Sphinx spoke the truth, yes, but the truth is not always a gift, and the key it offers is not one you can turn lightly." I felt a shiver run down my spine as the weight of her words settled in. "What price will I pay for the knowledge?" I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. "The price is not always what you expect," she replied, her gaze unwavering. "The key may open doors, but it will also close others, and once you cross that threshold, you cannot return." A chill swept through the room, as though the very walls were closing in on me. I could feel the pull of the house, the pull of the truth that lay just beyond reach, beckoning me to continue, to move forward, to face the darkness that awaited. But there was something in her eyes now, something that warned me of the dangers of going too far. "You're not ready," she said, her voice barely audible, the words hanging between us like a cloud of inevitability. "But you will be, in time." She moved closer, and for the first time, I felt something like pity in her eyes. She reached out and placed a hand on my shoulder, a touch that sent a jolt of warmth through my body. But it was fleeting, as if she were offering me a moment of comfort before the storm. "The truth," she continued, "is not something that can be owned. It is something that owns you. It consumes you, changes you in ways you cannot understand until it is too late." I stood frozen, the weight of her words pressing down on me like a suffocating force. The room seemed to spin, the walls narrowing, the ceiling descending. The truth, the key, the Sphinx, they had all led me here, to this moment of reckoning, and I realized with a deep sense of clarity that there was no turning back. In a final, almost imperceptible movement, she turned away from me, walking toward the door without looking back. "Remember," she said softly, "not all truths are meant to be known." And with that, she was gone. I stood alone in the room once more, the silence pressing in from all sides, the book still resting on the pedestal where I had left it. The Sphinx's eyes seemed to follow me, its smile unchanging, as if it were aware that I had reached the end of my journey. And yet, in some ways, it was only just beginning. I walked to the door, my hand reaching for the handle with a mixture of trepidation and resolve. As I stepped into the hallway, I felt the house settle around me, the energy of the place shifting once again. The truth I had sought, the truth that had both beckoned and warned me, was now a part of me, a part I could never escape, no matter how hard I tried. The key had been turned, the door had been opened, and now there was no going back. As I left the house that night, the stars above me seemed distant and cold, the moon a pale witness to my departure. I had uncovered the truth, but it had come at a cost, one that I could not yet comprehend. The Sphinx had remained silent, but I knew the truth would not let me go so easily. I would carry its weight with me forever. As the final words of the Sphinx linger in the air, we are left to ponder the cost of knowledge and the secrets we choose to uncover. The house, the woman, the Sphinx, all of it now part of a greater mystery, one that will continue to haunt the corridors of our minds long after the tale has ended. Thank you for joining us on this enigmatic journey into the unknown. As always, remember to tread carefully when seeking truths that may be better left untouched. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to subscribe to Mr. Sleep Story for more tales that will leave you questioning what's real and what's only a shadow of reality. Until next time, may your dreams be as mysterious as the stories we share. Good night. Tonight, we're traveling back to the turbulent days of the French Revolution with Charles Dickens' timeless classic, A Tale of Two Cities. In this retelling, we'll journey through the streets of Paris and London, witnessing love, sacrifice, and the powerful forces of history that shape the lives of unforgettable characters. It was a time of extremes where the world seemed to be teetering between hope and despair, prosperity and poverty, life and death. The opening lines of A Tale of Two Cities capture this paradox perfectly. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. The year was 1775, and the world was about to be changed forever by the forces of revolution. The story begins in England, where the life of Dr. Alexandre Manette takes a tragic turn. Dr. Manette had been a brilliant and respected physician, but one fateful day, he was wrongfully imprisoned in the Bastille, the infamous French prison. For 18 years, he endured the horrors of captivity, his mind slowly unraveling under the weight of his unjust imprisonment. His life, once filled with purpose, was now reduced to a shadow of its former self. When he was finally released, he had no memory of the world outside, or even of his own identity. But Dr. Manette's story didn't end there. In an unexpected twist of fate, he was reunited with his daughter Lucy, whom he hadn't seen since she was a little girl. Lucy, now a young woman, had been living in London, unaware of her father's fate. When she learned that her father had been found, she immediately rushed to France to bring him back. Upon seeing him, Lucy was heartbroken by the transformation her father had undergone. His mind was shattered, and he could barely recognize her, yet the bond between them was undeniable. Lucy, with her gentle nature, became the one who could begin to heal him, one small step at a time. After Dr. Manette's release, Lucy brought him back to England, where they made a new life in London. They settled into a modest home, and Dr. Manette slowly regained some semblance of his former self, though the scars of his imprisonment never fully disappeared. Lucy was the steady light in his life, a beacon of love and compassion that helped him navigate the darkness of his memories. But the shadows of the past would not be so easily banished. In London, Lucy met a man named Charles Darnay. Darnay, a French aristocrat, had fled his homeland due to the cruelty of his family. He despised the injustices and privileges of the aristocracy, and although his family was wealthy and powerful, he rejected their ways. He made a new life for himself in England, away from the horrors of the French nobility. Darnay's quiet nobility and genuine kindness quickly captured Lucy's heart. In time, they became engaged, and a bright future seemed to lie ahead for them both. But Darnay's past would not remain hidden for long. Though he had left France, the weight of his family's legacy would soon catch up with him. In an unexpected twist, Darnay's fate became intertwined with the lives of Dr. Manette and Lucy in ways they could never have imagined. And, as they all moved forward in their lives, little did they know that the coming storm of revolution in France would alter everything they had ever known. Through this quiet beginning, Dickens sets the stage for the dramatic events that will unfold. The characters are drawn into a whirlwind of fate, where the past never fully releases its grip on the present, and the future is shaped by both the choices they make and the uncontrollable forces of history. The old world is giving way to the new, and as the storm of revolution begins to brew in France, the lives of these seemingly ordinary individuals will be forever changed. In the quiet streets of London, where the fog hung like a thick curtain over the cobblestone paths, Lucy Manette and her father, Dr. Alexandre Manette, began their new life. The shadows of the past still lingered around them, but each day was a fresh opportunity to rebuild their world, brick by brick. Lucy, ever the optimist, found solace in small things. A gentle breeze, a bird singing in the morning, the sound of her father's voice slowly returning to its former calm. It was in this atmosphere of tentative peace that Lucy met Charles Darnay, a young Frenchman who had fled his aristocratic roots. Darnay was a man of quiet principles, a man who sought nothing but to escape the cruel world of his family and their oppressive nobility. He had once been a part of the French aristocracy, born into wealth and privilege, but he turned his back on that life, much to the dismay of his family. His reasons were simple yet profound. He despised the injustices he witnessed, the casual cruelty with which his peers treated the common folk. It was a life he could no longer stomach, and so he left France behind. In England, Darnay sought refuge. He assumed the name Charles Darnay, and with it, he built a life far removed from the world he had known. But while he had abandoned his name and title, his past still clung to him like an old coat that refused to let go. As fate would have it, Darnay met Lucy in a simple moment, a chance encounter that would change both of their lives forever. Lucy, with her golden heart and her gentle smile, had that effect on people. Her kindness was like the sun, warm and unrelenting, drawing others into her orbit. Darnay, drawn to her light, soon found himself enamored by her grace and sincerity. They were often seen together in the parks, walking arm in arm, or sitting by the fire in quiet conversation. It was a slow, burning affection, like the early morning sun creeping over the horizon. Yet, despite the growing closeness between them, Darnay's past remained a looming presence, a secret he had yet to reveal to Lucy. It was Sidney Carton, the disheveled, self-doubting barrister, who saw the depths of this secret. Carton, a man who seemed to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders, had been a companion to Darnay during their studies. Though Carton's appearance was far from handsome, his mind was sharp, and it was this sharpness that allowed him to see what others could not. Carton, despite his personal demons and quiet misery, had a deep affection for Lucy. He saw in her a light that he could never hope to reach, a purity that reminded him of the better man he could have been. Though Carton's feelings were not returned with the same warmth, there was something about Lucy's kindness that soothed his troubled soul. He had never known such selflessness, and perhaps it was that very quality that made him feel like a man who had failed his own potential. He could never be what she deserved, yet he vowed, in his own way, to ensure her happiness. His sacrifice, though subtle at first, would become the driving force of his actions in the coming trials. As Lucy and Darnay's affection deepened, the undercurrents of revolution began to stir across the Channel. In France, the seeds of discontent were taking root in the heart of the nation. The cries of the poor grew louder, and the blood of the oppressed began to boil in their veins. The rich, the aristocrats, people like Darnay's family, had long ruled with an iron fist, and the resentment from the masses was reaching a boiling point. But here, in the safety of England, Lucy and Darnay were blissfully unaware of the impending storm. The two lovers dreamt of a future together, their days filled with quiet moments of joy. They could not know that the echoes of revolution were slowly creeping closer, like the winds before a great tempest. And so, the story moved forward, like the turning of a page, each moment bringing them closer to a world of change, where the lines between friend and foe would blur, where loyalty would be tested, and where the choices of one man would alter the course of history. The seeds of revolution had been sown, and their harvest was coming, whether they were ready for it or not. The story, like a train gathering speed, was moving ever closer to the precipice of fate. London, though relatively calm, was beginning to feel the stirrings of tension that echoed across the sea to France. The turmoil of revolution was not a distant whisper. It was a sound, muffled but relentless, coming from the streets of Paris. And yet, in the quiet of their London home, Lucy and Charles Darnay were blissfully unaware of the dangers looming on the horizon. Their love blossomed with each passing day, their lives entwining like two delicate threads, slowly weaving a future of promise and happiness. But hidden in the folds of their shared dreams was a secret that could unravel everything. For Charles Darnay, as much as he tried to leave behind his past, could not fully escape the legacy of his aristocratic family. One evening, as the couple walked along the Thames, their conversation turned to the subject of family. Lucy, ever curious and kind, asked Darnay about his own background. She had heard little about his life before he had come to England, and her gentle inquiry seemed innocent enough. She had no idea that, with her question, she was about to open a door that Charles had worked so hard to keep locked. Darnay hesitated. His smile faltered, and a shadow seemed to cross his face. The words came slowly, as though each one carried the weight of 100 secrets. He spoke of his family in vague terms, describing his upbringing in France, but avoided any mention of his last name or his noble lineage. Lucy, sensing his discomfort, did not press him further, though a flicker of doubt now lingered in her mind. And so, the secret of Charles Darnay's past remained hidden, though not for long. Fate, it seemed, had other plans. Not long after their conversation, Darnay received an urgent letter, a summons. He was called back to France, to the home he had abandoned years ago, to the family that had once treated him as little more than a tool for their own selfish gain. He was needed, not by choice, but by necessity, to help an old servant who was caught in the midst of the growing chaos in France. The revolution had come, and with it, the devastation of everything Darnay had left behind. Though he tried to resist, Darnay knew he could not ignore the call. He knew the time had come to face his past once again, and with a heavy heart, he made the decision to return to France. Lucy, ever the loving and trusting companion, supported his decision, unaware of the true implications of his return. She believed it to be a simple act of kindness, a man returning to help someone in need. But the truth was far more complicated. As Darnay made preparations for his journey, the atmosphere in Paris grew ever more volatile. The streets were filled with the cries of revolutionaries, demanding justice and retribution for the injustices that had been wrought by the aristocracy. The guillotine had become a symbol of the people's wrath, and no one was safe, not even those who had once believed themselves untouchable. It was here, in this boiling cauldron of violence and vengeance, that the hidden truths of Darnay's past would finally be revealed. For it was not just his family who had cast their shadow over his life, but the very blood that ran through his veins, the blood of the oppressors, the ones who had caused the suffering of so many. As Darnay set sail for France, his heart heavy with the knowledge that his return would bring consequences far beyond what he had imagined, another figure watched from the shadows, the disillusioned lawyer Sidney Carton. Carton, who had spent much of his life in the depths of self-loathing and regret, had come to care for Lucy in his own quiet way. Though he would never confess his feelings to her, his love for her was profound and unspoken. He knew that Darnay's past, though hidden, was bound to catch up with him. He could feel the storm approaching, and he could not help but wonder if his own life might somehow be intertwined with the fate of these two people he cared for, whether he was ready or not. As the shadows of revolution grew darker, Darnay's journey back to France marked the beginning of a new chapter, one filled with danger, sacrifice, and the inescapable grip of history. The past, it seemed, would not be silenced, and the future would be shaped by the choices made in the midst of chaos. And so the tale continued, hurtling toward a destiny neither Darnay, Lucy, nor Carton could yet comprehend. The past was never truly gone. It waited patiently, just around the corner, ready to make its return. The sun had set on the tranquil streets of London, but far across the sea, in the heart of France, the flames of revolution were beginning to burn brighter, their smoke drifting ever closer to the lives of those who had long lived in peace. In London, the lives of Lucy and Charles Darnay seemed untouched by the storm gathering over France, but fate, like the sea, would eventually carry them both into the rising tide of turmoil. As Charles Darnay sailed across the English Channel, headed toward a France filled with anger and chaos, Lucy's heart began to flutter with unease. She had known for some time that Darnay's return to his homeland was inevitable, but the fear she had long suppressed began to surface with a quiet, gnawing persistence. Though she trusted him, the world into which he was headed was not the same world he had once known. It was a place where everything was changing, where the old rules no longer applied, and where no one, no matter their station, was safe from the rising fury of the people. In the weeks that followed, Lucy's worry only deepened as the news from France grew darker. The streets of Paris were filled with revolutionaries, their cries of justice ringing through the air, demanding the overthrow of the aristocracy and the end of the old regime. The guillotine stood ready, its blade sharp and gleaming, a symbol of the people's wrath. The revolution had come, and with it, the sweeping promise of change. Change that would leave no one untouched. Charles Darnay, for all his good intentions, was now a man caught between two worlds. He had once rejected the privileges of his aristocratic family, but he had not been able to escape the weight of his bloodline. He was the nephew of the infamous Marquis Saint-Evremond, a man whose cruelty was legendary, a man who had crushed the lives of the common people without a second thought. Darnay had abandoned his name, his title, and his inheritance, but the people of France did not see the man he had become. They saw only the name that was still tied to the family's crimes. As Darnay arrived in Paris, the chaos around him seemed almost palpable. The streets were in constant upheaval, the cries of revolutionaries echoing off the stone buildings. He went to the home of an old servant, seeking to offer his assistance, but it wasn't long before the past caught up with him in the most unexpected way. The revolution, with its ferocious desire for justice, was not about to let the past remain buried. In a sudden and cruel twist of fate, Darnay was arrested on charges of being an enemy of the people. His family name had been enough to condemn him, and despite his efforts to distance himself from the horrors of his heritage, he was now trapped by a system that cared little for his intentions. The cries for justice rang louder, the mob's thirst for revenge growing ever more insatiable. Back in London, Lucy's fears became reality. She received word of Darnay's arrest, and her world, once filled with the soft comforts of everyday life, was suddenly shaken to its core. She knew that she had to act, to find a way to save the man she loved from the chaos that threatened to destroy him. But how could she save him when the very forces that were closing in on him were so much greater than her own strength? The storm of revolution had touched them both, and now Lucy was faced with the possibility of losing everything: her husband, her future, and the life she had so carefully built. She turned to her father, Dr. Manette, who had once been a prisoner in the Bastille, hoping that his influence and reputation would be enough to secure Darnay's release. But even Dr. Manette, who had once been a man of power and respect, found himself powerless in the face of the raging tide of revolution. In Paris, Darnay awaited his fate, locked in a dark, cold prison cell. His mind raced, wondering how it had all come to this. He had done nothing wrong. He had rejected the privileges of his family, fought against the injustices they had wrought. And yet, it seemed, none of that mattered now. The past had found him, and there was no escaping its grip. As the trial loomed, the tension in Paris reached a fever pitch. The revolutionaries were not concerned with the nuances of guilt or innocence. They wanted justice, and justice was being defined by the sharp, unrelenting edge of the guillotine. For Darnay, the walls of his past were closing in around him, and the storm of revolution seemed more powerful than ever. Back in London, Lucy clung to the hope that her husband would be freed, even as the storm clouds of uncertainty gathered above her head. But the future, it seemed, would not be kind to those who stood in the way of the revolution's rage. Charles Darnay's fate was now bound to a world of violence and vengeance, and the lives of Lucy, Dr. Manette, and even Sidney Carton would soon be forever changed by the rising storm of the revolution. Paris, once a city of grandeur and culture, was now a city of shadows and fear. The revolution had swept through the streets like a roaring tempest, leaving nothing untouched in its wake. And now, the storm had found Charles Darnay, whose quiet life in England was shattered by the unforgiving reach of his family's legacy. In the prison where Darnay languished, time seemed to stand still. The cold stone walls, the dim torchlight flickering from the sconces, and the heavy silence of his solitude were his only companions. He knew what awaited him, a trial, the outcome of which seemed inevitable. To be an aristocrat during such a time was to be guilty by association, no matter what one's actions might have been. His name, even though he had cast it aside, was enough to condemn him in the eyes of the revolutionaries. His fate was sealed by the bloodline he had sought to escape. Darnay's only solace was the thought of Lucy, his beloved wife, who would be left behind in London unaware of the terrible storm that had engulfed him. He thought of her often, her golden hair, her gentle touch, the way her laughter filled the rooms with warmth. The love they shared was pure, untouched by the violence of the world. But even love, it seemed, could not shield him from the cruel hand of fate. The day of the trial arrived, and the streets of Paris were teeming with people. The courthouse was a place of chaos, filled with shouts of anger and cries for justice. The revolution was in full force, and the people were demanding blood. The jury, handpicked by the fervent revolutionaries, would offer little hope for a fair trial. It was a moment when the lines between justice and vengeance had become blurred, and the guillotine's shadow loomed large over all who were accused. In the midst of this, Lucy, Dr. Manette, and their loyal servant Miss Pross had arrived in Paris, desperate to see Darnay and to plead for his release. Lucy's heart was heavy with fear, her face pale with worry as she stood at the courthouse, watching as her husband's fate was debated. Her father, Dr. Manette, though a man of great intellect and moral conviction, was as powerless as she was in the face of the tumultuous world they now inhabited. Dr. Manette, in his years of suffering and healing, had become a figure of authority and respect, and in this moment, he hoped that his standing would offer some protection for his son-in-law. Yet, even his influence seemed to hold little weight against the growing tide of bloodlust. Though he spoke eloquently and passionately in Darnay's defense, it was clear that the jury had already made its decision. Sidney Carton, the disheveled and self-deprecating barrister who had long harbored unspoken love for Lucy, was also present. Though Carton had once seemed an unlikely hero, his life defined by wasted potential and an overwhelming sense of despair, he now found himself in the midst of an unexpected struggle. Carton had always been a man of contradictions, brilliant yet apathetic, capable yet resigned to his fate. But as he sat in the courtroom, watching Lucy's anguish, something shifted inside him. For the first time in his life, he saw an opportunity for redemption. Sidney Carton had always believed he was incapable of great acts, convinced that his life had been a series of failures. But in that moment, as he looked at Lucy and saw the depth of her love for her husband, he made a silent vow, a vow that would alter the course of all their lives. Though he had no claim to her affection, Carton was determined to do something, to give something of himself that might save the man who was so loved by the woman he adored. The trial proceeded in the shadow of the revolution's fury. The witnesses called to the stand seemed more like a parade of vengeance than an attempt to uncover the truth. Darnay's family name was invoked again and again, each mention sealing his fate further. Despite his pleas, despite his denials of any wrongdoing, the atmosphere in the court was one of condemnation, not justice. Finally, the jury rendered its verdict. Charles Darnay was found guilty of being an enemy of the people, a traitor to the revolution. The sentence was immediate: death by guillotine. Lucy's heart broke as the words echoed through the courtroom. She collapsed, her face pale, her eyes wide with horror. Dr. Manette, his once calm and assured demeanor shattered, could do nothing but watch helplessly. The world had turned against them in the most brutal way possible. But in that moment of despair, it was Sidney Carton who stepped forward. With a calmness that belied the storm inside him, Carton approached the court officials. He had a plan, one that no one expected, one that would forever change the course of events. As Darnay was led away, Carton made a final, unspoken decision. He would take his place. It was an act of selflessness, a sacrifice that would carry with it the hope of redemption, even if only in the eyes of the woman he loved. Carton, who had lived a life of squandered opportunities, would give everything he had to save the man who was undeserving of such a fate. And so, as the guillotine's shadow loomed over the city, a new chapter was written. A chapter in which sacrifice and love would collide in the most unexpected of ways. In the darkened streets of Paris, the revolution's fury had claimed one life. But in a moment of quiet courage, it would lose another. The storm had come for Charles Darnay, but Sidney Carton would make sure that the storm could not claim the future of those he loved. The ultimate price would be paid, and in that payment, the lives of Lucy and her family would be forever changed. The streets of Paris, once filled with hope and excitement for the promise of revolution, had become an unrecognizable place of dread and fear. Every corner, every shadow, carried the weight of an unforgiving past and an uncertain future. The guillotine, that infamous symbol of justice for the people, stood tall in the square, waiting for its next victim. In the midst of this storm, a final, unexpected twist of fate was about to unfold. Sidney Carton, the disheveled and often despondent barrister, had made a decision that would forever change the course of the story. In the midst of the chaos of Darnay's trial, when all seemed lost, Carton had vowed silently to himself that he would make a sacrifice that would save the man Lucy loved, and ensure that she and her family could live without the shadow of fear hanging over them. Carton, whose life had been defined by his failures, now found meaning in an act of selflessness. The clock ticked away the hours, each minute drawing nearer to the inevitable moment of execution. Darnay, still unaware of the plans unfolding around him, sat in his prison cell awaiting the end. He could not know that someone had chosen to take his place in the most profound act of love and courage. His thoughts were consumed by Lucy, and his heart ached at the thought of leaving her behind, the woman who had filled his life with light. But he had no control over what was happening. All he could do was await the fate that had been thrust upon him. Meanwhile, in the darkened alleys and narrow streets of Paris, Carton was preparing for the ultimate act of sacrifice. His heart, once heavy with self-loathing and regret, now beat with a newfound resolve. He had come to terms with his own shortcomings and his feelings for Lucy. Though she would never love him in the way he wished, he would give her everything, even if it meant the end of his own life. Carton's plan was simple yet profound. He had bribed the prison guards, ensuring that he could gain access to Darnay's cell. The moment of the exchange was approaching, and Carton knew that time was against him. He had little to offer the world, but in this final act, he would prove that he was capable of greatness, even if only for a fleeting moment. In the shadow of the guillotine, Darnay was led out of his cell and into the cold, unforgiving streets. The crowds outside were frenzied with excitement, their hunger for justice or vengeance unquenchable. Darnay's eyes were locked on the distant horizon, his mind drifting to Lucy, to the love they had shared, to the life that now seemed lost to him. He would never again feel the warmth of her embrace, never again hear her voice calling his name. But as he was led toward the cart that would carry him to the guillotine, something unexpected happened. A figure appeared in the shadows, Sidney Carton. Carton, with his usual disheveled appearance and air of detachment, stepped forward and made his way through the crowd, walking toward Darnay with a quiet, determined stride. The two men locked eyes for a moment, and in that instant, Darnay felt a strange, unspoken connection between them. Carton, though a man of few words, seemed to radiate a sense of purpose. There was no time for explanations, no time for understanding. Carton reached Darnay's side, and in a quiet, calm voice, he made the most incredible request. Without warning, Carton had switched places with Darnay, taking the prisoner's place in the cart. Darnay, still reeling from the suddenness of it all, found himself pulled away, his identity and life momentarily forgotten as Carton took his place in the execution line. As Carton was led toward the guillotine, his face remained impassive, his expression one of calm acceptance. The crowds, oblivious to the swap that had just taken place, cheered for the end of an aristocrat's life, never knowing that the man they were about to execute was not the man they thought him to be. Carton, with his unflinching resolve, knew that he was not simply facing death. He was facing redemption. In his final moments, Carton's thoughts turned to Lucy. He thought of her bright eyes, her gentle smile, and the love she had shown him. Though she would never know the depth of his sacrifice, he found solace in the knowledge that his death would give her the happiness she deserved. It was a love that would outlive him, a love that would transcend the fleeting moments of his own existence. And so, as the blade of the guillotine fell, Sidney Carton's life was taken, but in his death something remarkable was born. He had given everything, his life, his hopes, his dreams, in the name of love, of redemption, and of the woman who had changed him without even knowing it. The storm that had raged through Paris now seemed to quiet, though the echoes of Carton's sacrifice would live on in the hearts of those who loved him. For Lucy, for Darnay, and for those who witnessed this final act, Carton's death would be a reminder of the power of selflessness and the unbreakable bond that can exist between a man's love for others and his desire for redemption. As the dust settled in Paris, the world had forever changed. Charles Darnay was free. Lucy's heart would one day heal, and the memory of Sidney Carton's sacrifice would endure for all time. The bustling sounds of revolution now seemed eerily quiet, as though the very city itself were holding its breath. The guillotine, which had claimed so many lives in the name of justice, stood in the center of the square, its blade no longer casting the same shadow of terror. The people who had gathered to witness the executions had slowly drifted away, their thirst for vengeance temporarily sated. The air felt still, as if the world itself were trying to comprehend the enormity of what had just transpired. Sidney Carton was gone. His life ended in an act of selflessness so profound that it defied explanation. For those who had loved him, or had come to understand him, his death would not be in vain. It would serve as a reminder of the power of redemption, of the human capacity to change, even in the face of the darkest moments. Lucy, unaware of the true nature of the sacrifice Carton had made for her and her family, was left to grapple with the tragic loss. The man she had once known as a disillusioned, unremarkable barrister was gone from her life forever, and yet she felt an inexplicable, bittersweet peace in her heart. There was something comforting, something eternal in knowing that someone had cared for her so deeply, even if she had never fully understood the depth of his affection. After Carton's death, Lucy and Charles Darnay, though reunited, could not escape the weight of the events that had transpired. The memory of that fateful day, the trial, the execution, the uncertainty, lingered with them both. Charles, who had narrowly escaped the guillotine, was a changed man. The specter of revolution still hung over him, reminding him that his survival had been a matter of luck rather than justice. He had been released, but the terror that had seized Paris was not easily forgotten. No one in France, it seemed, could ever be free of the past, and those who had escaped the clutches of the revolution could never entirely leave its grasp. As for Dr. Manette, who had spent so many years lost to his own mind, he was finally beginning to heal. The trauma of his imprisonment had left deep scars, ones that had only begun to fade when his daughter and son-in-law arrived in London. He was a man of intelligence and strength, but the horrors of his past had shaped him in ways that few could understand. Yet, in the aftermath of Carton's sacrifice, something within him shifted. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, a desire to honor the memory of the man who had given his life so that the Darnay family might live. In the weeks following Carton's death, Lucy and Charles returned to London. The city that had once seemed so distant now felt like a sanctuary, a place of peace in contrast to the chaos that had consumed Paris. The revolution, with its promises of liberty and equality, had come at a great cost, leaving scars on the hearts of all who had lived through it. But now, with time, the world began to shift once again. Lucy, though grieving, found solace in her love for Charles. Their life together, though marked by tragedy, was built on the strength of their bond. She could not erase the memory of the man who had saved her husband, but she could honor his sacrifice by living her life fully. Charles, too, found a quiet peace in the wake of his near-death experience. He knew that he owed his life to the courage of a man who had once been a stranger to him. Sidney Carton's legacy, though only understood by a few, would live on in the quiet moments of their lives. For Darnay, Carton's final act had been a testament to the power of love, sacrifice, and redemption. The two returned to their home in London, a place where, for the first time in years, they could begin anew. The past, though haunting them, was behind them, and the future was theirs to shape. They had been given a second chance, and they would not squander it. And yet, even as they found peace in their new life, Lucy could not forget the sacrifice that had been made for her. She often thought of Sidney Carton, of his quiet devotion, and of the man he had been. She would never know the full measure of his love for her, but in her heart she carried the knowledge that he had given everything, his life, his hopes, and his dreams, to ensure her happiness. As the years passed, Lucy and Charles built a life together, filled with moments of joy and peace. Their love for one another grew stronger, and their family expanded. But there were always moments, in the quiet of the evening or in the stillness of the morning, when Lucy would pause, and for a brief moment she would feel a presence beside her. It was as if, somehow, Sidney Carton's spirit still lingered, watching over them, reminding them of the love that had changed everything. In the end, the story of Charles Darnay, Lucy, Dr. Manette, and Sidney Carton was one not just of survival, but of transformation. It was a story of love, sacrifice, and redemption, themes that transcended time, reminding all who heard it of the power of the human heart to rise above its circumstances and change the course of its own fate. And so, the storm that had ravaged Paris had left behind a legacy, not of death and destruction, but of hope, love, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. Years passed, and the world that had once seemed so fraught with turmoil now appeared to be settling into something resembling peace. The revolution had faded into history, and the scars it left on Paris and its people were slowly healing. For Lucy and Charles Darnay, the nightmare of the past had become a distant memory, replaced by the quiet joys of family life and the comfort of knowing that they had been granted a second chance. In London, the couple had built a new life for themselves. They were blessed with children, their home filled with the sound of laughter and the warmth of love. Lucy's heart was full, her devotion to her husband unwavering, as they both worked to create a future that was free from the shadows of the revolution. The world around them had changed, but their love remained a constant, the foundation of their lives. Though they had moved on from the dark days in Paris, there was one person they could never forget: Sidney Carton. His sacrifice had been the defining moment of their lives, and it was a debt they would never be able to repay. Carton's name was spoken often in their household, not with sorrow or regret, but with reverence. For Lucy, his final act of selflessness was a source of inspiration, a reminder that love could transcend even the most unimaginable of sacrifices. Dr. Manette, too, had found his own peace. After the trauma of his years in the Bastille, he had reclaimed his life, though it was never fully free of the scars of his past. Still, he found joy in the simple things: his daughter's happiness, the laughter of his grandchildren, and the knowledge that the family he had once feared he had lost was now thriving. He had seen both the worst and best of humanity, and in his heart he carried the hope that even the darkest of times could lead to redemption. But it was in the quiet moments, in the stillness of the evening, that Lucy would sometimes pause, lost in thought. She would sit by the window, gazing out at the London streets, her mind drifting back to the man who had given everything for her happiness. Sidney Carton had never asked for anything in return. His love had been pure, unspoken, and unrequited. And yet, in his final moments, he had found a way to give the greatest gift of all: a life for a life. There were times when Lucy would feel as though Carton was still with them, as though his spirit lingered in the very air around them. She would imagine that, in some way, he had found the peace he had sought in life through his sacrifice. She often spoke of him to her children, telling them of the brave, selfless man who had given his life for their fathers. The story of Sidney Carton became a cherished part of their family's history, a tale of love, redemption, and the power of selfless sacrifice. For Charles Darnay, too, the memory of Carton's sacrifice never faded. He knew that he owed his life to a man who had nothing to gain, a man who had loved not only Lucy, but the very idea of redemption. Darnay's heart was heavy with gratitude, and though he could never fully repay Carton, he did his best to live a life that would honor the memory of the man who had given him the freedom to live. As the years went on, the story of the Revolution became a distant one, a chapter in history that the world could now reflect upon with a mixture of sorrow and understanding. But for those who had lived through it, the memories lingered, of the people they had lost, the sacrifices they had made, and the love that had endured even in the face of great tragedy. Lucy, Charles, and Dr. Manette had survived the storm, and in its wake, they had found a peace that had once seemed impossible. They had been tested by the cruelty of the world, and yet they had emerged stronger, more determined to live their lives with compassion and grace. They had learned that the greatest acts of love were often the ones that went unnoticed, the ones that required no recognition or reward. They had learned that redemption was not always about grand gestures, but about the quiet choices made in the face of adversity. And so, the legacy of Sidney Carton lived on, not in the grand monuments or in the whispers of history, but in the lives of those he had touched. His sacrifice had rippled through time, shaping the futures of Lucy, Charles, and Dr. Manette. It was a legacy built on love, on the belief that even in the darkest of times, there was always the possibility of redemption. In the end, Carton's life was a testament to the idea that the true measure of a person was not found in their failures or their successes, but in their capacity to love and to sacrifice for others. Though he had not lived long enough to see the fruits of his labor, his legacy would live on in the hearts of those he had saved. And in that, there was a kind of immortality, a kind that transcended time, place, and circumstance. As Lucy looked out the window, watching the world continue to turn, she knew one thing for certain. Sidney Carton's sacrifice had not been in vain. It had changed everything. It had changed them. And in that quiet, unspoken way, he would live forever. As we close the final chapter of A Tale of Two Cities, we are reminded of the profound power of sacrifice, love, and redemption. Sidney Carton's selfless act of courage will forever echo through the hearts of those whose lives he touched, leaving behind a legacy that transcends time and tragedy. Thank you for joining us on this journey through one of literature's most powerful tales. We hope that the story of Carton's sacrifice, the resilience of Lucy, and the transformation of the Darnay family has left you with reflections on the enduring strength of the human spirit. If you found solace and inspiration in these words, please don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with others who may enjoy the timeless power of classic literature. Until next time, may you find peace and hope in the stories that shape our world. Good night from Mr. Sleep Story. Tonight, we're taking a magical journey down the rabbit hole into the whimsical world of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. This timeless tale of curious characters, enchanting adventures, and riddles that spark the imagination. Alice was beginning to feel very tired of sitting by her sister on the riverbank, her thoughts wandering in the warm, golden haze of a lazy afternoon. A book without pictures or conversations had utterly failed to entertain her, and she was just pondering whether it was worth the trouble of picking daisies to weave into a chain when, oh, what a curious sight. A white rabbit with pink eyes trotted briskly by, muttering, oh dear, I shall be late." To Alice, this was peculiar enough. But when the rabbit pulled a pocket watch from its waistcoat, she jumped to her feet in astonishment. A rabbit with a waistcoat? A rabbit with a pocket watch. Burning with curiosity, she ran across the field after him, not even pausing to consider how unusual this all was. The rabbit darted into a rabbit hole beneath a hedge, and without a second thought, Alice followed. Down she tumbled, and down, and down, a long, dark well that seemed to have no end. She had time to notice shelves filled with jars, cupboards, and maps along the walls of her descent, even managing to pick up a jar labeled orange marmalade, though it was empty. Well, she thought, after such a fall as this, I shall think nothing of tumbling downstairs. Finally, she landed, softly, thank goodness, in a peculiar hallway lit by strange hanging lamps. Around her were many locked doors, and when she found a small glass table with a tiny golden key upon it, her hopes rose. Yet the key fit none of the doors, until she discovered a little door hidden behind a curtain. It led to the loveliest garden Alice had ever seen, with bright flowers, cool fountains, and green grass that seemed to shimmer with magic. Oh, how she longed to explore that garden, but she was far too big to fit through the tiny door. Disappointed, she returned to the table where a bottle labeled "Drink Me" had mysteriously appeared. It looked quite tempting, and since it wasn't marked poison, Alice decided to try it. To her delight, she began to shrink until she was just the right size to fit through the door. But, oh bother, she'd left the golden key on the table, and now she was too small to reach it. Tears of frustration welled up in her eyes until they spilled over, creating a pool so large it covered the floor like a miniature ocean. Just as Alice was trying to console herself, she noticed a small cake in a glass box with the words, "Eat Me," written on it. Well, I'll try this too, she thought. And in a blink, she began to grow, taller and taller, until her head nearly bumped the ceiling. She was now far too large to fit through the door, much less escape the hallway. And so began Alice's adventure, a curious blend of frustration, enchantment, and a gnawing sense that the world she had tumbled into was unlike anything she had ever known. As the hallway swirled around her with its strange proportions and peculiar objects, Alice could only wonder what more this curious journey would bring. As Alice stood towering over the tiny door, feeling rather forlorn, she glanced at the pool of tears she had cried when she was so much smaller. To her astonishment, the pool had grown into a sizable sea, and soon Alice found herself wading through the salty water. I wish I hadn't cried so much, she scolded herself, paddling about as the waves lapped against her enormous shoes. Amid her swimming, she noticed a curious creature paddling toward her. A mouse, sleek and whiskered, looking terribly offended by the splashing. "Oh, I beg your pardon," Alice said quickly. "Perhaps you know how to get out of here." The mouse twitched its nose and replied, rather gruffly, "Let us swim to shore, and perhaps I shall tell you." The two paddled along, joined soon by an odd assortment of creatures. A dodo bird with a grand air of authority, a duck quacking indignantly about the water's depth, and a cheerful lory and eaglet. Once they all reached dry land, the company stood shivering, dripping wet and quite unhappy about it. "I declare," said the dodo with a ruffle of its feathers, "that the best way to dry off is a caucus race." "A what?" Alice asked, perplexed. "Why, a race where everyone runs in a circle, of course," the dodo explained. With that, the group began running around in chaotic circles, paying no mind to the lack of rules or the absence of a starting line. Alice tried her best to join in, though she found the whole affair utterly nonsensical. After some time, the dodo stopped abruptly and declared, "Everyone has won, and all must have prizes." "But what prizes?" Alice inquired. "Why, whatever you have in your pocket," said the dodo. Alice rummaged through her dress and offered a thimble, which the dodo presented back to her with a flourish, declaring her the winner of her own prize. Alice giggled, charmed by the absurdity of it all. As the group settled down, the mouse cleared its throat and declared it would tell a very dry tale to help everyone stay warm. Its story of ancient conquests and laws was so dull that Alice could scarcely keep her eyes open, but she politely listened, nodding now and then. Soon after, the mouse grew offended by a stray remark Alice made about cats. Our cat, Dinah, is ever so good at catching mice, and swam away in a huff, muttering about how ill-mannered Alice was. The other animals, equally alarmed by Alice's fondness for cats, began to scatter. Left alone once more, Alice felt a pang of loneliness and wondered if she would ever make sense of this peculiar place. Yet, even as she sat pondering, her heart tingled with the thrill of what might come next. For in this strange and whimsical world, each moment seemed to bring something new, something curious, and something that surely no one had ever experienced before. And so, Alice stood and set off again, determined to find her way through Wonderland's delightful chaos. As Alice wandered through the strange and unpredictable world of Wonderland, her ears caught the familiar hurried patter of feet. It was the White Rabbit again, muttering to himself, "Oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it's getting." Without a moment's hesitation, Alice followed him, her curiosity pulling her forward like an invisible string. The rabbit darted into a tidy little house tucked beneath the shade of a giant mushroom. Over the door hung a polished brass plaque reading, "W. Rabbit." Alice was just about to knock when the rabbit popped his head out and, mistaking her for someone else, barked, "Mary Ann, run inside at once and fetch my gloves and fan." Mary Ann, thought Alice, bewildered but too intrigued to argue. I suppose I might as well help. She stepped inside the house, which was quite cozy but oddly proportioned, with furniture that seemed to tilt and lean in the oddest ways. Alice soon found a pair of gloves and a fan lying atop a small table, but as she glanced around, her eyes fell upon a curious little bottle. "I know better than to drink strange things," she said aloud, though her hand was already uncorking the bottle. "But then again, everything here is strange, so perhaps it won't matter." She took a sip, and before she knew it, her head was pressing against the ceiling, and her arms were sticking out of the windows like great tree branches. "Oh no, not again!" she cried. Outside, the White Rabbit was in a panic. Seeing Alice's enormous limbs poking out of his house, he called for help. "Pat! Bill! Fetch me a ladder. She's ruining my home." Pat, a stout little guinea pig, and Bill, a lanky lizard, arrived moments later with a ladder and a great deal of confusion. "What shall we do?" asked Bill nervously. "Try the chimney," commanded the rabbit. Poor Bill climbed up the roof, peering nervously down the chimney, just as Alice sneezed from the soot. The sneeze sent Bill tumbling head over tail through the air and into the garden below. Alice, meanwhile, managed to grab hold of a tiny cake sitting on a shelf just within reach. "Perhaps this will fix me," she hoped. Taking a bite, she began to shrink rapidly until she was smaller than a blade of grass. She dashed out of the house, much to the rabbit's relief, and ran into the garden, where towering flowers and leaves swayed above her like a forest canopy. Alice felt a mixture of triumph and frustration. "I've managed to escape," she thought, "but I'm no closer to understanding how to get back to my proper size, or home." As she wandered through the garden, her mind buzzed with questions. Who is Mary Ann? Why does everything I eat or drink change my size? And what on earth will happen next? And so, with the resilience of a curious heart, Alice pressed on, leaving behind the rabbit's house and stepping deeper into Wonderland's enchanting mysteries. Alice wandered through the lush, oversized garden, where flowers whispered to each other, and blades of grass towered like trees. She felt quite small, and rather uncertain about what to do next. Her steps took her to a clearing where a large blue mushroom stretched toward the sky. Perched atop it, as calm as a summer cloud, was a peculiar blue caterpillar smoking a hookah. For a moment, neither spoke. The caterpillar exhaled a long ribbon of smoke, forming spirals in the air, and then slowly turned its head to look at Alice. "Who are you?" it asked, its voice soft and deliberate. Alice opened her mouth, then hesitated. I hardly know, sir. I mean, I knew who I was this morning, but I've changed so many times since then." The caterpillar arched one eyebrow, or would have, if caterpillars had eyebrows. "What do you mean by that?" it asked. "Well, you see," Alice began, "I've been growing and shrinking, and I never seem to stay the same size for very long. It's all rather confusing." The caterpillar took another puff of its hookah, the smoke curling lazily around its head. "Keep your temper," it advised, as though this were the most helpful thing in the world. "I'm not trying to lose it," Alice replied, feeling her cheeks flush. The caterpillar ignored her frustration and continued. "One side will make you grow taller, and the other side will make you grow shorter." "One side of what?" Alice asked, thoroughly perplexed. "The mushroom," it said simply, before sliding off its perch and crawling away into the grass. Alice stared after it, then turned her attention to the mushroom. It was perfectly round, and she wasn't sure how to tell which side was which. Taking a deep breath, she broke off 2 pieces from opposite sides. "Here goes nothing," she said, nibbling a piece from her right hand. Immediately, she shot up like a telescope, her neck stretching so high that her head rose above the trees. Startled birds flapped around her, squawking indignantly. Below, she could see her body far, far away, wobbling precariously as she tried to balance. "This won't do at all," she exclaimed. She quickly nibbled the piece in her left hand and began shrinking. But she didn't stop shrinking. Down and down she went until she was smaller than a pebble. "Oh, bother," Alice sighed. She nibbled more carefully this time, alternating between the 2 pieces until she returned to a size that felt just right. "Well, that was quite an adventure," she muttered, brushing herself off. With the mushroom pieces safely tucked away in her pocket, Alice felt a little more prepared to face whatever Wonderland might throw at her next. As she stepped back onto the path, she wondered about the caterpillar's cryptic advice. It hadn't told her where to go or what to do, but she felt sure this strange encounter had been important. And so, with her head full of questions and her heart full of curiosity, Alice ventured onward, deeper into Wonderland's ever-curious world. As Alice made her way through the strange and winding paths of Wonderland, the trees around her grew denser, their branches curling like crooked fingers toward the sky. The air was filled with peculiar sounds, whistles, hums, and occasional bursts of laughter that seemed to come from nowhere. It was here, in this tangled forest, that Alice first encountered the Cheshire Cat. Perched high on a low-hanging bough, its grin appeared before its body, wide and mischievous. Slowly, the rest of the cat faded into view, its striped tail swishing lazily. "Goodness!" exclaimed Alice, stepping back. "I didn't know cats could appear like that." In Wonderland, my dear, purred the Cheshire Cat, you'll find that most things happen quite as they please. And where, pray, are you headed? I wish I knew, Alice said. I keep wandering, but I don't know where to go. The Cheshire Cat's grin widened even more. Then it doesn't much matter which way you go, it said. Alice frowned. But I want to get somewhere. Oh, you're sure to do that, said the cat, if you walk far enough. Its tail flicked thoughtfully. But if you're looking for adventure, you might visit the Hatter. Or perhaps the March Hare. They're both quite mad, you know. I don't want to meet mad people, Alice protested. Too late for that, said the cat with a laugh like a ripple of water. We're all mad here. I'm mad. You're mad. How do you know I'm mad? Alice asked, folding her arms. You must be, replied the cat, or you wouldn't have come here. And with that, it began to vanish, piece by piece, until only its grin remained, hanging in the air like a crescent moon. Well, that's the most curious cat I've ever met, Alice said to herself. She chose a path at random, hoping it might lead to some answers, or at least something interesting. Before long, she came upon a sunny clearing where a long table stretched under the shade of a giant tree. The table was covered in mismatched teacups, teapots, and plates of half-eaten cake. At one end sat the Mad Hatter, his top hat tilted at a jaunty angle, and at the other the March Hare, who was busily dunking a watch into a cup of tea. Between them dozed a dormouse, nestled in a teapot. No room, no room, they cried as Alice approached. There's plenty of room, Alice replied, plopping down in an empty chair. The Hatter squinted at her, as if deciding whether she belonged. Would you like some wine? He asked. Alice looked around the table. I don't see any wine. There isn't any, said the Hatter. Then it wasn't very polite of you to offer it, Alice said crossly. It wasn't very polite of you to sit down without being invited, the March Hare retorted. This was only the beginning of a series of nonsensical conversations. The Hatter asked riddles that had no answers, such as, why is a raven like a writing desk? Alice tried her best to reason with them, but found it quite impossible. The topic of time came up, and the Hatter explained that he had quarreled with time himself, which was why it was always 6 o'clock, tea time. Alice eventually grew tired of their endless chatter and decided she'd had enough. This is the silliest tea party I've ever been to, she declared, standing up. As she walked away, the sounds of the Hatter and March Hare's laughter faded behind her. She couldn't help but smile, though. Wonderland was strange and often maddening, but it was never boring. And so, she ventured onward, wondering what other peculiar encounters lay ahead. Alice wandered further along the path, her mind buzzing with the peculiarities of Wonderland. Soon, the trees gave way to an open garden of dazzling beauty. Roses as large as dinner plates bloomed in neat rows, their colors so vivid they seemed almost to glow. In the distance, she spotted a group of peculiar figures scurrying about. A closer look revealed they were living, playing cards. These card-like creatures were busy painting the white roses red, dripping scarlet paint over the pristine petals in frantic strokes. Alice, her curiosity piqued, stepped closer. What are you doing? She asked a card with the number 2 printed on its chest. We planted the wrong roses, 2 whispered anxiously, glancing over his shoulder. The queen likes red roses, not white. If she sees this, it'll be off with our heads. Off with your heads? Alice repeated, horrified. Shh, hissed another card, this one labeled 5. Here she comes. At that moment, a trumpet sounded, and the Queen of Hearts entered the garden in a grand procession. She was a formidable figure, clad in a dress adorned with hearts, her crown glittering atop her head. The King of Hearts, small and timid, followed behind her, along with a parade of card soldiers. The Queen's sharp eyes immediately fell on Alice. "Who is this?" she demanded. Alice curtsied, though her knees felt a little wobbly. "I'm Alice, Your Majesty." The Queen's gaze narrowed. "And what are you doing here?" "I was just admiring your lovely garden," Alice replied, hoping to sound respectful. Grunted the Queen. Her mood shifted abruptly, and she shouted, "Let's play croquet." The soldiers quickly assembled a croquet set, but in true Wonderland fashion, it was unlike any croquet Alice had ever seen. Flamingos served as mallets, their long necks bending and twisting unpredictably, and hedgehogs curled into balls, rolling along the grass as the players attempted to hit them through arches made of bent playing cards. It was chaos. The Queen swung her flamingo with reckless abandon, shouting, "Off with his head!" Every time something went wrong, which was often. The King, meanwhile, whispered timidly to Alice, "She never actually executes anyone, you know. It's all bluster." Despite this reassurance, Alice couldn't help but feel uneasy. The Queen's temper was as unpredictable as everything else in Wonderland. As the game devolved into utter pandemonium, Alice spotted a familiar grin materializing in the air above her. The Cheshire Cat had returned. "How do you like the Queen?" it asked, its eyes twinkling with mischief. "Not at all," Alice whispered. "She's dreadfully short-tempered." The Queen, noticing Alice's distraction, turned her fury on her. "What are you whispering about?" she bellowed. "Off with her head." "I don't think you can do that," Alice retorted, her courage bolstered by frustration. "You're nothing but a pack of cards." The Queen gasped, and for a moment, everything froze. Then, the card soldiers began to rise into the air, swirling like a whirlwind. Alice shielded her eyes as the world around her began to blur and shift. When she dared to look again, the garden was gone, and she was once more standing on an unfamiliar path. She sighed in relief and brushed herself off. That was quite the spectacle, she said to herself. And so, Alice continued her journey, wondering what peculiar adventure awaited her next in this mad, mad world. After escaping the Queen's chaotic croquet game, Alice found herself wandering along a path that twisted and turned in every direction, as though it couldn't decide where it wanted to lead. She trudged on, feeling a mixture of relief and curiosity. The air grew salty, and soon she arrived at the edge of the sea, where she encountered two odd figures sitting on the sand. One was a griffin, a majestic creature with the body of a lion and the wings and head of an eagle. It was lazily sprawled out, its talons drawing shapes in the sand. Beside it sat the mock turtle, a peculiar being that looked like a turtle with a mournful expression and the feet of a calf. "They told me to bring you here," said the griffin, its voice a mix of laziness and authority. "Who did?" Alice asked, her curiosity immediately piqued. "The Queen, of course," the griffin replied. "She said you must hear the mock turtle's story." Alice looked at the mock turtle, who sniffled dramatically and wiped a tear from its eye. "Why are you so sad?" she asked gently. "It's my natural state," the mock turtle replied, heaving a deep sigh. Shall I tell you my tale? Please do, Alice said, sitting down on a rock. The mock turtle cleared its throat, and with a voice that wavered between sorrow and pride, it began its story. Once I was a real turtle. I lived in the sea and attended the finest school, reputable and rigorous. It was called the School of Hard Shells. What did you study there? Alice asked, intrigued. Reeling and writhing, of course, said the mock turtle, and also ambition, distraction, uglification, and derision. Alice frowned. I've never heard of those subjects. Clearly, you've not had a proper education, the mock turtle said, shaking its head. We also took courses in laughing and grief, taught by the finest instructors. And do you know what our weekly dance lesson was called? Alice shook her head. The lobster quadrille, cried the mock turtle, perking up a little. At this, the griffin jumped to its feet. Shall we show her? It asked eagerly. Oh yes, said the mock turtle, its mournful demeanor briefly replaced by enthusiasm. The two creatures began an elaborate and highly ridiculous dance with leaps and spins that sent sand flying everywhere. The griffin sang a jaunty tune, and the mock turtle joined in. Will you, won't you, will you? Won't you, will you join the dance? Alice clapped along, thoroughly amused by the performance. When the dance was over, the mock turtle slumped back into its melancholic posture. Such happy times, it sighed wistfully. But now, here I sit, far from the sea, with nothing but my memories and the griffin for company. Your story is very interesting, Alice said kindly, though she wasn't entirely sure she understood it. Shall we go back now? The griffin asked, stretching its wings. The queen may be looking for you. Alice hesitated, but nodded. As they walked away, she glanced back at the mock turtle, who waved a flipper sadly. Goodbye, Alice called. Goodbye, it replied, its voice echoing softly over the waves. And so, Alice followed the griffin back toward the queen's court, her mind spinning with thoughts of curious lessons and dancing lobsters. Wonderland, she realized, had a way of making even the strangest encounters feel like something wonderful and unforgettable. The griffin led Alice back to the Queen of Hearts' court, where the scene was as chaotic as ever. The card soldiers were scrambling to stack themselves in perfect formations. The king was fretting over a misplaced crown, and the queen was bellowing, "Off with their heads," at anyone who dared cross her path. In the midst of this commotion, a trial was underway. A makeshift courtroom had been set up, and at its center stood a trembling knave of hearts, accused of stealing the queen's tarts. "Silence!" roared the queen as Alice and the griffin entered. "The trial begins now." Alice, her curiosity once again taking charge, made her way to the front of the crowd to watch. The king, acting as the judge, adjusted his crown and declared, "Call the first witness." The white rabbit, who appeared to be the court's herald, scurried forward. "The first witness is Alice," he squeaked. "Me?" Alice gasped. Before she could protest, she was ushered to the stand. The queen leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. "What do you know of this crime?" "Nothing at all," Alice replied firmly. "Nothing?" the queen repeated, her voice rising. "That's very suspicious." "Not at all," Alice retorted. "In fact, this whole trial is nonsensical." The queen's face turned red as a rose. "Nonsensical? Off with her." But Alice, who was growing quite tired of the queen's antics, stood tall. At that moment, she realized something peculiar. She was growing. With each passing second, she became larger and larger until she towered over the entire court. "Who's afraid of a pack of cards?" she declared boldly. The queen shrieked, and the card soldiers rushed toward Alice, their edges fluttering like the pages of an angry book. But Alice simply swatted them away. As the cards swirled around her, the world began to blur and dissolve. She felt a soft breeze on her face and opened her eyes to find herself lying beneath a tree, the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. The familiar sounds of the real world, the rustle of grass, the chirping of birds, welcomed her back. "Why, I've been dreaming," Alice exclaimed, sitting up. She glanced around and saw her sister nearby, reading a book. "You've been asleep for quite some time," her sister said, smiling. Alice stretched and gazed into the distance, her mind still full of Wonderland's wonders. The grinning Cheshire Cat, the eccentric Mad Hatter, the mournful Mock Turtle, and the blustery Queen of Hearts. "What a curious dream it was," she murmured. As her sister returned to her reading, Alice lay back down, her thoughts racing. She wondered if Wonderland was truly just a dream, or if perhaps it existed somewhere just beyond the edge of reality. A place where curiosity and imagination reigned supreme. And though she had returned to the ordinary world, Alice knew that the magic of Wonderland would stay with her forever. A reminder that life itself is often as mad, beautiful, and unpredictable as a journey through a rabbit hole. Thank you for joining us on this whimsical journey through Alice's adventures in Wonderland. From curious cats to mad tea parties, we hope you enjoyed every moment of Alice's enchanting journey. If you found yourself lost in the wonder of it all, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this story with your friends. And remember, no matter where life takes you, always stay curious, because in Wonderland, anything is possible. Sweet dreams, and until next time, this is Mr. Sleep Story, wishing you a night full of magical dreams and endless adventures. Tonight, I shall be reading a retelling of a classic from the Brothers Grimm, a magical and enchanting tale known as Little Briar Rose. Long ago, in a kingdom nestled amidst rolling emerald hills and ancient forests, there lived a kind and noble king and his radiant queen. Their castle, perched atop a gentle rise, stood as a beacon of prosperity and harmony. Yet, for all their wealth and wisdom, one sorrow shadowed their lives. They were childless. Every room in the grand palace seemed to echo with their longing, and every feast and celebration seemed incomplete without the laughter of a child. The queen, graceful as moonlight, often wandered into the gardens of the castle, her heart heavy with yearning. She would sit by a glistening fountain that sang a soft, rippling melody, her gaze fixed on the shimmering water, as if hoping it might grant her a wish. The king, ever devoted, sought counsel from far and wide, consulting wise sages and offering prayers to the heavens, but no child came to bless their union. One golden morning, when the first rays of the sun painted the world in hues of warmth and wonder, the queen strolled alone to a quiet glade near the castle grounds. This spot was her sanctuary, where the air was always fragrant with blooming wildflowers, and a crystal-clear brook babbled softly through the earth, as though whispering secrets of nature. She knelt by the brook and dipped her hands into the cool water, her heart murmuring its deepest wish, to hold a child of her own. As her wish floated silently into the morning air, a gentle splash disrupted the stillness of the brook. Startled, the queen looked up to see a glimmering emerald frog perched on a smooth stone. The creature's skin shimmered like a jewel in the sunlight, its golden eyes wise and kind. The queen felt no fear, only a sense of calm curiosity, as the frog gazed at her with a knowing expression. Then, in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves yet clear as a silver bell, the frog spoke. "Do not grieve, O noble queen," it said. "Your longing has reached the heavens, and your heart's wish shall be granted. Within a year, you shall hold a daughter in your arms, a child as beautiful as the dawn, as radiant as the stars." The queen gasped, her hands flying to her chest as joy and wonder overwhelmed her. Could it be true? Was this miraculous creature a messenger of fate, a herald of her deepest dream? She whispered her thanks, her voice trembling with emotion, but before she could utter another word, the frog leaped gracefully into the water, leaving only gentle ripples in its wake. It was as though the glade itself had hushed, holding its breath to preserve the sacred moment. The queen returned to the castle, her heart light as air, her face glowing with newfound hope. When she shared the magical encounter with the king, his joy was boundless. Together, they awaited the fulfillment of the frog's promise, their days now filled with preparation and anticipation. The halls of the castle were soon adorned with golden threads and fragrant garlands, and the kingdom buzzed with quiet excitement, as though nature itself rejoiced in the blessing yet to come. True to the frog's words, a year passed, and the queen gave birth to a daughter, a child so enchanting that even the sun, in all its splendor, seemed to pause in admiration when its light touched her. The princess's cheeks were like rose petals, her hair like threads of gold, and her eyes sparkled with the promise of joy and adventure. The king and queen named her Briar Rose, for she was as precious and delicate as the wild roses that blossomed near the brook where the queen's wish had been granted. The kingdom rejoiced, and from the highest tower of the castle to the humblest village home, the air was alive with celebration. The birth of Briar Rose was more than a blessing to her parents. It was a gift to the entire realm, a promise of hope, beauty, and enchantment that would echo through the ages. From the moment Briar Rose entered the world, it was as though the heavens had poured their blessings upon her. The newborn princess was a vision of delicate beauty, her cheeks soft and pink like the petals of a freshly blossomed rose. Her hair, a fine golden down, seemed to catch and hold the sunlight, glowing faintly even in the dim light of her cradle. Her tiny lips, perfectly shaped, held the softest of smiles, as if she already carried the dreams of the kingdom in her peaceful slumber. Her arrival filled the palace with a newfound joy, a radiant warmth that touched every heart. The king and queen, who had long prayed for this miracle, were captivated by their daughter. Each day they marveled at her perfection. The queen would cradle her in her arms, singing soft lullabies that seemed to blend with the gentle cooing of doves outside the windows, while the king would gaze at her with awe, his heart brimming with pride and love. Even as an infant, Briar Rose seemed to exude an ethereal grace. Her movements, though small and uncoordinated, had a delicate charm. When she stretched her tiny hands toward the sunlight streaming through the castle's tall windows, the servants whispered that the very light itself seemed to gather around her, illuminating her soft features. There was a quiet but unmistakable strength in her, as though she carried within her the promise of something extraordinary. As the days turned into weeks, her personality began to blossom. She was a serene child, rarely crying, as if she already understood the tranquility her presence brought to those around her. Her laugh, when it came, was like the chiming of tiny silver bells, a sound so pure and joyful that it would draw even the busiest servant away from their work to share in her delight. She gazed at the world with wide, curious eyes, their blue depths reflecting the wonder and innocence of her soul. Briar Rose had an unspoken connection to the natural world. The castle gardens, bursting with roses of every hue, seemed to flourish even more vibrantly in her presence. Birds often lingered on the windowsills of her nursery, their songs harmonizing with the gentle tunes her nursemaids hummed to lull her to sleep. When the queen carried her into the garden, butterflies would flit around her, drawn as though by an unseen magic. The kingdom itself seemed to thrive under her influence. Crops grew in abundance, the rivers sparkled clearer than ever, and the people's hearts swelled with hope for the future. Word of the princess's beauty and charm spread beyond the castle walls, and the villagers would gather in the hopes of catching a glimpse of her during her rare appearances. As the day of her christening approached, the palace buzzed with excitement. Courtiers prepared lavish decorations, weaving garlands of roses and golden threads to adorn the great hall. Messengers were dispatched to invite the wisest and noblest of the realm to celebrate the cherished child. The king and queen, though deeply devoted to their daughter, were mindful of the blessings yet to be bestowed upon her by the wise women, who would guide her destiny. The days leading up to the ceremony were filled with anticipation, as the entire kingdom prepared to honor the princess, whose presence had already begun to weave a story of beauty, grace, and promise. Yet, even amidst the joy, an undercurrent of unease lingered in the air, an inexplicable sense that the perfection of this moment could be as fragile as the petals of a rose. The kingdom glittered with celebration as the day of the princess's christening dawned. Bells rang from every tower, their joyful peals carrying the news of Briar Rose's naming ceremony far and wide. Nobles and villagers alike flocked to the grand hall, eager to bestow their blessings on the cherished child. Among the honored guests were 12 wise women, each renowned for their gifts of wisdom and magic. These women, dressed in flowing robes that shimmered like starlight, arrived bearing blessings for the princess. Their presence filled the hall with a sense of wonder, for it was said that their gifts could shape the destiny of any they chose to favor. One by one, the wise women approached the cradle where Briar Rose lay, swaddled in silken blankets and glowing with an otherworldly beauty. The first gifted her with beauty beyond compare, so radiant that even the flowers would envy her. The second bestowed a voice as melodious as the sweetest songbird. The third granted her grace in every step and gesture, while the fourth promised boundless wisdom. Each blessing wove a thread of magic into the princess's destiny, a tapestry of perfection that grew more dazzling with every gift. But as the 11th wise woman stepped forward to offer her blessing, a chill swept through the hall. The air seemed to darken, and the joyous murmurs of the crowd faded into uneasy silence. The grand doors of the hall, flung open in welcome, now slammed shut with an ominous force. All eyes turned to the entrance, where a figure draped in shadows stood. It was the 13th wise woman, her expression a mask of cold fury. Uninvited and overlooked, she had come not to celebrate but to claim her vengeance for the slight. Her robes were dark as midnight, and her eyes burned with an unnatural light. The king and queen exchanged panicked glances, their joy hurtling into dread. They had miscalculated, for though only 12 golden plates had been set at the table, they had underestimated the wrath of the uninvited. Striding into the hall with an air of terrible power, the 13th wise woman stopped before the cradle of Briar Rose. Her voice, sharp and unyielding, rang out like a thunderclap. "You dare slight me, the eldest of the wise women, the keeper of knowledge and fate. For your arrogance, I shall repay you in kind." She raised her hand, and the room seemed to shudder under the weight of her magic. This child, so perfect and blessed, shall meet her doom. On her 15th birthday, she shall prick her finger on the spindle of a spinning wheel and die. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. The queen collapsed into the king's arms, her face pale with horror, while the courtiers stood frozen, unable to intervene. The wise woman's curse hung in the air like a storm cloud, its dark promise chilling the hearts of all who heard it. Before the 13th wise woman could depart, the 12th stepped forward, her face serene yet resolute. "Sister," she began, her voice calm but firm, "your wrath is great, but your curse shall not be absolute. Though I cannot undo it, I shall soften its blow." She knelt before the cradle, her hands glowing with gentle light, and spoke her blessing. "The princess shall not die, but instead fall into a deep slumber, a sleep lasting 100 years. At the end of that time, a kiss of true love shall awaken her." Though the room remained steeped in fear, this promise of hope pierced the darkness like a single beam of sunlight through storm clouds. The 13th wise woman scowled, her eyes narrowing, but she said nothing more. With a swirl of her cloak, she vanished, leaving the castle to grapple with the shadow she had cast. The celebrations ended in somber silence. The king, desperate to protect his beloved daughter, issued a royal decree. Every spinning wheel in the kingdom was to be burned, every spindle destroyed. The royal guards scoured the land to ensure no trace of the cursed tool remained. But deep in their hearts, the king and queen knew that fate, once spoken, could not be easily undone. The curse of the 13th wise woman loomed over Briar Rose, a shadow that neither fire nor decree could banish. And so, the kingdom waited, torn between hope and fear, as the years slipped by, bringing the princess ever closer to her 15th birthday. The years passed like fleeting shadows, and Briar Rose grew into a young woman of unparalleled grace and beauty. The blessings of the wise women shone in her every movement, her every word, and her every glance. Her laughter was like the tinkling of silver bells, her step as light as a spring breeze, and her smile warmed the hearts of all who beheld her. She lived a sheltered life, loved and cherished by her parents, who did everything within their power to protect her from the dark fate foretold at her christening. Despite the king's decree, banning spinning wheels and destroying every spindle in the kingdom, a quiet unease lingered. Fate, it seemed, was a force not easily outwitted. As Briar Rose's 15th birthday approached, the palace grew quiet, its halls filled with whispers of apprehension. Yet the princess, innocent and untouched by fear, moved through her days with a light heart, unaware of the shadow that loomed over her. On the morning of her 15th birthday, the castle was bathed in golden sunlight, the gardens bursting with roses in full bloom. A grand feast had been prepared in her honor, and courtiers bustled about, decorating the halls with ribbons and garlands. Briar Rose, dressed in a gown of soft pink that shimmered like dawn, wandered the castle in search of a moment of quiet amidst the excitement. As she ascended a winding staircase she had never noticed before, curiosity sparked within her. The narrow stone steps spiraled upward, leading to a small, forgotten turret at the top of the castle. Dust motes danced in the sunlight that streamed through narrow windows, and the air smelled faintly of ancient wood and stone. It was a place untouched by time, hidden from the bustle of the palace below. At the top of the stairs, she discovered a small room she had never seen before. The door creaked open to reveal a curious sight. An old woman bent over a spinning wheel, her hands working the spindle with practiced ease. The woman's face was wrinkled but kind, her eyes twinkling as she looked up at the princess. "Good day, my child," the woman said, her voice warm and inviting. "Would you like to try spinning? It's an art as old as time itself." Briar Rose, enchanted by the strange machine and unaware of its danger, stepped closer. "What is this? I've never seen anything like it before." "It is a spindle, my dear," the woman replied. "Come, let me show you how it works." The princess reached out, her fingers brushing the spindle with innocent curiosity. The instant her skin touched the sharp point, a searing pain shot through her finger, and she drew back with a gasp. A single drop of crimson blood welled up, and as it fell to the floor, her vision blurred. The room seemed to spin around her, and her limbs grew heavy as though an unseen force was pulling her into a deep slumber. She collapsed onto a nearby bed, her eyes fluttering shut as the curse fulfilled its dark promise. At that very moment, the spell spread like an invisible wave throughout the castle. The servants in the kitchens paused mid-task and fell asleep where they stood. The courtiers in the grand hall slumped in their chairs, their laughter silenced. Even the king and queen, sitting side by side on their thrones, succumbed to the enchanted sleep, their faces serene despite the tragedy unfolding. The castle itself seemed to sigh, as if surrendering to the spell. Ivy began to creep up its walls, and a great forest of thorns sprang forth, encircling the palace in an impenetrable barrier. The once vibrant halls were soon shrouded in silence, their echoes stilled by the weight of the magic. Briar Rose lay in the turret, her face peaceful, her breath steady. She appeared not as one cursed, but as a vision of serene beauty, her golden hair fanned out like a halo on the pillow. The room grew still, save for the faint hum of the spinning wheel, which continued its work for a few moments more before falling silent. And so, the castle slept, its fate sealed by the spindle's prick. Time moved on beyond the thorny barrier, but within it stood still, holding its breath for the day when true love's kiss would awaken the princess and her enchanted kingdom. 100 years passed, and the world beyond the thorny barrier changed. Seasons turned, kings rose and fell, and stories of the enchanted castle faded into legend. But for those who lived near the forest of thorns, whispers persisted. A tale of a sleeping princess, cursed to slumber until the touch of true love awakened her. The forest itself became a place of mystery, its thick brambles said to be impenetrable and guarded by an ancient magic. Far away, in a kingdom filled with its own stories and struggles, there lived a young prince. He was brave and kind, a seeker of adventure, with a heart attuned to tales of wonder and courage. One day, as he rode through the countryside, he overheard a group of villagers speaking in hushed tones about the legend of the sleeping princess. The prince's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed them for details. "The castle lies beyond the forest," an old man said, his voice trembling with the weight of the tale. "It is said that no one who ventures into the thorns ever returns. But within, they say, a princess of unparalleled beauty sleeps, waiting for the one who can break the curse." The prince felt a stirring in his heart, a sense of destiny calling to him. He resolved to find the castle, not out of a desire for glory, but because the tale touched something deep within him, a belief in the power of love and the courage to face the impossible. With only his trusted horse and a heart full of determination, the prince set out toward the forest. When he reached the edge of the thicket, he marveled at its otherworldly nature. The thorns were unlike any he had ever seen, black and twisted, their tips glinting like iron in the sunlight. Yet, as he approached, the barrier seemed to sense his purpose. The thorns shifted and parted before him, creating a narrow path that invited him forward. The journey through the forest was treacherous. Shadows danced among the trees, and the air was thick with a strange, humming magic. But the prince pressed on, driven by the image of the sleeping princess etched in his mind. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he emerged into a clearing and beheld the castle. Time had left its mark on the grand structure. Ivy and moss clung to its walls, and its once bright banners hung in faded tatters. Yet there was a beauty to the place, an air of timeless enchantment that spoke of its hidden wonder. The prince dismounted and entered the silent halls, where he found the courtiers and servants frozen in slumber, their faces peaceful as if caught in a fleeting dream. Guided by an unshakable instinct, he climbed the winding stairs to the turret. There, bathed in a beam of golden light, lay the princess. Her beauty was breathtaking, her expression serene, as if she were merely resting and not under a century-old spell. The prince's heart swelled with awe and tenderness as he knelt beside her. Gently, he leaned forward and pressed a kiss to her lips. It was a kiss born of love, pure and unselfish, carrying with it the magic needed to break the curse. As his lips touched hers, a ripple of light swept through the room, like the first rays of dawn breaking over a darkened sky. The princess's eyes fluttered open, and for a moment she gazed at the prince with wonder. "Is it you?" she whispered, as if she had been dreaming of him all along. "Yes," the prince replied, his voice filled with warmth. "It is I, here to awaken you." The magic spread throughout the castle, and one by one the courtiers and servants stirred. The halls filled with gasps and laughter as life returned to the enchanted kingdom. Even the forest of thorns melted away, its dark barrier replaced by sunlight and blooming flowers. The king and queen awoke with tears of joy, embracing their daughter and welcoming the prince as their savior. The kingdom celebrated with a feast that lasted for days, rejoicing not only in the breaking of the curse, but in the love that had conquered it. The joy that spread through the castle after the awakening of Princess Briar Rose was unlike anything the kingdom had ever known. Courtiers and servants, newly risen from their century-long slumber, bustled with energy, their hearts filled with gratitude and wonder. The forest of thorns, now transformed into a vibrant and blooming meadow, seemed to echo the joy within the castle walls. Birds sang as if to celebrate the triumph of love, and the air was rich with the fragrance of fresh blossoms. The king and queen, overwhelmed with gratitude toward the prince who had broken the curse, welcomed him with open arms. "You have not only saved our daughter, but restored our kingdom to life," the king said, his voice thick with emotion. "You are truly a man of great courage and a noble heart." The prince, humbled by their words, turned to Briar Rose. From the moment she had opened her eyes and their gazes had met, he had known that their bond was unlike any other. She, too, felt it. A connection that transcended the years and the magic that had bound them. It was as if their hearts had been waiting for this moment, their destinies intertwined long before they had met. As days turned into weeks, the castle bustled with preparations for the grandest celebration the kingdom had ever seen. The prince and princess were to be married, and the event would mark not only the union of two hearts, but the renewal of hope and joy for all. Invitations were sent far and wide, summoning royalty, nobles, and common folk alike to witness the union that had been foretold in legend. The wedding day dawned with a golden sunrise, the sky painted in hues of pink and gold, as if nature itself rejoiced in the occasion. The castle was transformed into a vision of enchantment, adorned with garlands of roses in every shade imaginable. The great hall, where so many had fallen asleep under the curse, was now alive with laughter and music, its chandeliers sparkling like captured starlight. Briar Rose, radiant in a gown of shimmering gold threaded with rose motifs, walked down the aisle with a grace that took everyone's breath away. Her hair cascaded like sunlight over her shoulders, and her eyes shone with a happiness that seemed to light up the room. The prince stood at the altar, his gaze fixed solely on her, his heart pounding with a love so profound it seemed the world itself paused to witness it. The ceremony was presided over by the kingdom's wise elders, who spoke of the power of love to overcome even the darkest curses. Vows were exchanged, promises of devotion and partnership that resonated with every soul present. When the prince and princess were pronounced husband and wife, a cheer erupted, echoing through the castle and beyond. The festivities that followed were unparalleled. Feasting tables stretched as far as the eye could see, laden with delicacies both humble and exotic. Musicians played lively tunes, and dancers twirled beneath the stars. Lanterns floated into the night sky, each one carrying a wish for the newlyweds' happiness. As the evening deepened, the prince and princess stole away to a quiet balcony overlooking the transformed landscape. Hand in hand, they gazed at the kingdom that now thrived once more, its fields lush and its people jubilant. "Do you think it was fate that brought us together?" Briar Rose asked, her voice soft as the night breeze. "I believe it was love," the prince replied, his voice steady and warm. "A love that waited patiently through time and trials, stronger than curses and thorns." Together, they watched as the moon rose high, its silver light bathing the world in serenity. Their journey had been one of challenge and triumph, but now they stood on the threshold of a new life, one they would share, guided by the love that had awakened them both. And so, the prince and princess ruled their kingdom with wisdom and compassion, their love a beacon of hope and harmony. They built a life together filled with laughter, adventure, and the simple joys of shared companionship. The years passed, but their love remained as fresh and bright as the day they first met. They lived happily ever after, their story told and retold across generations, a timeless reminder that even in the face of darkness, love has the power to prevail, awaken, and transform. Thank you for joining us on this magical journey through the timeless tale of Little Briar Rose, a story of beauty, courage, and the enduring power of love. We hope this enchanting retelling brought you peace and comfort, helping you unwind and drift closer to a restful sleep. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to Mr. Sleep Story for more soothing tales to ease your nights. Tap the notification bell so you never miss a new chapter in our collection of bedtime stories. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with wonder, and may sleep bring you the serenity you deserve. Good night. Tonight, let us journey into the shadowy world of a literary masterpiece, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. This retelling is carefully crafted to retain its Gothic charm while easing your mind into a restful state. Our story begins in the shadows of the Swiss Alps, where the wind whispered secrets through the valleys and the mountains loomed like ancient sentinels. A child named Victor Frankenstein was born into a world of privilege and wonder. His childhood was a tapestry of contrasts, filled with the warmth of familial love, yet tinged with an insatiable hunger for the unknown. Victor's father, Alphonse, was a man of wisdom and stability, while his mother, Caroline, radiated kindness and compassion. Their home in Geneva was a haven, filled with books and the laughter of children. Yet, even amidst this happiness, there was a quiet yearning in Victor's soul, a restlessness that set him apart. As a boy, Victor was captivated by the mysteries of the natural world. He would spend hours wandering through the family's gardens, marveling at the intricate patterns of leaves and the endless hum of life hidden within. It was during one such moment that fate intervened and brought Elizabeth into his life. She was a golden-haired orphan adopted by his parents, a girl whose presence seemed to bring light to even the gloomiest days. Victor regarded her as more than a sister. She was a kindred spirit, a treasure he vowed to cherish and protect. But beneath his tender devotion lay a storm brewing. One fateful day, Victor stumbled upon an ancient tome by the alchemist Cornelius Agrippa. Its pages spoke of forbidden knowledge, of secrets that could unlock the very fabric of life itself. Though his father dismissed the book as outdated nonsense, Victor's fascination only deepened. He devoured the works of Agrippa, Paracelsus, and Albertus Magnus, their ideas igniting a fire in his mind. He began to dream of creation and mastery over the natural world. To Victor, the laws of science were not boundaries, but challenges, veils waiting to be lifted. His curiosity became an obsession, and his youthful innocence gave way to a more profound desire to understand the spark of life. As Victor grew, tragedy struck. His mother, the gentle light of his childhood, fell ill with scarlet fever. Though her passing was swift, its impact on Victor was profound. Before she drew her final breath, she made a plea that Elizabeth would one day become his wife. Victor, shattered by grief, promised to honor her wishes, yet something in him shifted. Her death was a cruel reminder of life's fragility, a mystery he vowed to unravel. When the time came for Victor to leave his home, he was filled with both anticipation and dread. The University of Ingolstadt awaited, a place where the boundaries of knowledge would be pushed and the seeds of his obsession would find fertile ground. His father, proud yet concerned, encouraged him to seek balance in his pursuits, but Victor was already too far gone. His heart burned with a singular purpose, to conquer the mysteries of creation and death. And so, Victor departed Geneva, leaving behind the innocence of his youth. As he crossed the threshold into adulthood, he carried with him the weight of his mother's loss, the burden of his insatiable curiosity, and a shadow that would soon grow darker than he could imagine. When Victor Frankenstein arrived at the University of Ingolstadt, the world seemed vast and brimming with potential. The towering buildings and bustling halls promised the secrets of science and discovery. Yet the shadow within Victor's heart grew darker with each passing day. He immersed himself in his studies, devouring knowledge like a man starved. His mind, already shaped by the fantastical musings of alchemists, now wrestled with the rigorous logic of modern science. It was here that Victor encountered two men who would forever alter his path. M. Krempe, a stern and dismissive professor of natural philosophy, and M. Waldman, a gentle yet inspiring mentor who saw the spark of brilliance in Victor's obsession. M. Waldman's lectures on chemistry and the power of the natural world ignited something fierce within Victor. Here was a man who understood the promise of science, who spoke not just of its laws, but of its possibilities. Under Waldman's guidance, Victor felt his ambitions solidify. The dream of understanding life itself was no longer a childish fancy. It became an achievable goal, tantalizingly close. As the seasons changed, Victor's studies consumed him. The world beyond the university faded into a distant memory. Letters from his beloved family, Elizabeth, his father, and his friend Henry Clerval, went unanswered, their loving words unable to pierce the fog of his obsession. The nights grew longer as Victor spent countless hours in solitude, poring over anatomical texts, dissecting cadavers, and experimenting with the elements of life itself. It was during these lonely nights that the true descent began. In the flickering light of his laboratory, surrounded by the tools of his trade, Victor pushed the boundaries of science into the forbidden. He collected bones from charnel houses, gathered organs from the newly dead, and stitched them together with meticulous precision. The once bright halls of academia seemed to close in around him, their grandeur replaced by the oppressive weight of his grim work. Though his body grew frail from lack of rest, his mind was aflame. Victor spoke to no one of his experiments, guarding his secret with a paranoia that bordered on madness. His dreams became nightmares, haunted by grotesque visions of his creation and the life he sought to bestow. Yet he could not stop. The goal was too close, the allure of playing God too powerful to resist. On a stormy night, with lightning cracking the sky, Victor reached the pinnacle of his ambition. He harnessed the primal force of electricity, directing its power into the lifeless form he had assembled. As the room filled with the stench of decay and ozone, Victor's heart thundered in his chest. And then it happened. A spark, a twitch, a sudden convulsion. The lifeless body stirred, its eyes opening to reveal a glassy, unnatural stare. Victor had done it. He had created life. But as he gazed upon his work, a wave of horror and revulsion swept over him. The creature was monstrous, its form grotesque and unnatural despite his careful design. What he had hoped would be a triumph of beauty and power now stood before him as a dreadful abomination. Overwhelmed by the enormity of what he had done, Victor fled from the room, leaving his creation to awaken alone. The once brilliant scholar who had sought to unravel the mysteries of life now found himself consumed by the darkness he had unleashed. The night Victor Frankenstein brought his creation to life, a chill colder than the winds of the Alps settled into his soul. Fleeing the laboratory, he staggered through the dark streets of Ingolstadt, the weight of his actions pressing heavily on his chest. His thoughts were a whirlwind of regret, terror, and disbelief. The very hands that had given life now trembled in fear of what they had unleashed. Victor sought refuge in his lodgings, hoping that sleep would erase the nightmare of the creature's grotesque visage from his mind. But sleep eluded him. Every shadow seemed alive, every creak in the floorboards a step closer to doom. When at last he drifted into a restless slumber, it was filled with visions of Elizabeth, her warm smile turning to a ghastly leer, her form decaying before his eyes. He woke drenched in sweat, the echoes of his own screams reverberating in his ears. Morning came, bringing no solace. Driven by a dreadful compulsion, Victor returned to the laboratory. He dreaded what he might find, yet the room was empty. The creature, his creature, had vanished. Relief washed over him, mingled with an insidious fear. Where had it gone? What would it do? For days, Victor wandered the city, his mind fractured and his body weakened by sleepless nights and gnawing dread. He avoided his professors and classmates, retreating into a solitary world of guilt and paranoia. The memory of the creature's yellow, watery eyes and patchwork form haunted him like a specter. He began to feel as though the monster's shadow followed him at every turn. It was in this state of despair that Victor encountered his childhood friend, Henry Clerval, who had arrived in Ingolstadt to pursue his own studies. Henry's presence was like a balm to Victor's tormented soul. With his kind eyes and unshakable optimism, Henry coaxed Victor out of his darkness, encouraging him to reconnect with the world he had so thoroughly abandoned. Under Henry's care, Victor's health began to improve. The nightmares receded, and the oppressive weight of his secret seemed to lighten, though it never fully left him. Victor convinced himself that the creature had fled far away, perhaps lost in the wilderness, never to be seen again. For a time, he allowed himself to hope that he could escape the consequences of his ambition. But fate, as it often does, had other plans. Several months later, a letter arrived from Victor's father. Its words pierced his fragile sense of peace. His younger brother, William, was dead, strangled by some unknown assailant in the woods near their family estate. The tragedy plunged Victor into a renewed state of anguish. He resolved to return to Geneva at once, eager to console his grieving family and escape the city that had borne witness to his terrible deeds. As he approached the Swiss Alps, the familiar landscape brought both comfort and unease. In the brooding skies above and the towering peaks shrouded in mist, Victor felt the presence of his past lurking just beyond sight. And, as he wandered the path toward home, a storm gathered on the horizon, mirroring the turmoil in his heart. In a flash of lightning, Victor saw it, a figure of immense stature, moving with unnatural speed across the rocky terrain. The creature, his creation. It was not lost, not gone, but here, in the heart of his homeland, weaving itself into the fabric of his life once more. The storm raged on, and Victor stood frozen, his soul gripped by a chilling certainty. The horrors he had unleashed were far from over. Victor Frankenstein's return to Geneva was steeped in sorrow. The death of his youngest brother, William, had cast a pall over his family. Elizabeth was consumed with guilt. believing that her carelessness in allowing William to carry a prized locket had made him a target. Victor's father, once a man of quiet strength, now seemed weathered and broken. But Victor bore a greater burden. The figure he had seen during the stormy approach to Geneva haunted his thoughts. He knew the truth, that William's death was no accident, no random crime. The creature, his own creation, was the hand that had snatched the boy's life. Victor's heart twisted with guilt and horror, but he dared not share his suspicions. Who would believe him? Who could comprehend the dark secret he carried? As if this tragedy were not enough, fate dealt another cruel blow. Justine Moritz, a kind-hearted servant of the Frankenstein family, was accused of William's murder. The locket, found in her possession, a cherished trinket that Elizabeth had once gifted William, was enough to seal her fate. Justine proclaimed her innocence, but the evidence against her was damning. She was arrested, tried, and sentenced to death. Victor, racked with guilt, knew the creature had planted the locket to frame her. But fear and shame silenced him. How could he confess that he had unleashed a monster upon the world? How could he admit that the horror now befalling his family was his own doing? He watched in anguish as Justine was condemned, unable to summon the courage to speak the truth. On the night before her execution, Victor and Elizabeth visited Justine in her cell. The young woman, serene despite her fate, forgave them both and professed her innocence once more. Elizabeth wept bitterly, clinging to Justine as though her love alone might save her. Victor, however, could barely meet her gaze. The weight of his guilt was too great. When morning came, Justine was hanged, and Victor's torment deepened. His once idyllic family was now fractured by grief, and he bore the full weight of responsibility. He sought solace in solitude, retreating to the mountains in search of peace. But the rugged beauty of the Alps offered no comfort. Instead, the jagged peaks seemed to mirror the chaos within his soul. It was during one of these solitary wanderings, high in the remote wilderness, that Victor encountered the creature once more. It approached him, no longer the silent shadow he had feared, but a being of startling intellect and eloquence. Its voice, deep and resonant, was filled with a mixture of rage and sorrow. It accused Victor of abandoning it, of casting it into a world that rejected it at every turn. The creature recounted its lonely existence, how it had awakened in confusion and pain, only to be met with fear and hatred by every human it encountered. It spoke of longing for companionship, for acceptance, and of its growing bitterness as these hopes were continually dashed. Victor listened, torn between revulsion and pity, as the creature revealed the depth of its suffering. Finally, the creature made a demand. It wanted Victor to create a companion for it, another being, like itself, to share its solitude and misery. In return, it promised to retreat into the wilds, never to trouble humanity again. Victor recoiled at the idea, but the creature's words carried a chilling truth. If denied, it vowed to unleash its wrath upon him and his loved ones, ensuring that his life would be as wretched as its own. Victor, shaken and desperate, agreed to the creature's demand, though his heart was filled with dread. He knew he was stepping further into the darkness he had created, but the promise of peace, however fleeting, was too tempting to ignore. He returned to Geneva carrying a heavy promise, a vow to create a companion for the being he had so recklessly brought to life. Yet the thought of repeating his dark experiment filled him with dread. Every glance at his grieving family, Every letter from Elizabeth pleading for him to find peace deepened his torment. How could he craft another monster, knowing the suffering his first creation had already wrought? As the months passed, Victor sought excuses to delay. He buried himself in the quiet of his father's estate, attempting to find solace in the company of his loved ones. But the creature's shadow loomed large, a silent threat over his every moment of reprieve. It watched him from afar, an unspoken reminder of the promise he had made. Eventually, Victor could delay no longer. He told his family he needed to travel abroad to restore his health and further his studies. His father, anxious for his son's well-being, reluctantly agreed, and Elizabeth, though pained by his departure, trusted his assurances that he would return soon. Victor journeyed to the remote Orkney Islands, a desolate cluster of rocky isles battered by fierce winds and cold seas. Here, he set up a small, crude workshop far from prying eyes. The barren landscape reflected his inner turmoil, and the isolation amplified the weight of his task. By day, he gathered materials and prepared his experiments. By night, he wrestled with his conscience. Victor Frankenstein fled the Orkney Islands with the remnants of his shattered resolve weighing heavily upon him. The creature's haunting promise, "I will be with you on your wedding night," echoed endlessly in his mind. He longed to escape the darkness that seemed to follow him, but there was no refuge from the consequences of his actions. The shadow of his creation stretched across every horizon. After leaving the islands, Victor sailed to the mainland, seeking anonymity in the chaos of distant towns and crowded ports. His body was frail, his mind fractured, yet the sense of dread kept him moving. He refused to tell his family of the horrors he faced, shielding them from the monstrous truth. Letters from Elizabeth arrived often, filled with love and concern, pleading for his return and urging him to reclaim the joy that had once defined his life. Each word was a dagger to his heart, for Victor knew that danger loomed closer with every passing day. It was during one of his restless travels that fate turned against him again. In a small village along his route, Victor was suddenly arrested. He learned that a man's lifeless body had been found washed ashore, a victim of strangulation. The villagers, finding Victor near the scene, accused him of murder. Though he protested his innocence, his haggard appearance and evasive demeanor made him an easy target for suspicion. To his horror, Victor discovered that the victim was Henry Clerval, his dearest friend. Henry, who had always been a beacon of kindness and optimism, had fallen prey to the creature's wrath. The sight of Henry's lifeless body broke something in Victor, and he collapsed into a feverish delirium. For weeks, he remained imprisoned, consumed by grief and guilt. In his fevered dreams, the creature's ghastly form appeared, mocking him, reminding him that this was but the beginning of its vengeance. Eventually, Victor's father arrived to secure his release, convinced of his son's innocence. The reunion was bittersweet. Alphonse Frankenstein's joy at seeing Victor alive was tempered by the realization that his son was a shadow of the man he had once been. Victor, though freed, carried with him the unbearable burden of Henry's death and the chilling certainty that the creature's promise would soon come to fruition. Upon returning to Geneva, Victor attempted to find solace in the arms of his family. Elizabeth, ever devoted, worked tirelessly to restore his spirits. Despite his mounting fears, Victor allowed himself to be drawn into preparations for their long-delayed wedding. Yet every step toward the ceremony felt like a march toward doom. The creature's ominous vow rang in his ears, and though he warned Elizabeth of vague dangers, he could not bring himself to reveal the full truth. The wedding day arrived, a bittersweet occasion cloaked in foreboding. Victor and Elizabeth exchanged vows under the bright sunlight, their families rejoicing around them. For a fleeting moment, Victor dared to hope that the creature's threat was empty. But as night fell and the couple retreated to a secluded villa, his dread returned with full force. The villa, nestled by the tranquil waters of Lake Geneva, seemed a peaceful refuge. Victor, however, was on edge, prowling through the shadows, prepared to confront the creature. He armed himself and stationed himself near the door, waiting for the monster to strike. But he had misjudged his adversary. The creature, cunning and cruel, sought not Victor, but his heart. From the bedroom came a scream, a sound so piercing and desperate that it froze Victor's blood. He rushed into the room to find Elizabeth lifeless on the bed, her body limp, her once radiant face now a mask of terror. The creature had fulfilled its promise, exacting its vengeance in the most devastating way possible. Victor fell to his knees, his world shattered beyond repair. Outside, the wind carried the faint sound of mocking laughter as the creature disappeared into the night. Victor swore vengeance, vowing to pursue the monster to the ends of the earth if necessary. But in his heart, he knew that no act of retribution could ever mend the ruin his ambition had caused. The process of creating life once more was both a physical and emotional torment. The lifeless form taking shape on his table was a grotesque mockery of his earlier ambitions. Each stitch and every careful adjustment reminded him of the consequences of his first act of hubris. But, as the creature had promised, its silent presence was never far, its watchful eyes a constant pressure. One night, as Victor worked by the dim light of a lantern, he paused to consider the future. What if this new being, like its predecessor, became a source of suffering? What if the two creatures united became a force of unimaginable destruction? The weight of these fears grew unbearable. In a moment of desperation, Victor seized the lifeless form and tore it apart, scattering the pieces in a frenzy of guilt and defiance. The creature appeared almost instantly, its massive form filling the doorway of the workshop. Its face, once filled with hope, now twisted with fury. "You have destroyed my only chance for happiness," it bellowed, its voice a thunderous echo in the small space. Victor, trembling, met its gaze and spoke defiantly. "I will not repeat my mistake. I will not unleash another abomination upon this world." The creature's rage was like a storm, its voice shaking the very walls of the workshop. It cursed Victor, vowing vengeance. "I will be with you on your wedding night," it hissed before disappearing into the darkness. Victor was left alone, the winds howling outside as his heart pounded with dread. The creature's words were a dire warning, a promise of suffering yet to come. Exhausted and broken, Victor fled the Orkneys, seeking to escape the horrors he had unleashed. But there would be no escape. The shadow of his creation followed him wherever he went, and the storm of vengeance it had promised was already brewing. The death of Elizabeth marked the final collapse of Victor Frankenstein's soul. Her lifeless form haunted his every step, her absence a void too vast for words. The creature had stolen everything from him, his brother, his friend, his beloved. And now it taunted him, daring him to act. Grief, guilt, and rage burned within Victor as he stood over Elizabeth's grave. his heart hardened with a single purpose: to destroy the monster he had created. Victor turned his back on Geneva, unable to face his family's sorrow and his own crushing remorse. With little more than a pistol, a few provisions, and a map of Europe, he set out on a desperate chase. His mind, once brilliant and analytical, now seemed consumed by vengeance. He followed rumors of a towering, unnatural figure moving through villages, leaving terror and devastation in its wake. The journey was long and grueling. Victor's pursuit took him through desolate landscapes, across mountains and frozen plains, and into the biting cold of the north. The creature, cunning and relentless, seemed always a step ahead, leaving signs of its presence: footprints in the snow, scraps of discarded clothing, or the occasional mocking message etched into the bark of a tree. "Follow me, Victor," one such message read, "to the ends of the earth, if you dare." The words both infuriated and propelled him. Victor knew this was a game to the creature, a twisted contest of endurance and will. Yet he pressed on, his body growing weaker with each mile. Sleep became a fleeting luxury, food an afterthought. The cold clawed at his skin, the weight of his exhaustion pressing on him like an iron shroud. But the fire of his resolve burned ever brighter. As the chase drew him further north, the world around him transformed into an alien landscape. Endless fields of ice stretched to the horizon, shimmering under a pale, unyielding sun. The air was sharp and brittle, each breath a struggle. It was here, in this frozen wilderness, that Victor finally caught sight of the creature again, a dark silhouette against the blinding white. Victor pursued the figure across the ice, his strength failing but his determination unwavering. The creature, for all its cruelty, seemed equally worn. Its once powerful stride had slowed, and its form seemed shrunken, almost skeletal. But even in its weakened state, it moved with purpose, drawing Victor deeper into the Arctic's icy heart. Finally, as a storm began to gather on the horizon, Victor collapsed on the ice. His body could go no further. The creature, as if sensing its creator's defeat, turned back. It stood over Victor, its face inscrutable, a grotesque blend of anger and sorrow. "Why do you persist?" it asked, its voice deep and resonant, carrying across the desolation. "You sought to play God, Victor, and yet you could not bear the responsibility of your creation. Now, you chase me, hoping to undo what cannot be undone. Do you not see that we are bound together by your ambition and my suffering?" Victor, trembling with cold and fury, could only curse the creature. "You are a demon," he spat. "You have brought nothing but misery to this world, and I will see you destroyed, even if it costs me my life." The creature laughed, a hollow, bitter sound. "Then follow me, Victor, to your end and mine. This is your punishment, and it is mine. We are locked in this dance until the ice claims us both." Before Victor could reply, the storm overtook them. Blinding snow and howling winds swallowed the creature's figure as it disappeared into the white. Victor, barely alive, was later found by the crew of an Arctic-bound ship led by Robert Walton, who took him aboard. As the ship drifted through the frozen expanse, Victor recounted his tragic tale to Walton. His voice was weak, his body ravaged by his pursuit, but his resolve remained. Even as death loomed, he urged Walton to continue the chase if he could, to destroy the monster before it could wreak more havoc. But the ice had other plans. As Victor's life ebbed away, the ship became trapped, unable to press further into the Arctic wilderness. Walton and his crew faced a choice: continue risking their lives or return home. Before the decision could be made, Victor succumbed to his exhaustion, dying with the creature's name on his lips. That night, as Walton mourned his fallen passenger, the creature appeared aboard the ship, standing over Victor's lifeless body. Its face was a mask of anguish. "He was my creator," it said, its voice breaking. "I am bound to him, and now that he is gone, I am truly alone." The creature spoke of its suffering, of the despair that had driven its every action. It admitted its crimes, but claimed it had only sought what all beings desire: companionship and understanding. With Victor dead, its purpose was gone. "I shall die as he died," it said, "but my death will bring no peace." With that, the creature disappeared into the Arctic night, vowing to end its existence. Walton watched its shadow vanish, leaving only the desolation of the ice and the haunting echoes of Victor Frankenstein's tragedy. Sleep now, dear listener, and let the cold, somber winds of the Arctic carry you into dreams of ambition, regret, and the delicate balance between creation and destruction. Thank you for joining me tonight on Mr. Sleep's Story. I hope this retelling of Frankenstein has brought you comfort and a sense of calm as you drift into a peaceful sleep. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to subscribe for more soothing tales to relax your mind and help you unwind. Your next favorite bedtime story is just a click away. Until next time, may your dreams be sweet and your nights be restful. Good night. Tonight, let yourself drift into a world of myth and wonder as we recount the enchanting story of Perseus and Medusa. Immerse yourself in the bravery of Perseus, the intrigue of ancient Greece, and the legendary encounter that has fascinated generations. Long ago, in the ancient kingdom of Argos, there ruled a mighty king named Acrisius. Though his lands were fertile and his people prosperous, Acrisius's heart was shadowed by a singular fear. He had no son to inherit his throne. Instead, he had been blessed with a daughter, the fair and gentle Danae, whose beauty was said to rival the dawn. But to the king, her charm could not erase his unease. One fateful day, seeking guidance and solace, Acrisius journeyed to the oracle of Delphi. With trembling voice, he asked the seer if he would ever sire a son. The oracle, her gaze unyielding as the heavens, uttered a prophecy that froze the blood in his veins. "You shall have no son, but through your daughter a grandson shall rise, a child destined to bring your death." The words haunted Acrisius, echoing in his mind as he returned to Argos. He feared the prophecy, and more so, he feared the unborn grandson who might one day end his reign. Yet Danae was his daughter, his blood. What could he do to prevent the gods' decree? Driven by desperation, Acrisius constructed a towering bronze chamber beneath the earth, a prison gilded with the pretense of luxury. There, he confined Danae, hiding her from the eyes of men and the will of the gods. He believed this act would thwart the prophecy, ensuring no suitor would ever find her. No child would ever be born. But the gods are not so easily deceived. From the skies, Zeus, king of the gods, beheld Danae's sorrowful beauty and was moved by her plight. One night, he descended to her in the form of a golden rain, cascading through the cracks of her prison and filling the chamber with a divine glow. From this union, a child was conceived, a boy named Perseus, whose birth would change the course of fate. When Acrisius learned of the child, his fury was as swift as a storm. Though he feared the wrath of the gods, he feared the prophecy more. He could not bring himself to spill the blood of his own kin, yet neither could he allow the boy to live. In his cunning, he devised another plan. Danae and her infant son were placed inside a wooden chest, the planks sturdy but not strong enough to resist the ocean's pull. The chest was carried to the edge of the sea, where waves lapped hungrily against the shore. Acrisius stood there, his heart heavy yet resolute, and with a final push, he cast them into the waters. The chest floated upon the vast, restless sea, cradled by the waves like a lullaby. Inside, Danae held her son close, whispering prayers to the gods and soft words of comfort to the infant Perseus, who slept peacefully in her arms. Though the journey was fraught with uncertainty, the divine touch of Zeus protected them from harm. Far away from the grand palaces and gilded halls of Argos, the sea stretched wide and endless, its waves a soft, murmuring song. Beneath the vast canopy of stars, a wooden chest bobbed upon the waters. Inside, Danae cradled her son Perseus, her whispers soothing the infant as the sea cradled them both. Though her heart bore the weight of uncertainty, Danae clung to hope, a hope born of her love for her child and the gods' unseen watchful eyes. The chest drifted for days, carried by currents as relentless as fate itself. The sun rose and fell, gilding the waters with gold by day and silver by night. Danae prayed to Zeus, her divine protector, and to Poseidon, the master of the seas, beseeching them to guide her and her son to safety. The gods, it seemed, had heard her pleas. One calm morning, the chest washed ashore on the island of Seriphos. The waves, gentle as a mother's touch, nudged the chest onto the sand, where it came to rest beneath the shade of a rocky cliff. There, the island's tranquility enveloped Danae and Perseus, a promise of respite after their harrowing journey. It was Dictys, a humble fisherman and brother to Seriphos' king, who discovered them. Rising early to cast his nets, Dictys often walked the shoreline, scanning the waves for signs of a bountiful catch. But on this day, instead of fish, his sharp eyes fell upon the peculiar chest lying half buried in the sand. Intrigued, he approached and gently pried the lid open. What he found within stirred his kind and compassionate heart. Danae, her face pale from exhaustion but radiant with relief, looked up at him, clutching the infant Perseus to her chest. Dictys saw the fear in her eyes, the marks of hardship etched into her features, and the fragile life she held so protectively. Without hesitation, he extended a hand to help her rise. "Fear not," Dictys said, his voice as steady and warm as the island breeze. "You are safe here." He led Danae and Perseus to his modest home, nestled near the shoreline where the sea whispered to the rocks. His wife welcomed them with open arms, offering food, warmth, and the comfort of shelter. Dictys asked no questions of their origins, for he could see that they had endured much. Instead, he gave them what they needed most: kindness. In the days that followed, Danae and Perseus began to heal. The island of Seriphos, with its gentle hills and azure waters, became their sanctuary. Dictys, who had no children of his own, grew fond of the lively baby Perseus, often rocking him to sleep with the rhythmic stories of the sea. Danae, too, found solace in the simple, honest life of the fisherman and his family, though she kept her tale of exile and prophecy to herself. As the years passed, Perseus grew into a spirited boy, full of curiosity and strength. Dictys taught him the ways of the sea, how to cast a net, read the winds, and navigate the tides. The boy listened with wide eyes, soaking up every lesson like the sun on the waters. Though Danae never spoke of Argos, she often watched her son, and saw in him the makings of a great destiny. The bond between Danae, Perseus, and Dictys deepened, as though fate had knit them into a new kind of family. For a time, the shadow of King Acrisius and the prophecy seemed a distant memory, as if the gods had granted them a reprieve. Yet, in the hearts of those touched by prophecy, there lingers the quiet knowledge that destiny is never truly outrun. Still, for now, the island of Seriphos offered peace, and in its embrace, Perseus's story began to unfold, a tale that would one day echo across the ages. But on this tranquil shore, it began simply with a fisherman's compassion, a mother's love, and a child destined for greatness. Years passed on the serene island of Seriphos, where Perseus grew into a strong and noble young man, his heart shaped by his mother's love and Dictys' quiet wisdom. Though far from the courts of kings and heroes, Perseus possessed a natural charisma and bravery that hinted at the destiny awaiting him. Yet, within the shadows of the island's peace, a new storm began to brew. Polydectes, king of Seriphos and brother to Dictys, was a man of ambition and cunning. Though he ruled the island with authority, his desires often veered toward selfishness. Upon hearing of Danae's beauty, Polydectes was smitten and sought her hand in marriage. But Danae, ever devoted to her son and still wary of the world's dangers, rejected his advances. Her refusal stung the king's pride, and his fondness for Perseus turned into envy and disdain. Polydectes devised a plan to rid himself of Perseus, who had grown into a formidable protector of his mother. Knowing the young man's sense of honor and courage, the king decided to ensnare him with a challenge he could not refuse. The opportunity arose when Polydectes announced a grand feast in honor of his forthcoming marriage. Not to Danae, but to another woman, as a ruse. The king invited all the noble men of Seriphos, including Perseus, to the celebration. As custom dictated, each guest was expected to bring a gift for the king's bride. Polydectes, feigning benevolence, declared his preference for horses, knowing well that Perseus, being poor in material wealth, had none to offer. When the day arrived and the gifts were presented, Polydectes turned to Perseus, his voice dripping with mock sympathy. "Brave Perseus," he said, "it is no fault of yours that you cannot match the splendor of these gifts. Yet, your courage and pride must surely inspire you to bring me something far greater than a horse. Perhaps a feat that will prove your worth." The room fell silent as the young man, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger, stood to address the king. "Name your desire, my lord," Perseus replied, his voice steady, "and I shall fulfill it, no matter how impossible it may seem." Polydectes smiled, the trap set. "If you truly wish to honor me," he said, his eyes gleaming, "then bring me the head of Medusa, the Gorgon whose gaze turns men to stone." A gasp rippled through the hall. Medusa, the most fearsome of the Gorgon sisters, was said to dwell in a desolate land far beyond the known world. Her hair was a writhing mass of venomous serpents, and her eyes could petrify any who dared to meet them. It was a task no man had ever returned from, and Polydectes knew it. Perseus, though young and untested, felt the weight of the king's challenge. To refuse would mean dishonor. To accept meant certain death. Yet his pride and determination outweighed his fear. Straightening his shoulders, he met Polydectes' gaze and declared, I accept your challenge. I will bring you the head of Medusa." Danae, upon hearing of the king's scheme, was stricken with dread. She pleaded with Perseus to reconsider, to see through Polydectes' malice, but her son, resolute and eager to prove his worth, could not be swayed. In his heart, he believed the gods would guide him, as they had always seemed to do. Little did Perseus know, his journey was already blessed by forces beyond mortal understanding. The gods of Olympus, watching from their celestial heights, had taken an interest in the brave young man. And so, Perseus embarked on a perilous quest, not merely to fulfill a promise, but to confront a destiny that had been waiting for him since the day he was cast into the sea. As he left Seriphos, the echoes of Polydectes' laughter lingered in the air. But so too did the whispers of the gods, who would soon set the wheels of fate in motion. For Perseus's journey to Medusa would be no ordinary adventure. It would be a tale of divine aid, mortal courage. Perseus left unshaken, with determination in his heart, but no clear plan of how to face the monstrous Medusa. The task before him was daunting beyond measure, for Medusa's gaze alone could turn even the bravest warrior to stone. Yet, as he ventured into the unknown, the gods who had watched over him since birth began to intervene. For Perseus's quest was no mere mortal endeavor. It was a journey touched by the will of Olympus. On the first leg of his journey, Perseus found himself wandering through a barren plain, unsure of where to turn. It was there that he encountered Hermes, the messenger of the gods, whose swift feet bore him lightly over the earth. Clad in a winged cap and sandals, Hermes greeted Perseus with a knowing smile. "Brave, Perseus," Hermes said, "your courage is known even among the gods. To defeat Medusa, you will need more than bravery. You will need tools and guidance. Take this sword, crafted by Hephaestus himself. Its blade is unbreakable, sharp enough to cut through even the scales of a gorgon." With a flourish, he handed Perseus a gleaming sword, its edge glinting like sunlight on water. Before Perseus could express his gratitude, the air shimmered with light, and Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, appeared before him. Her gaze was stern, but filled with a quiet strength. "You will also need a shield," she said, presenting him with a polished bronze aegis. "This shield will not only protect you, but serve as your eyes. Use its reflective surface to face Medusa without meeting her gaze directly. Let your mind guide your hand, for strategy is as vital as strength." Armed with these divine gifts, Perseus continued his journey, but Hermes and Athena did not leave his side. They guided him to a secretive place where the nymphs of the west, daughters of the evening, dwelled. These nymphs, keepers of treasures gifted by the gods, awaited his arrival. When Perseus reached their hidden grove, the nymphs welcomed him with laughter like the chiming of bells. "We have been waiting for you, son of Zeus," they said, presenting him with 3 more gifts. The first was the Helm of Darkness, a gift from Hades, which granted invisibility to its wearer. "This will allow you to approach Medusa unseen," they explained. The second gift was a pair of winged sandals, which would allow Perseus to soar above the ground, moving swiftly and avoiding danger. The third was a magic satchel, large enough to safely contain Medusa's head and prevent her deadly gaze from harming others. Finally, Zeus, Lord of the Heavens and Perseus's father, sent a final blessing in the form of a crackling bolt of lightning that illuminated the sky. Though he did not appear in person, Perseus felt his father's presence and heard his voice in the rumble of the storm. "Go forth, my son," Zeus's voice echoed. "You have the tools, the strength, and the favor of the gods. Claim your destiny. With the gifts of the gods secured, and their guidance imprinted in his mind, Perseus felt a newfound confidence. Yet the path ahead remained perilous. Medusa's lair lay in a desolate land, surrounded by the petrified remains of those who had failed before him. But Perseus was no ordinary mortal. He was armed with divine favor, mortal cunning, and a heart that burned with resolve. As he soared across the skies on his winged sandals, the words of Athena rang in his ears. Victory is not assured by strength alone, but by the wisdom to wield it. Perseus knew that the tools he carried were more than weapons. They were symbols of trust and faith from the gods who believed in him. And so, with their aid, he ventured onward, ready to face the monstrous Medusa and prove himself worthy. Guided by the gods and equipped with their gifts, his winged sandals carrying him swiftly over lands unknown to mortal men. Below him stretched vast deserts, jagged mountains, and desolate plains, all untouched by civilization. As he flew, the air grew colder and the skies darker, for he was nearing the edge of the world, where the sun's light barely reached, a place where shadows reigned and few dared to tread. Hermes flew alongside him, pointing the way with his caduceus, while Athena's voice echoed in his mind, reminding him of his strategy and the danger that lay ahead. "Remember, Perseus," she had warned, "Medusa is not alone. Her sisters Stheno and Euryale are immortal and will defend her fiercely. But it is Medusa, the mortal Gorgon, who holds the key to your victory." As he approached the lair of the Gorgons, the land became more foreboding. The ground was littered with statues, warriors, beasts, and even entire caravans turned to stone. Their faces, frozen in expressions of terror, bore silent testimony to the deadly power of Medusa's gaze. Perseus averted his eyes, using the mirrored surface of Athena's polished shield to navigate the eerie terrain. Finally, he reached the entrance to the Gorgon's cave, a dark and jagged maw that seemed to exhale a chill wind. The air was thick with the stench of death, and the faint sound of hissing echoed from within. Perseus paused, steadying his breath and calming his racing heart. He adjusted the helm of darkness upon his head, rendering himself invisible, and tightened his grip on the divine sword gifted by Hermes. The cave was dimly lit by the faint glow of phosphorescent moss that clung to the walls, casting an otherworldly light over the interior. Moving silently, Perseus ventured deeper, his steps guided by the shield's reflection. The statues here were more numerous, their forms twisted and tangled as if caught in the throes of their final moments. Perseus knew he must not falter, for one wrong step or careless glance could spell his doom. In the heart of the shadowy cavern, where silence was broken only by the faint hiss of unseen serpents, Perseus stood before his greatest trial. The Gorgon Medusa, the terror of the ancient world, lay mere paces away. Her monstrous form was shrouded in the dim light, her serpentine hair coiled and still as she slept. Though her eyes were closed, Perseus knew the deadly power they held, a gaze that could turn even the mightiest warrior into lifeless stone. Perseus tightened his grip on the gifts bestowed upon him by the gods. In his right hand, the sword of Hephaestus glinted faintly, its edge sharper than the winds atop Mount Olympus. In his left, Athena's polished bronze shield reflected the cave's dim glow, its mirrored surface his only safe means of facing the deadly Gorgon. Upon his brow sat the helm of darkness, concealing him from mortal and immortal eyes alike. Each step forward was deliberate and soundless, his movements guided by the shield's reflection. Through its polished surface, he could see Medusa's form without meeting her gaze directly. Her hair of writhing serpents shimmered faintly, even in sleep, as though attuned to her very breath. Perseus knew he had no room for error. Any sound, any hesitation, could awaken her and seal his fate. As he approached, he noticed the statues scattered around the cave, warriors frozen in their final moments of life. Their poses were twisted with terror, their weapons raised in futile defense. The sight steeled his resolve. These men had failed, but their sacrifices would not be in vain. Perseus would succeed, for he carried the favor of the gods and the unyielding determination of a hero. Finally, he reached the spot where Medusa lay. Her monstrous features, reflected in the shield, were as terrifying as the tales had described. Her fanged mouth parted slightly in sleep, her claws resting lightly on the ground. Yet there was a strange stillness about her, a fleeting echo of the mortal woman she had once been before the god's curse transformed her into a creature of nightmares. Perseus knelt, positioning the sword above her neck. His breath came slow and steady, his heart a drumbeat in the cavernous silence. In his mind, he heard Athena's voice once more. "Do not let fear rule your hand. Strike true, and the gods will guide your blade." Summoning every ounce of his courage, Perseus raised the sword high. In one swift, fluid motion, he brought it down, its divine edge slicing through scales and flesh with precision. The blow was clean, the strike true. Medusa's head, with its venomous crown of serpents, was severed from her body in an instant. For a heartbeat, all was still. Then, from the lifeless body of Medusa, a strange light emerged, and two beings sprang forth. Chrysaor, a warrior with a golden blade, and Pegasus, the winged horse of legend. These were the children of Poseidon, birthed from Medusa's blood and death. They rose into the air, their forms glowing briefly before disappearing into the vastness of the world beyond. Perseus acted quickly, retrieving the magic satchel gifted by the nymphs. He placed Medusa's severed head inside, careful to avoid her still lethal gaze. As he secured the bag, the ground beneath him began to tremble, and an unearthly wail filled the air. Medusa's sisters, Stheno and Euryale, had awakened, their cries of fury reverberating through the cave like a storm. Perseus turned, his winged sandals carrying him swiftly toward the entrance. The Gorgons, blinded by rage and grief, pursued him, their claws tearing at the air where he had stood moments before. But the helm of darkness rendered him invisible, and their efforts were in vain. Bursting out into the open sky, Perseus soared upward, the satchel secured at his side. Behind him, the cries of Stheno and Euryale faded into the distance, their wrath unable to follow him beyond their desolate domain. With Medusa's head secured in the enchanted satchel, Perseus soared across the skies, the winged sandals carrying him swiftly back toward Seriphos. He felt a newfound confidence surging through him, tempered by the weight of his mission. The Gorgon's head was a trophy of his courage and the god's favor, but it also bore a deadly power, one he knew could bring justice if wielded wisely. As the shores of Seriphos came into view, Perseus's thoughts turned to his mother, Danae. During his long journey, he had often worried for her safety under the watchful eye of King Polydectes. The tyrant's unwanted advances and cunning nature had forced Perseus into this perilous quest. Now, however, he returned not as the young man who had left, but as a hero armed with a weapon of unparalleled power. When Perseus arrived in the palace, the court was in session. Polydectes, seated on his ornate throne, presided over a gathering of nobles and warriors. His expression darkened when he saw Perseus enter, alive and unharmed. He had not expected the young man to return, let alone succeed in the impossible task of slaying Medusa. The room fell silent as Perseus strode forward, his demeanor calm but commanding. He carried himself with the confidence of a hero touched by the divine, and even the king's most loyal subjects seemed uneasy in his presence. "Polydectes," Perseus began, his voice steady and resolute, "I have fulfilled the task you set before me. Behold the head of Medusa, the Gorgon whose gaze turns men to stone." Polydectes scoffed, feigning disbelief. "Lies," he sneered. "You expect us to believe you have slain the unkillable? Show me proof of this feat, if you truly dare." The king's mocking tone was met with murmurs of doubt from the court. Perseus, unflinching, stepped forward and reached for the satchel. As he spoke, his words carried the weight of destiny. "You sought to test my courage and worth, Polydectes. Now, let the truth be revealed." With that, Perseus withdrew Medusa's severed head from the satchel, careful to avert his own gaze. The room erupted into chaos as the Gorgon's terrible visage was unveiled. Her lifeless eyes still held their petrifying power, and anyone who met her gaze was instantly transformed into stone. The courtiers and soldiers turned away in terror, shielding their eyes or fleeing in panic. Polydectes, however, was too stunned by his own disbelief to react. His face froze in an expression of shock as the curse overtook him. Within moments, the king of Seriphos was no more. A lifelike statue now stood in his place, an eternal reminder of his arrogance and cruelty. As the dust settled, the people of Seriphos emerged from their hiding places. Dictys, Perseus's adoptive father figure, stepped forward, his face filled with a mix of awe and gratitude. The people quickly hailed Perseus as their savior, and Dictys was unanimously chosen as the new ruler of the island, a just and kind king to replace the tyrant Polydectes. Perseus, satisfied that his mother and the people of Seriphos were now safe, prepared to continue his journey. He returned Medusa's head to Athena, who enshrined it on her shield, the Aegis, as a symbol of her wisdom and power. The gods, pleased with Perseus's bravery and humility, bestowed their blessings upon him as he made his way back to Argos. When he finally reunited with his mother, Danae, their embrace was one of profound relief and joy. Perseus's trials had proven not only his strength and courage, but also the enduring bond of love that tied mother and son together. Thus, Perseus's journey came full circle. The boy, cast into the sea with his mother, had become a hero whose deeds would echo through the ages. His tale, marked by divine intervention, mortal courage, and the triumph of justice, became one of the greatest legends of ancient Greece. A story of a young man who defied the odds to fulfill his destiny and protect those he loved. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the enchanting story of Perseus and Medusa. We hope this myth transported you to a realm of adventure and wonder, while helping you unwind and prepare for a peaceful night's sleep. If you enjoyed tonight's tale, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you never miss a story. Here at Mr. Sleep Story, there's always another soothing tale waiting to help you drift into sweet dreams. Until next time, rest well, dream deeply, and remember, every story has the power to bring you closer to tranquility. Good night. let the magic of Beauty and the Beast transport you to an enchanted realm, a place where love breaks curses, beauty lies within, and dreams come alive. Once upon a time, in a majestic castle surrounded by thick woods, there lived a young prince named Alaric. He was renowned for his beauty, wealth, and charm, but beneath the glittering surface lay a heart hardened by vanity and pride. Alaric delighted in grand feasts and lavish celebrations, but cared little for those who suffered beyond his palace gates. One stormy night, as lightning cracked across the sky, there came a knock at the castle door. When Alaric opened it, he found an old woman cloaked in tattered robes, shivering from the cold. In her hand, she held a single red rose. "Kind prince," she said, her voice frail, "grant me shelter from the storm, and I will give you this rose as a token of my gratitude." The prince frowned in disdain, for her appearance offended his sensibilities. "A rose," he scoffed. "What could I possibly do with such a trinket? Leave at once, old crone, before you sully my halls with your filth." The woman lifted her head, her tired eyes gleaming with something otherworldly. "Do not be deceived by appearances," she warned. "True beauty is found within." Still, the prince laughed, slamming the door in her face. In an instant, a fierce wind swept through the castle, flinging the door wide open. The old woman stepped inside, her form shimmering and shifting until she stood revealed as a radiant enchantress. "Because of your arrogance and cruelty," she said, her voice echoing with power, "I place a curse upon you. You shall take the form of a beast, reflecting the ugliness of your heart. Only when you learn to love another and earn their love in return will this curse be lifted. Until then, you shall remain as you are, hidden from the world." Alaric tried to plead for mercy, but it was too late. With a wave of her hand, the enchantress began the transformation. Pain surged through his body as his elegant features twisted and morphed. His hands became monstrous claws, his feet grew into sharp talons, and thick fur spread across his skin. His reflection in the mirror revealed a terrifying beast, unrecognizable from the proud prince he had once been. The enchantress turned to leave, but paused to place the enchanted rose beneath a glass dome. "This rose will mark the passing of time," she said. "If its last petal falls before you break the curse, you will remain a beast forever." With that, she vanished, leaving the prince alone in his now haunted castle. His servants, too, had been caught in the spell, transformed into enchanted objects bound to share his fate. The once vibrant halls fell into shadow, and the castle became hidden from the outside world, cloaked in perpetual winter. For the first time in his life, the prince felt the weight of regret. His beauty, once his greatest pride, was gone, and with it, the shallow admiration he had relied upon. He roamed the darkened halls, his heart heavy with the knowledge that his own cruelty had brought this upon himself. Years passed, and the prince grew more beastly, his hope fading with each petal that fell from the enchanted rose. He began to believe that no one could ever love him, a creature so monstrous and broken. Yet, deep within, a flicker of yearning remained, a desperate hope that one day he might find redemption and the chance to be whole again. Far away from the hidden castle of the beast, there lived a humble merchant with 3 daughters. The youngest, Belle, was unlike her sisters. While they delighted in finery and luxury, Belle found joy in books, nature, and the simple things life had to offer. Her father, though not wealthy, worked tirelessly to provide for his daughters, and he loved Belle most of all for her gentle spirit and kind heart. One year, tragedy struck. A series of misfortunes befell the merchant, leaving him destitute. A storm sank his ships, carrying away his cargo of rare goods, and a fire destroyed the warehouse where he stored his remaining wares. His once thriving business crumbled, and soon he and his daughters were forced to leave their comfortable home for a small cottage on the edge of the woods. Though the older daughters lamented the loss of their riches, Belle accepted their new life with grace, doing her best to brighten her family's spirits. "Do not despair, Father," she would say. "We have each other, and that is enough." Months passed, and just when the merchant believed all was lost, he received news that one of his lost ships had miraculously survived. Overjoyed, he prepared to journey to the distant port to reclaim his goods. Before leaving, he asked his daughters what gifts they would like him to bring back. The elder daughters eagerly requested fine dresses and jewels, but Belle asked for nothing. "Please, Belle," her father insisted. "Surely there is something you desire." She smiled and said, "If it would not trouble you, Father, I would like a single rose." With his daughter's wishes in mind, the merchant set off. His journey was long and arduous, and when he arrived at the port, his hopes were dashed. His surviving cargo was heavily taxed, leaving him with little profit. Dejected, he began the journey home, his heart heavy with disappointment. As he traveled, a fierce storm descended upon him. Rain lashed at his face, and the howling wind made it impossible to see the road ahead. Exhausted and lost, he wandered through the dense forest, searching for shelter. Just when he thought he could go no further, he saw a faint light glowing in the distance. The light led him to an enormous castle, its grandeur almost otherworldly. The gates creaked open as if by magic, and the merchant hesitantly stepped inside. To his amazement, the castle seemed abandoned, yet a warm fire burned in the hearth, and a feast was laid out on a grand dining table. Grateful but bewildered, the merchant called out, "Is anyone here? I mean no harm." When no answer came, he cautiously ate and rested, marveling at the mysterious hospitality. The next morning, as he prepared to leave, he noticed a magnificent garden outside the castle. The merchant stood in the beast's magnificent garden, marveling at the beauty around him. Despite the foreboding air of the castle, the garden was a paradise of vibrant flowers, their fragrances mingling in the crisp morning breeze. The roses, in particular, caught his eye. Each bloom was a masterpiece, its petals velvety and flawless. As he wandered through the rows of blossoms, his thoughts drifted to Belle, his kind and selfless daughter. She asked for so little, he murmured to himself, his heart heavy with both love and guilt. Among all the treasures he had once been able to give, Belle's only request had been a simple rose. Here it was, growing abundantly in a place where everything seemed surreal. He reached out and gently plucked the most beautiful rose, its stem still glistening with dew. But no sooner had he tucked the rose into his coat than the ground seemed to tremble beneath him. A low, menacing growl shattered the stillness of the garden. The merchant spun around, and his blood ran cold. From the shadows emerged the beast, his massive form radiating fury, his eyes glowing like embers fixed on the trembling merchant. "How dare you steal from me?" the beast roared, his voice reverberating through the air. "After I offered you food and shelter, this is how you repay me?" The merchant fell to his knees, clutching the rose as though it could shield him. "Forgive me," he cried, his voice shaking. "I meant no harm. My daughter, my youngest, asked for a rose. I only wished to bring her a small gift." The beast's snarl softened slightly at the mention of the merchant's daughter, but his expression remained grim. "You trespass on my land, eat my food, sleep under my roof, and now you steal what is mine. That rose, insignificant as it may seem, is a symbol of my life's curse. For this crime, you must pay with your own life." The merchant's heart sank, and he bowed his head in despair. "Take my life if you must," he whispered. "But please, let me return home first, so I can say goodbye to my daughters." The beast studied him for a long moment, his sharp gaze piercing through the merchant's soul. At last, he spoke, his voice quieter but no less commanding. "I will spare your life on one condition. You must send one of your daughters to live here in your place. She must come willingly, knowing the cost of your crime. If she does not come, you will return, and I will show no mercy." The merchant's eyes widened in horror. "How could I ask such a thing of my daughters? Surely they would perish in your hands." The beast growled, silencing the merchant's protests. "The choice is yours. You may return to your family, but if you do not bring me one of your daughters, you will pay the price." Terrified, the merchant nodded. "I will do as you command," he said, his voice trembling. "But please, allow me a few days to bid my family farewell." The beast waved a clawed hand in dismissal. "Go. Take the rose you came for. But remember my warning. If you break our bargain, you will face my wrath." The merchant stood slowly, clutching the rose with shaking hands. With one last glance at the beast, he turned and made his way out of the garden and the castle grounds, his heart heavy with dread. As he rode homeward through the forest, he could not stop the tears that streamed down his face. How could he explain this to Belle? How could he ask her to take his place in such a terrible bargain? When he finally reached the cottage, his daughters ran out to greet him, but his face told them all was not well. He handed the rose to Belle, its beauty a cruel reminder of the cost it had carried. As he recounted the story of the beast and the dreadful bargain, Belle's sisters gasped in fear, but Belle listened in quiet contemplation. The air in the small cottage grew heavy as the merchant finished his tale, his voice breaking with sorrow. His daughters sat in stunned silence, the firelight casting flickering shadows across their faces. The red rose, placed delicately on the table, seemed to glow with an almost otherworldly light, a stark reminder of the dreadful bargain he had struck. "It is my fault," the merchant said, his hands trembling. "I should never have taken the rose. I cannot ask any of you to face the beast. I will return to the castle and accept my fate." Belle's elder sisters, trembling with fear, recoiled at the thought. "Surely you don't expect us to go, Father," they exclaimed. "We are your daughters, not sacrifices to a monster." But Belle remained quiet, her gaze fixed on the rose. Her father's words weighed heavily on her heart. She could not bear the thought of him returning to the beast, nor could she ignore the opportunity to protect her family. Deep down, she knew what she must do. "Father," Belle said softly, breaking the silence. Her voice was steady, though her heart pounded. "I will go to the castle." The merchant's eyes widened in horror. "No, Belle," he cried. "I forbid it. I would rather face the beast myself than let you suffer in my place." Belle reached across the table and took her father's hands in hers. "You must let me do this," she said gently. The beast gave you a choice, and I can see that he is not without reason. Perhaps there is more to him than we know. Her sisters stared at her as though she had lost her mind. "Are you mad?" one of them hissed. "Why should you risk your life for a mistake Father made?" Belle turned to them with calm resolve. "Because I love him," she said simply, "and because it is the right thing to do." The merchant shook his head, tears streaming down his face. "I cannot let you go, Belle. I will not lose you." "You will not lose me," Belle said firmly. "I will return, I promise. But if I do not go, we all know what will happen. I cannot live with that burden, knowing I could have prevented it." Her father clung to her hands, his shoulders shaking with grief. "You are too good, my dear child," he whispered. "I do not deserve such a daughter." The decision was made. That night, Belle packed a small bag, taking only a few belongings, and kissed her father and sisters goodbye. The next morning, she and her father set off for the castle, the journey fraught with quiet sorrow. As they approached the towering gates, the merchant's despair deepened, but Belle's resolve only grew stronger. When they reached the castle, the beast awaited them in the garden, his towering form even more fearsome than Belle had imagined. She stepped forward, her chin held high, though her knees trembled. "I am Belle," she said, her voice clear. "I have come to honor the bargain you made with my father. Please spare him and take me in his place." The beast studied her for a long moment, his piercing eyes unreadable. At last, he nodded. "Your courage is admirable," he rumbled. "Your father is free to go, but you must stay." The merchant clung to Belle, weeping. "I cannot leave you here," he said. But Belle gently pushed him away, smiling through her tears. "Go, father," she said. "I will be fine." The beast gestured, and the gates opened. As her father rode away, Belle turned to face the creature, her heart pounding but her spirit unbroken. She stepped through the gates, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Belle's first steps into the beast's castle were filled with trepidation. The grand hall loomed before her, its vaulted ceilings and towering walls both beautiful and foreboding. Shadows danced across the stone, and an eerie quiet hung in the air, broken only by the soft echo of her footsteps. She clutched her small bag tightly, feeling very much like a prisoner in a gilded cage. The beast led her deeper into the castle, his massive frame moving with surprising grace. His claws clicked softly against the stone floor, and his deep voice rumbled as he spoke. "You are free to explore the castle as you wish, but the west wing is forbidden. Do not enter it under any circumstances." Belle nodded, too frightened to reply, and followed him to her chambers. To her surprise, the room was not a dark, dreary cell as she had feared, but a warm and inviting space. The four-poster bed was draped in fine silks, and the windows overlooked the lush gardens she had glimpsed earlier. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting a golden glow over the room. It was a far cry from the imprisonment she had imagined. The beast stood awkwardly in the doorway, his fierce expression softened by an air of uncertainty. "If you require anything, you have only to ask," he said gruffly before retreating, his heavy steps echoing down the corridor. In the days that followed, Belle kept mostly to herself, wandering the castle's vast halls and marveling at its treasures. She discovered grand ballrooms, opulent dining rooms, and endless corridors adorned with paintings and tapestries. Though the castle seemed devoid of people, Belle felt she was never truly alone. Invisible hands brought her meals, drew her bath, and tended to her every need. she sensed a quiet magic in the air, both wondrous and unsettling. The beast, for his part, was a curious presence in her new life. At first, he kept his distance, appearing only briefly at dinner, where they sat at opposite ends of a long table. Belle often caught him watching her with a strange intensity, though he quickly looked away when she met his gaze. He spoke little, his voice low and cautious, as if afraid of scaring her. One evening, as Belle explored a new wing of the castle, she stumbled upon the library. Her breath caught in her throat as she pushed open the massive doors. Inside was a sight to behold. Shelves that stretched to the ceiling, filled with books of every size and color. A grand staircase spiraled up to a mezzanine, where even more books awaited. It was a treasure trove of stories, knowledge, and wonder, and Belle's heart swelled with delight. The next day, the beast surprised her by leading her back to the library. "You may use it as you wish," he said, his voice hesitant. "I hope it brings you some comfort." Belle was touched by the gesture. "Thank you," she said softly. "It's the most beautiful library I've ever seen." As the days turned into weeks, Belle began to see the beast in a new light. He was no longer just a fearsome figure lurking in the shadows. He was thoughtful and attentive, ensuring she had everything she needed. He listened to her when she spoke, and though his gruff exterior remained, there was a gentleness in his actions that surprised her. One evening, as they sat by the fire, Belle read aloud from one of the books she had found in the library. She glanced up to see the beast listening intently, his monstrous features softened in the flickering light. For the first time, she saw not a creature, but a soul burdened by sadness and longing. "Why are you so kind to me?" she asked one night, unable to suppress her curiosity. The beast hesitated, his gaze fixed on the flames. "Because you are kind to me," he replied at last, "and because you see me as more than I appear." Belle was silent, her heart moved by his words. Though she did not fully understand him yet, she sensed there was more to the beast than the fearsome exterior he wore. Slowly, she began to let go of her fear and opened herself to the strange, enchanting world she now called home. As the days turned to weeks, Belle's fear of the beast began to fade, replaced by a quiet curiosity. Though his towering frame and fearsome visage still startled her at times, she found that his presence no longer filled her with dread. Instead, it sparked questions. Questions about his life, his curse, and the mysterious kindness he showed her despite his harsh exterior. The beast, too, seemed to change in her company. At first, he was hesitant, speaking only in gruff tones and retreating whenever the conversations grew too personal. But Belle's warmth and patience worked a magic all their own, coaxing him out of his shell. Their conversations, once sparse and stilted, began to flow naturally, and Belle was surprised by the depth of his intellect and the sharpness of his wit. One evening, as they sat together by the grand fireplace in the library, Belle set aside her book and turned to the beast. "You've read all of these, haven't you?" she asked, gesturing to the towering shelves. The beast nodded. "Many times over," he replied. "There was little else to do in my solitude." Belle tilted her head, intrigued. "Do you have a favorite story?" For a moment, the beast hesitated, as if embarrassed. "I've always liked the tales where the hero triumphs over their flaws," he admitted, his voice quieter than usual, "though I suppose they feel far from reality." Belle smiled gently. "But you're not a villain, beast," she said. "You're capable of kindness, of compassion. I see it in you every day." The beast's gaze flickered toward her, and for the first time, she thought she saw a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Their bond deepened not only through conversations, but also through shared experiences. On sunny afternoons, the beast showed Belle the castle's gardens, where they strolled among the vibrant blooms. He pointed out the plants' names and told her stories of how they had been tended long ago, his voice carrying a quiet reverence for the beauty around them. On one such walk, Belle paused to admire a fountain surrounded by lilies. "It's all so beautiful," she said, her voice tinged with wonder. It must have been lonely to enjoy it all alone. The beast looked down at her, his expression softening. "It was," he admitted, "but it feels different now, with you here." Belle's heart ached at his words, and she found herself reaching out to place a comforting hand on his paw. The beast froze at her touch, his eyes wide with surprise, but he did not pull away. Instead, he held her gaze, and in that moment, an unspoken understanding passed between them. Their evenings became a cherished routine, filled with quiet moments and meaningful exchanges. Belle taught the beast simple dances she remembered from her village, laughing as he clumsily attempted the steps. In turn, the beast shared his knowledge of the stars, pointing out constellations from the castle's highest tower. As they grew closer, Belle began to see past the beast's monstrous exterior. She saw his sorrow, his yearning for redemption, and his growing affection for her. In him, she found a soul that was tender, vulnerable, and desperately trying to believe in the possibility of love. The beast, for his part, marveled at Belle's resilience and kindness. She had brought light into the shadowed halls of his life, and with every smile, every shared laugh, he felt the icy grip of his curse begin to loosen. He found himself caring for her happiness above all else, though a quiet fear lingered in his heart. Would she ever be able to love him in return? One night, as they stood on the balcony overlooking the starlit garden, Belle turned to the beast and said, "You're not what I expected, you know." He looked at her, his brow furrowing. "What did you expect?" She smiled, her eyes sparkling. "I'm not sure, but I've never met anyone quite like you." The beast said nothing, but in his heart he felt something stir, something fragile and hopeful, like the first bloom of spring after a long winter. One quiet evening, Belle sat with the beast in the grand library. The fire crackled softly, casting warm light across the room, but an unusual silence hung between them. The beast seemed restless, his claws tapping lightly against the arm of his chair. Belle noticed the way his gaze drifted to the flames, as if lost in a memory he couldn't escape. "Something troubles you," she said gently, setting down her book. "Will you tell me what it is?" The beast hesitated, his broad shoulders tensing. For a long moment, Belle thought he might refuse, but then he sighed, the weight of his past seemingly pressing down on him. "You've seen much of me, Belle," he began, his voice low. "But there's a part of my story I have kept from you, a part I am ashamed to share." Belle leaned forward, her eyes soft with understanding. "You don't have to tell me," she said, "but if you wish to, I will listen." The beast nodded, his claws gripping the arms of his chair as if to steady himself. "I was not always like this," he said. "Once I was a prince, a man, not a monster. My castle was filled with light and laughter, but my heart was cold and selfish." He glanced at Belle, his expression pained. "I was arrogant and cruel. I cared only for my own desires, dismissing the needs of others. One night, an old woman came to my door seeking shelter from the storm. She offered me a single rose in exchange for kindness. But his voice faltered, his claws tightening. I turned her away. I mocked her, thinking her unworthy of my charity. Belle's heart ached as she listened, but she said nothing, allowing him to continue. She revealed herself to be an enchantress, the beast said, his voice heavy with regret. She cursed me to take the form of a beast, a reflection of the ugliness within me. She left me with the enchanted rose, telling me that I would remain as I am unless I could learn to love and earn love in return before the last petal fell. He looked down at his hands, his claws glinting in the firelight. For years, I lived in despair, convinced I was beyond redemption. I pushed everyone away, including those who had once been loyal to me. The castle became a prison of my own making. Belle's eyes filled with tears. "Oh, beast," she said softly. "I cannot imagine how difficult that must have been." "It was my own doing," he said bitterly. "I deserved this punishment." But then, he looked at her, his gaze filled with something raw and unspoken. Then you came, and for the first time I began to hope. You reminded me of what it means to be human. Belle's heart swelled at his words. She saw the pain etched into his features, the years of guilt and loneliness he had endured. But beneath that, she saw a soul yearning for forgiveness and love. She reached out, her hand resting gently on his paw. "You're not the same man you were then," she said firmly. "I see your kindness, your generosity. You've changed, beast, and I believe in the goodness within you." Her words seemed to shake him to his core. He stared at her, his eyes glistening with emotion. You see that in me?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Belle nodded, a tear slipping down her cheek. "I do, and I think I always have." In that moment, Belle realized the depth of her feelings. She had come to love the beast, not despite his past, but because he had faced it and grown from it. She saw him not as a monster, but as a man worthy of love and acceptance. As they sat together in the flickering light, Belle knew her love for him was real, and that it had the power to break even the most unyielding of curses. The following evening, the castle lay cloaked in the soft glow of twilight as Belle wandered through its grand halls, her thoughts consumed by the beast. She had come to understand him in ways she never thought possible, seeing the tender, wounded soul beneath his fearsome exterior. As the days turned into weeks, Belle realized her love for him was true, a love born not of appearances, but of the depth of his heart. As the moonlight bathed the gardens in silver, Belle found the beast seated on a stone bench near the fountain. He was gazing at the enchanted rose, its petals now few and trembling on the verge of falling. His expression was one of quiet resignation, though he brightened when he saw Belle approaching. "You're troubled," Belle said softly, sitting beside him. "Why do you stare at the rose so?" The beast's claws brushed the glass dome that encased the flower. "Because it is a reminder of my failure," he replied. "The last petal will fall soon, and with it, all hope of breaking the curse." Belle's chest tightened at his words. She could not bear the thought of him trapped forever in this form, believing himself unworthy of love. "Don't speak that way," she said. "You are not the man you once were. You've changed, beast, more than you realize." The beast shook his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Even if I have, it is too late. The curse will never be broken. Belle reached out and placed her hand on his paw. "You're wrong," she said firmly. "It's never too late for love or redemption." The beast turned to her, his amber eyes filled with an emotion she could not quite name. In the silence that followed, the last petal of the enchanted rose quivered, hanging by the barest thread. Belle, overcome by the depth of her feelings, leaned forward and whispered, "I love you." The words hung in the air like a melody, and at that moment, the final petal fell. A brilliant golden light engulfed the garden, so bright that Belle had to shield her eyes. She felt the beast's paw slip from her grasp as his form was lifted into the air. The light swirled around him, transforming him before her very eyes. His claws receded, his fur vanished, and his hunched frame straightened into that of a man. When the light faded, a young man with kind eyes and a noble bearing stood before her. Belle gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "Beast," she whispered. The man stepped closer, his face now familiar, yet new. "Belle," he said, his voice no longer the gruff growl she had known, but warm and gentle. "It's me." Tears streamed down Belle's face as she realized the curse had been broken. She threw her arms around him and he held her tightly, his heart full of gratitude and love. "You saved me," he murmured. "You saw in me what I could not see in myself." The castle, too, began to transform. Its dark, crumbling walls were restored to their former splendor, and the enchanted objects returned to their human forms, cheering as they embraced their newfound freedom. The gardens bloomed anew. The fountain sparkled with crystal-clear water, and the air was filled with the sound of joy. In the days that followed, Belle and the prince grew even closer, their bond unshaken by the changes around them. The prince, now free of his curse, vowed to rule with the compassion and wisdom Belle had shown him. Together, they opened the castle gates to the nearby villages, inviting people to share in the beauty and warmth of their home. Belle and the prince were married in a celebration that united the kingdom, and their love became a symbol of hope and transformation. They ruled side by side, their lives a testament to the power of kindness, courage, and seeing beyond the surface. And so, Belle and the prince lived happily ever after, their love a story for the ages, one that proved true beauty lies not in what we see, but in what we feel within our hearts. Now, our tale of Beauty and the Beast comes to a gentle close. Let the magic linger in your dreams. May your heart be light, your mind at ease, and your sleep as peaceful as the enchanted castle at rest. If you enjoyed this journey into the world of stories, remember to like, subscribe, and tap the enchanted bell to join us for more bedtime magic. Until we meet again, may your dreams be filled with wonder, and your nights be wrapped in serenity. Sweet dreams, and good night. Tonight, we invite you to join us for a magical journey into the timeless tale of Rapunzel, a story of courage, love, and the beauty of hope. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and a dark, whispering forest, there lived a couple who were deeply in love, but burdened by a sorrow that had shadowed their lives for years. Though their hearts yearned for the laughter of a child to fill their humble home, Their wishes had gone unanswered. Each day they prayed and hoped, but the cradle by the hearth remained empty, and their longing grew heavier with each passing season. Their small cottage was modest but cozy, with ivy creeping along its stone walls and a garden filled with herbs and wildflowers. From their bedroom window, they had a clear view of their neighbor's garden, a sight that often drew their gazers, for it was no ordinary garden. It belonged to Dame Gothel, a mysterious sorceress whose presence was as intimidating as it was enigmatic. The villagers spoke of her in hushed tones, saying she possessed powers beyond comprehension. Her garden, enclosed by a high stone wall, was a spectacle of beauty and abundance. It bloomed with plants of every kind, their colors more vivid, and their fruits more luscious than any the couple had ever seen. But none was more captivating than the bed of Rapunzel, violet-blue bell-shaped flowers that grew in the center, its tender green leaves and delicate blossoms shimmering like emeralds in the sunlight. One fateful evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of gold and violet, the wife stood at the window, her gaze fixed on Dame Gothel's garden. Her eyes were drawn to the Rapunzel, its beauty unlike anything she had ever known. A sudden, unshakable desire gripped her. "I must have some of that Rapunzel," she murmured to herself, her voice tinged with desperation. "If I cannot taste it, I fear I shall die." The days that followed were torment for the wife. Her longing for the Rapunzel grew into an all-consuming need, and her health began to decline. She became pale and weak, unable to eat or sleep, her mind haunted by the vision of the verdant leaves swaying in the breeze. Her husband, deeply worried, tried to console her, but nothing he said could ease her suffering. "My love," she whispered one night, her voice barely audible, "if you truly care for me, you must bring me some of that Rapunzel. I cannot live without it." The husband was torn. He feared Dame Gothel and her rumored powers, but his love for his wife outweighed his fear. Determined to save her, he resolved to sneak into the sorceress's garden under the cover of darkness. As the moon climbed high into the star-speckled sky, he donned his cloak and slipped out of the cottage. His heart pounded as he scaled the garden wall, the cold stone rough beneath his hands. When he landed softly on the other side, he paused to listen, but the garden was silent, save for the rustle of leaves in the night breeze. He crept toward the bed of Rapunzel, its leaves glistening with dew. Carefully, he plucked a handful and tucked it into his pouch before retreating the way he had come. Back at home, he presented the stolen greens to his wife, who devoured them with a hunger that astonished him. To his relief, color returned to her cheeks, and her strength began to restore. But one taste was not enough. The next night, her craving returned, more intense than before. "Please," she begged her husband, "just a little more." Though reluctant, the husband could not deny her. Once again, he waited for nightfall and climbed over the garden wall. He moved quickly, plucking more Rapunzel with trembling hands. But as he turned to leave, a shadow loomed before him, and he froze. There, standing tall and menacing, was Dame Gothel herself. Her piercing eyes glinted like shards of ice, and her voice was as sharp as a blade. "How dare you steal from my garden?" she thundered. "Have you no respect for what is not yours?" The husband fell to his knees, his pouch of Rapunzel slipping from his grasp. "Please, forgive me," he begged. "My wife was ill, and she longed for the Rapunzel. I feared she would die without it." Dame Gothel's expression softened slightly. but her voice remained firm. "You say you acted out of love, yet your actions were theft. There must be a price for what you have taken." "Anything," the husband pleaded. "I will do anything to make amends." The sorceress studied him for a long moment before speaking. "Very well," she said. "You may take as much Rapunzel as you like, but in return you must give me your firstborn child." The husband's heart sank. The thought of giving away a child they had prayed for seemed unbearable, but fear for his wife's life left him no choice. Trembling, he nodded. "I agree," he whispered, the words heavy with sorrow. Dame Gothel's lips curved into a satisfied smile. "Then it is settled," she said, her tone final. With a wave of her hand, she disappeared into the shadows, leaving the husband alone in the moonlit garden. When he returned home, he kept the truth from his wife, unable to bring himself to shatter her joy. The Rapunzel she ate brought her back to full health, and in time, their prayers were answered. The wife gave birth to a beautiful baby girl with hair as golden as sunlight. They named her Rapunzel, after the plant that had saved her mother's life. But their happiness was short-lived. On the night of the child's birth, Dame Gothel appeared at their door. "I have come to claim what was promised," she declared, her voice cold and unyielding. The couple's protests fell on deaf ears. With a wave of her hand, the sorceress took the infant and vanished into the night, leaving the parents heartbroken and their home filled with an unbearable silence. Thus began the tale of Rapunzel, whose life would unfold in ways no one could have foreseen. Rapunzel grew up in a tall, secluded tower deep within the forest, hidden from the world by Dame Gothel. The tower had neither stairs nor a door, only a single window high above the ground. It was a lonely existence, but Rapunzel's days were filled with singing, painting, and the stories Dame Gothel would tell her of the dangerous world beyond the forest. The sorceress was strict, but not unkind. She brought Rapunzel food, taught her to read, and combed her golden hair, which grew so long it cascaded down the side of the tower like a shining river. "Never leave this tower," Dame Gothel would warn. "The outside world is cruel and full of people who would harm you for your beauty and your hair." Rapunzel obeyed, for she knew no other life. Yet, as the years passed, she began to feel a longing she couldn't name, a yearning for something beyond the walls of her tower. She would sit by the window for hours, watching the birds soar freely across the sky, and wonder what it might be like to experience such freedom. One day, a prince was riding through the forest when he heard a voice unlike any he had ever known. It was Rapunzel, singing a melody so pure and enchanting that it seemed to make the trees sway in harmony. Drawn by the sound, he followed it until he reached the base of the tower. Looking up, he saw a vision of beauty framed in the high window. Rapunzel, her golden hair glinting in the sunlight. The prince called out, but she did not hear him. Determined to meet the owner of the voice, he hid in the forest and watched. Soon, he saw Dame Gothel approach the tower and call, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." To his astonishment, Rapunzel's hair tumbled down like a golden rope, and Dame Gothel climbed it with ease. The prince waited until the sorceress had gone before stepping out of the shadows. Gathering his courage, he mimicked her words. "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair." Rapunzel, thinking it was Dame Gothel, lowered her braid. When the prince climbed into the tower, she gasped in fear, for she had never seen another person besides the sorceress. But the prince's kind eyes and gentle words soon calmed her. He told her of the world beyond the forest, of castles and villages, of rivers and mountains. Rapunzel listened, captivated by his tales and charmed by his warmth. The prince began visiting her regularly, each time bringing gifts, flowers, books, and trinkets from the world she had never seen. They grew close, and soon their friendship blossomed into love. Rapunzel's heart swelled with joy she had never known, and she began to dream of a life beyond the tower, a life with the prince. But their happiness was fragile, for Dame Gothel's shadow loomed over them, and the lovers knew their secret meetings could not remain hidden forever. One day, Rapunzel's innocence betrayed her. As Dame Gothel combed her hair, she said, "You grow so heavy to pull up, mother. The prince is much lighter." Dame Gothel froze, her eyes narrowing. "What did you say?" she demanded. Realizing her mistake, Rapunzel tried to backtrack, but it was too late. Furious, Dame Gothel banished her to a desolate desert, cutting off her golden hair and leaving her alone to fend for herself. When the prince returned and called for Rapunzel, Dame Gothel lowered the severed braid. As he climbed, she pushed him from the tower, and he fell into a thorn bush, his eyes blinded by the sharp thorns. Blinded and heartbroken, the prince wandered aimlessly, searching for his lost love. Meanwhile, Rapunzel, alone in the desert, survived through her wits and strength, her heart holding on to the hope that she would one day see the prince again. Little did they know, fate was already weaving the threads that would reunite them. The prince wandered through the wilderness, his steps guided only by the faint sounds of the world around him. Though he could no longer see, he carried the memory of Rapunzel's voice and her gentle touch within his heart. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, as he pressed on, driven by the hope that he might one day find her. Birds sang in the trees above, and the whispers of the wind seemed to call out her name, urging him to keep going. Rapunzel, cast into the barren desert, found solace in the simple beauty of the world around her. The days were harsh, the sun relentless, and the nights bitterly cold. Yet her spirit remained unbroken. She sang to the stars each night, her melodies carrying her longing and hope. Unbeknownst to her, the very voice she used to find comfort was what would ultimately guide her prince back to her. One evening, as the prince rested beneath the shelter of a gnarled tree, he heard a song carried on the breeze. His heart leapt, for he recognized the voice immediately. It was Rapunzel. With renewed determination, he followed the sound, stumbling through the uneven terrain, his hands outstretched to feel his way forward. The closer he got, the clearer her song became, until finally he found himself at the edge of a small oasis where Rapunzel knelt by a spring, her golden hair shimmering even in the dim light. "Rapunzel!" he called out, his voice trembling with emotion. Startled, she turned, her eyes widening in disbelief. "My prince," she whispered, tears welling up in her eyes. She ran to him, her arms wrapping around him tightly. The moment they touched, it was as though the world around them disappeared. They were no longer in a desert or a wilderness, but in a place where only their love existed. As her tears fell onto his face, something miraculous happened. The magic that had always lived within Rapunzel's hair and her spirit began to work its wonders. The prince's sight returned, and he gazed upon her for the first time since their parting. The joy that filled their hearts was beyond words, and they knew they had been given a second chance. Together, they made their way out of the desert, their love guiding them through every trial and hardship. Their journey back to the prince's castle was arduous, but filled with moments of profound connection. They passed through lush valleys where Rapunzel marveled at the wildflowers and streams she had only heard of in stories. In the evenings, they would rest under the stars, sharing their dreams and their hopes for the future. The prince would recount tales of his kingdom, painting vivid pictures of its beauty, and Rapunzel would weave her songs into the night, her voice a beacon of light that guided them forward. When they finally arrived at the castle, the kingdom erupted in celebration. The prince's return was hailed as a miracle, and the tale of their love quickly spread. The castle itself seemed to glow brighter with Rapunzel's presence. She was embraced not just as a future queen, but as a symbol of hope and resilience. The prince declared that their wedding would be the grandest the kingdom had ever seen, a celebration of their love and the trials they had overcome. On the day of their wedding, the entire kingdom gathered to witness the union. Rapunzel wore a gown of shimmering gold, its train flowing like a river of sunlight, and a crown adorned with tiny flowers that mirrored the ones she had admired on their journey. The prince stood beside her, his eyes filled with unwavering devotion. As they exchanged their vows, their words were a testament to their journey, a promise to stand by each other, to cherish every moment, and to never take their love for granted. The celebration lasted for days, with feasts, music, and dances under the stars. The kingdom's gardens bloomed more vibrantly than ever, as if nature itself rejoiced in their happiness. Rapunzel and the prince, now king and queen, spent their days building a kingdom rooted in kindness and compassion. Their love was evident in every glance, every touch, and every decision they made together. From that day forward, Rapunzel and her prince ruled with wisdom and compassion, their love a beacon of light for all who knew them. And as they stood together, looking out over the kingdom they had built, they knew that no tower, no desert, and no darkness could ever keep them apart again. From that day forward, Rapunzel and her prince ruled with wisdom and compassion, their love a beacon of light for all who knew them. Their trials had taught them the value of resilience and kindness, and these lessons shaped their reign. They opened their kingdom to those in need, ensuring that no one would feel the isolation they once endured. Together, they fostered a land where love and hope thrived, inspiring their people to believe that even in the darkest of times, light and joy could prevail. And as they stood together, looking out over the kingdom they had built, they knew that no tower, no desert, and no darkness could ever keep them apart again. We hope the tale of Rapunzel has brought you comfort and helped you relax. Remember, there's always another story waiting to whisk you away to a land of peace and imagination. If you enjoyed this bedtime journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share, so others can discover the magic too. Until next time, sleep well and dream sweetly. Good night. Tonight, we journey into the mystical world of 1001 Nights, a timeless collection of enchanting tales where mystery, adventure, and wonder weave together under the glow of the moon. The story of King Shahryar and his brother. It is related, but Allah alone is all-knowing, that there once lived in the farthest reaches of the lands 2 kings who were brothers. The elder, King Shahryar, ruled over a vast empire, while the younger, King Shah Zaman, governed the neighboring kingdom. One day, King Shahryar felt a longing to see his brother, whom he had not visited in years. He sent his trusted vizier to invite King Shah Zaman to his court. Overjoyed, Shah Zaman prepared for the journey. However, before departing, he returned to his palace unannounced to bid farewell to his wife. To his horror, he found her in the arms of another man. Devastated, Shah Zaman struck them down in a fit of rage and abandoned the palace. When Shah Zaman arrived at his brother's kingdom, his sorrow was evident. King Shahryar welcomed him with great hospitality, but the younger king remained distraught. Shahryar, noticing his brother's melancholy, inquired about its cause. At first, Shah Zaman kept silent, but eventually confessed his heartbreak. One day, as Shah Zaman gazed from his chamber, he witnessed a shocking sight in Shahryar's garden. The queen and her maids consorting with strangers. Realizing that even Shahryar was not spared betrayal, Shah Zaman's grief lightened, and he shared what he had seen with his brother. Enraged, Shahryar devised a plan. He executed the queen and her companions, vowing never to trust women again. He then embarked on a tyrannical practice. Each day, he would marry a new bride and execute her the following morning to avoid betrayal. This cruel cycle continued until Shahrazad, the daughter of the royal vizier, offered to marry the king. Despite her father's pleas, she insisted, saying, "Perhaps I can end this bloodshed and save the women of our land." On their wedding night, Shahrazad began to tell the king a tale, but as dawn approached, she stopped at a suspenseful moment. Captivated, the king spared her life to hear the rest of the story the next evening. Thus began the legendary 1001 Nights, with Shahrazad weaving tale after tale to delay her fate, and, in doing so, soften the king's heart. Shahrazad, before going to the king, had devised a clever plan. She spoke to her younger sister, Dunyazad, and said, "When I am with the king, I will summon you to my chamber before dawn. Ask me to tell a story, and I will begin one that will capture his attention. If Allah wills, this will be our salvation." That night, Shahrazad was taken to the king's chambers. As expected, King Shahryar prepared for her fate the following morning. But before dawn broke, Shahrazad wept and said, "O king, I have one last request. May I bid farewell to my beloved sister and share one final tale before I die?" The king, intrigued by her courage and beauty, agreed. Dunyazad was brought in, and she said, "Sister, if you are not too weary, please tell us one of your delightful stories to pass this last hour." With the king's permission, Shahrazad began. Once upon a time, there was a wealthy merchant who traveled far and wide, conducting his trade. One day, as he journeyed through a desert, he sat beneath a tree to rest and eat. He took out some dates, ate them, and threw the pits on the ground. Suddenly, a mighty genie appeared before him, wielding a gleaming sword. "Prepare to die," roared the genie. Terrified, the merchant asked, "What have I done to deserve this fate?" The genie replied, "You have killed my son. When you threw the date pits, one of them struck my boy and ended his life. Now I must take yours in return." The merchant pleaded for mercy, explaining that his act was unintentional. But the genie was unmoved and raised his sword to strike. The merchant begged, "Grant me a final wish. Allow me to return home to settle my affairs, bid farewell to my family, and pay my debts. I promise to return here in 1 year's time to accept my fate." The genie considered and agreed, binding the merchant by a solemn oath. The merchant returned home, put his affairs in order, and spent a sorrowful year with his family. When the year ended, he bid them farewell and set out to meet the genie, resigned to his fate. As he waited under the same tree, 3 old men approached, each accompanied by a strange creature. They asked why he was there, and the merchant told his story. The first old man said, "Let us come with you to see this genie. Perhaps we can help." When the genie appeared, the first old man said, "O mighty genie, I will tell you a story so marvelous that if you find it more wondrous than the crime of this merchant, will you spare his life?" The genie agreed, and the first old man began his tale. As Shahrazad concluded this portion of the story, dawn broke. She stopped speaking and said, "The rest of the tale will have to wait until tomorrow night." King Shahryar, eager to hear the conclusion, spared her life for one more day. The next day, her story continued with the first old man's tale. "Know, O mighty genie, that this gazelle you see with me is no ordinary animal but my wife. Many years ago, she was a beautiful and cunning woman, skilled in magic but lacking in virtue. We lived together peacefully for many years, though we remained childless. Desiring an heir, I took a concubine, and she bore me a son who became the light of my life. My wife, consumed by jealousy, turned her dark powers against us. One day, when I was away on business, she transformed my son into a calf and the concubine into a cow. Upon my return, she presented the animals to me and said they were a gift. I, suspecting nothing, accepted them. That year, I decided to sacrifice the cow during the feast. But when I tried to slaughter her, she wept so bitterly that I couldn't bring myself to do it. I ordered my servant to carry out the task, but when the cow was slaughtered, no meat was found on her bones, a sign of my wife's evil magic. Saddened, but still unaware of the truth, I turned my attention to the calf. The animal ran to me, licking my hands and feet as though begging for mercy. I was moved by its behavior and decided to spare its life. Instead, I gave it to a herdsman to raise. Months later, the herdsman came to me and said, "My lord, the calf you gave me behaves most strangely. It refuses to eat or drink when I am away, but grows lively and joyful when I am near. I suspect something unusual about this animal." Intrigued, I took the calf to a skilled sorceress for examination. She chanted a spell, and before my eyes, the calf transformed into my son. I wept with joy and gratitude, but my happiness was short-lived as I realized the extent of my wife's treachery. The sorceress, moved by my story, promised to help further. She cast a spell to turn my wicked wife into this gazelle you see before you. Since then, I have traveled with her as a reminder of her punishment and a warning to others of the consequences of envy and malice. When the first old man finished his tale, the genie said, "Your story is indeed marvelous. I shall grant the merchant a third of his life." The second old man stepped forward and said, "O genie, I too have a tale more wondrous than the last. If you will listen, I will tell it to you." The genie agreed, and the second old man began his tale. The second old man began his tale. "O mighty genie, this dog you see with me is not an ordinary animal, but my own brother. He has been enchanted as punishment for his wickedness, and this is how it came to pass. We were 3 brothers, born to a wealthy merchant. When our father passed, he left us a considerable fortune, which we divided equally. My 2 brothers squandered their shares on foolish ventures, while I prospered through hard work and diligence. Envious of my success, they hatched a plot to destroy me. One day, they came to me, feigning remorse for their past mistakes and asking for my help. Being a kind-hearted man, I gave them a large portion of my wealth and even invited them to travel with me on a trading journey. They agreed, and we set off together. During our journey, we came across a distant land where I saw a beautiful woman who captured my heart. I married her, and we continued our travels. My brothers, however, grew envious once more, and their jealousy turned to treachery. While we were at sea, they threw me overboard, hoping to steal my wealth and claim my wife as their own. But by the grace of Allah, I was not destined to perish. I was saved by a magical being who carried me to safety on a distant shore. There, I discovered that my wife was no ordinary woman, but a powerful sorceress. She had sensed my brother's evil intent and rescued me with her magic. Enraged by their treachery, she transformed my brothers into dogs and warned me to stay away from them forever. For 10 years, they have wandered the land in this form, seeking my forgiveness. Eventually, I took pity on them and asked my wife to reverse the spell. She agreed, but only if they truly repented for their deeds. One brother showed sincere remorse and was restored to human form, but this one, he gestured to the dog, remains under the enchantment, for his heart is still filled with malice. And so, O genie, this is the story of how my brother came to be as you see him today. When the second old man finished his tale, the genie said, "Your story is indeed marvelous. I shall grant the merchant a further third of his life." Then the third old man stepped forward and said, "O genie, I too have a tale even more wondrous than the first two. If you will listen, I will tell it to you." The genie agreed, and the third old man began his tale. The third old man began his tale. "O mighty genie, this mule you see with me is my wife. She was transformed into this creature because of her betrayal, and here is the story. I was a merchant who spent my days traveling far and wide, conducting trade. During one of my journeys, I entrusted my wife with the care of our home and wealth. For many years, I believed her to be a loyal and virtuous woman, but I was gravely mistaken. Unbeknownst to me, she had taken a lover during my absences. When I returned from one of my travels, I learned of her deceit from a servant who could no longer bear to watch her wickedness. Devastated, I confronted her, but she denied everything and accused the servant of lying. That same evening, I caught her and her lover in the act. Overcome with rage, I attempted to punish her, but she was no ordinary woman. She was skilled in magic. Before I could act, she cast a spell upon me, transforming me into a monstrous beast. For many months, I roamed the wilderness, unable to speak or defend myself. Finally, I encountered a shepherd who took pity on me and brought me to a wise and powerful sorceress. The sorceress saw through my enchantment and cast a counterspell, restoring me to my human form. She then gave me a choice: punish my wife or forgive her. I chose to confront my wife one last time. When I returned home, she was enraged to see me alive and attempted to cast another spell. But the sorceress had anticipated this and protected me. My wife's spell backfired, transforming her into this mule you see before you. The sorceress advised me to keep her in this form as a reminder of her treachery. Since that day, I have traveled with her as my companion, and she has repented every step of the way. The old man concluded his tale and said, "And now, O genie, you have heard my story. Is it not more marvelous than the others?" The genie, amazed by the third tale, said, "Indeed, your story is extraordinary. I shall grant the merchant the final third of his life and spare him entirely. You have all earned his salvation." With that, the genie vanished, leaving the merchant and the three old men to rejoice in their good fortune. They thanked one another and went their separate ways, forever bound by the remarkable tales that had saved a life. As Shahrazad concluded this story, dawn broke once more. She fell silent and said, "If the king permits, I will tell another tale tomorrow night that is even more wondrous than this." Eager to hear more, King Shahryar spared her life for another day. That evening, when the night grew quiet and the stars lit up the sky, Shahrazad began another tale to captivate King Shahryar. The Tale of the Fisherman and the Genie. Once upon a time, there was a poor fisherman who cast his net into the sea every day, hoping to catch enough to feed his family. Though his heart was kind and his labor honest, fortune seldom favored him. One morning, after casting his net 3 times and pulling up only weeds and shells, the fisherman prayed to Allah for a blessing. On his 4th cast, the net felt unusually heavy. Excited, he hauled it to shore and found a strange brass jar, sealed with lead and stamped with the symbol of King Solomon. Curious, the fisherman thought. Surely this jar contains something of great value. He broke the seal and opened the jar, but to his horror, thick black smoke poured out and swirled into the sky. The smoke coalesced into a fearsome genie, towering above him with glowing eyes. The genie roared, "Bow before me, for I am a mighty spirit imprisoned by King Solomon. For centuries, I vowed to reward anyone who freed me from this jar. But as the years passed and no one came, my anger grew. Now I swear to kill whoever releases me." The fisherman trembled and begged for mercy. "I released you from your prison. Should you not reward me instead of punishing me?" The genie sneered. "It is too late. Prepare to die." Thinking quickly, the fisherman said, "Before I meet my end, I must ask one question. How could someone as mighty as you be trapped inside such a small jar?" The genie laughed. "Foolish mortal, do you doubt my power? Watch, and I will show you." The genie transformed back into smoke and poured himself into the jar to demonstrate. The fisherman seized his chance. He grabbed the lid and resealed the jar, trapping the genie once more. The genie screamed in fury, but the fisherman said, "You swore to kill me, though I freed you. Now you shall remain in this jar forever and be thrown back into the sea." The genie pleaded for release, promising not to harm the fisherman. At first, the fisherman refused, but the genie eventually swore a solemn oath to reward him. Reluctantly, the fisherman unsealed the jar. True to his word, the genie spared the fisherman and led him to a lake with 4 magical fish of dazzling colors: gold, silver, blue, and red. The genie said, "Cast your net here and take these fish to the king. They will bring you great fortune." The fishermen obeyed and presented the fish to the palace. The king, enchanted by their beauty, summoned his cook to prepare them. But when the cook placed the fish on the fire, a mysterious voice called out from the pan, "Spare us. We are not meant to be eaten." The king, astonished, summoned the fisherman to explain. The fisherman recounted his encounter with the genie, and the king ordered him to guide his men to the magical lake. Upon reaching the lake, the king discovered that it was surrounded by ruins of an ancient city. Curious, he explored further, and stumbled upon a magnificent palace where a mysterious prince sat on a throne, weeping. The prince explained his tragic tale. He had once ruled a prosperous kingdom, but an enchantress cursed him and his people. She transformed the citizens into the lake's colorful fish and left him alone in despair. Moved by the prince's sorrow, the king vowed to break the enchantment and restore the kingdom. With the help of his court magician, the king confronted the enchantress and defeated her, lifting the curse. The lake vanished, and the kingdom returned to its former glory. The fishermen, now honored and wealthy, lived happily ever after, while the prince regained his throne. As Shahrazad concluded the tale, dawn broke once more. She paused and said, "If the king permits, I will tell another tale tomorrow night that is even more wondrous than this." Eager for more stories, King Shahryar spared her life again. That evening, when the stars shone brightly above the palace, Shahrazad resumed her storytelling to the ever-curious King Shahryar. The Tale of the Porter and the Three Ladies of Baghdad. Once upon a time, in the city of Baghdad, there was a poor porter who earned his living carrying goods for hire. One day, as he stood in the marketplace, a beautiful veiled woman approached him and said, "Porter, take your basket and follow me." The porter, captivated by her beauty, gladly followed. The woman stopped at a wine merchant's shop and bought a variety of fine wines, then handed them to the porter. She continued to other shops, purchasing delicious fruits, nuts, and delicacies, which she added to his basket. Finally, she bought flowers and perfume. When the porter's basket was full, she said, "Follow me to my home." The porter followed her to a grand house with a large door. She knocked, and another veiled woman, even more beautiful than the first, opened it. Together, they invited him inside. The porter was amazed by the luxurious home, filled with fine furniture and beautiful tapestries. Soon, a third woman, even more enchanting than the first two, joined them. The three women welcomed the porter and offered him wine, food, and music. They told him he could relax and enjoy himself, but on one condition. He must not ask about their lives or the secrets of their home. The porter agreed, and the festivities began. As the wine flowed and the music played, the porter's curiosity grew. Finally, emboldened by drink, he asked, "Oh, gracious ladies, forgive me, but I must ask, what is the story behind your lives and this wondrous home?" The women's faces darkened, and they warned him, "Do not ask questions about what does not concern you, or you will hear what you will not like." Before the porter could apologize, there was a knock at the door. One of the women opened it to reveal three dervishes, men dressed as wandering monks, each with a shaved head and blind in one eye. They bowed and asked for shelter for the night. The women welcomed them in with the same condition: no questions about their lives. Not long after, another knock sounded. This time, it was the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, disguised as a merchant, accompanied by his vizier and a bodyguard. They, too, sought shelter, and the women extended their hospitality. As the night continued, the guests enjoyed fine food and drink. But like the porter, their curiosity grew. Despite the women's warnings, they began to ask about the mysterious household and its secrets. The women, angered by their persistence, called for whips and prepared to punish their guests. Before they could strike, the Caliph revealed his identity and demanded an explanation. The women, now knowing their guest was the ruler of Baghdad, bowed and agreed to tell their stories. Shahrazad paused as dawn approached and said, "If the king permits, I will reveal the stories of the 3 women and the dervishes tomorrow night, for they are tales of wonder and sorrow." Eager to hear more, King Shahryar spared her life for another day. The following night she began with The Tale of the First Woman. I was born into a wealthy and noble family. My father, a prominent merchant, arranged for me to marry a man of high rank. For many years we lived happily, and I believed him to be the most loyal and loving of husbands. One day, I overheard a conversation between my husband and a stranger, and, to my horror, I discovered he was plotting to steal my fortune and abandon me. I confronted him, and instead of showing remorse, he grew enraged. He bound me in chains and sold me to a slave trader. I was taken far from my homeland, where I was purchased by a kind and generous man who freed me and gave me this house as a safe haven. Since that day, I have lived here with my sisters, away from the treachery of men. When she finished, the Caliph turned to the second woman who began her story. The Tale of the Second Woman. I, too, was once married to a man I believed to be kind and faithful. We were deeply in love, or so I thought. One day, while traveling to visit family, we were set upon by robbers. My husband, instead of protecting me, fled and left me at their mercy. The robbers took me to their hideout, where I feared for my life. But their leader, a noble-hearted man, took pity on me and protected me. He eventually helped me escape and return home. When I arrived, I found that my husband had declared me dead and remarried. Heartbroken, I sought refuge with my sister, the first woman, and vowed never to trust men again. Her tale ended, and the Caliph turned to the third woman who had been silent until now. The Tale of the Third Woman. My story is perhaps the strangest of all. I was once married to a wealthy merchant who showered me with love and gifts. But despite his generosity, I felt he kept secrets from me. One day, I discovered a locked door in our home that I had never seen before. My curiosity overwhelmed me, and when my husband was away, I found the key and opened the door. To my shock, inside was a magical garden filled with golden trees, singing birds, and a fountain that sparkled like diamonds. As I stepped into the garden, a powerful enchantment took hold of me, and I was unable to leave. My husband returned, furious that I had discovered his secret. He cursed me and left me there to wander the garden for years. Eventually, a kind sorcerer broke the enchantment and set me free. I returned to my sisters, and we decided to live together in this house, bound by our shared sorrows. When the women finished their tales, the 3 dervishes stepped forward to share their own stories. The Tale of the First Dervish. I was once a prince, the heir to a great kingdom. But my happiness was short-lived, as my uncle betrayed my father and usurped the throne. I fled for my life, disguising myself as a dervish to avoid detection. During my travels, I came upon a strange cave where I found an enchanted chest. Inside was a woman who claimed to be cursed by a genie. She begged me to help her, but before I could act, the genie returned and, in his rage, struck me blind in one eye. Since that day, I have wandered the world as you see me now, seeking a way to restore my sight and reclaim my kingdom. The Caliph and his companions were amazed by the tales and promised to hear the stories of the other 2 dervishes the following night. At this point, Shahrazad paused, for dawn had broken. She said, "If the king permits, I will continue the tales of the dervishes tomorrow night, for they hold even more wonders." Eager to hear more, King Shahryar spared her life for another day. The Tale of the Second Dervish. The second dervish began his tale. I, too, was once a prince, destined to inherit a mighty kingdom. My life was full of luxury and promise, but fate had other plans. One day, my father received news of a powerful neighboring king who sought an alliance through marriage. The king offered his daughter's hand to me, and my father agreed. With great ceremony, I traveled to the neighboring land to meet my bride. She was as beautiful as the moon, and I fell deeply in love with her. However, on the night of our wedding, disaster struck. As we celebrated, an enormous winged creature, a mighty roc, descended from the skies, snatched my bride, and carried her away. I was devastated and vowed to rescue her, no matter the cost. I set out on a perilous journey, facing storms, wild beasts, and endless deserts. After many months, I reached a distant island where I found the roc perched on a high cliff. Below it was a cavern, and inside the cavern, I found my bride. She told me she had been enchanted by a sorcerer who controlled the roc. With her guidance, I confronted the sorcerer and struck him down. But as I freed her, the enchantment he had cast took hold of me, and I was blinded in one eye. Grateful for her rescue, my bride returned to her father's kingdom, but I could not remain there. Ashamed of my condition, I left my homeland and have wandered ever since as a dervish, seeking solace for my loss. The dervish finished his tale, and the caliph turned to the third dervish, who began his story. The Tale of the Third Dervish. I, too, was born to royalty. My father was a great king who ruled over a prosperous land. From a young age, I was trained in the arts of war and governance, destined to inherit the throne. But, as fate would have it, my life took a tragic turn. One day, while hunting in the forest, I encountered a mysterious woman of extraordinary beauty. She claimed to be a princess who had been cursed by an evil magician. Enchanted by her tale, I vowed to help her and took her back to my palace. For a time, all seemed well. She became my companion, and I began to fall in love with her. But one night, I awoke to find her standing over me, holding a dagger. "Why would you betray me?" I cried. She laughed and revealed her true nature. She was no princess, but a sorceress sent by my enemies to destroy me. With a wave of her hand, she cast a spell that left me blind in one eye and banished me from my kingdom. I wandered aimlessly until I joined the Brotherhood of Dervishes, where I found solace among others who had suffered great misfortune. Together, we have roamed the world, seeking redemption and purpose. When the third dervish finished his tale, the caliph was deeply moved. He turned to the three sisters and asked why they had warned their guests not to ask questions. The eldest sister replied, "We imposed this condition because our lives are full of sorrow, and revisiting these tales brings us great pain. But now that our secrets are revealed, we hope for peace and understanding." The caliph, impressed by their honesty and resilience, decreed that they should be rewarded. He invited them to his palace, where they were given wealth and protection. The dervishes, too, were offered positions in the royal court. As for the porter, he returned to his humble life, grateful for the adventure he had been part of. As dawn approached, Shahrazad paused and said, "If the king permits, I will tell another tale tomorrow night that is even more wondrous and captivating." Eager to hear more, King Shahryar spared her life once again. As the next night fell, King Shahryar eagerly awaited Shahrazad's storytelling. With her calm, soothing voice, she began. The Tale of the Ensorcelled Prince. Once upon a time, there was a great king who had a son of remarkable beauty and wisdom. This prince was loved by his people and admired by all who met him. One day, the prince married a woman of extraordinary beauty and charm. He loved her deeply and trusted her with his whole heart. For several years, they lived in happiness and harmony. But unbeknownst to the prince, his wife was harboring a dark secret. She had fallen in love with a slave, and the two would meet in secret whenever the prince was away. One day, the prince discovered their betrayal. Heartbroken and enraged, he confronted his wife. Instead of showing remorse, she turned to black magic. She cast a powerful spell on the prince, transforming the lower half of his body into stone, leaving him half man and half statue. Unable to move or walk, the prince was left helpless in his own palace. The treacherous wife then took control of the kingdom, ruling it with cruelty and deceit. The prince's misery grew each day until a kind sorcerer visited the palace. The sorcerer, seeing the prince's plight, vowed to help. He told the prince, "To break this curse, I will need to confront your wife and undo her magic. But it will require great courage and patience from you." The sorcerer disguised himself as a wandering dervish and approached the queen. Using his wisdom and cunning, he tricked her into revealing the secrets of her spell. Once he learned how to reverse the enchantment, he cast a powerful counterspell. The queen was defeated, and her magic unraveled. The prince was restored to his full form, and his kingdom was freed from her tyranny. Grateful for his freedom, the prince rewarded the sorcerer and vowed to rule with justice and compassion, never allowing such betrayal to take hold again. As Shahrazad paused, dawn broke, and she said, "If the king permits, I will tell another tale tomorrow night, even more wondrous than this." King Shahryar, mesmerized by her storytelling, spared her life for another day. As the following night fell, Shahrazad once again began her tale. The stars glittered in the night sky, and King Shahryar sat eagerly to listen. She said, The Tale of the Three Apples. In the ancient city of Baghdad, during the reign of Caliph Harun al-Rashid, there lived a poor fisherman. One day, after casting his net repeatedly without success, he pulled in a heavy, locked chest. Excited by his find, he brought it to the palace and presented it to the Caliph, hoping for a reward. The Caliph ordered the chest to be opened, and inside they found a woman's body cut into pieces. Horrified, the Caliph summoned his vizier, Jafar, and said, "You must find the murderer within 3 days, or you will be executed in their place." Jafar, though loyal and wise, was overcome with fear. He had no idea how to solve the mystery. For 3 days, he searched fruitlessly. When the deadline arrived, he prepared for his execution. As he stood before the Caliph, ready to accept his fate, a man rushed into the palace shouting, "I am the murderer. Spare Jafar and punish me instead." The Caliph demanded an explanation. The man said, "This woman was my wife. I loved her dearly, but one day she fell ill. To lift her spirits, I bought her 3 apples from a merchant, for which I paid a great sum. When I returned home, I found her recovering and gave her the apples. However, some days later, I saw a slave holding one of the apples. He claimed my wife had given it to him. Enraged by her betrayal, I confronted her, and she denied any wrongdoing. But in my fury, I did not listen and killed her. I now regret my actions deeply." As the man wept, a young boy approached the caliph and said, "O mighty caliph, do not punish my father, for he is innocent." Startled, the caliph asked the boy to explain. The boy said, "I took one of the apples from my mother without her knowledge. While playing in the street, I showed it to a slave, who then snatched it from me and claimed my mother had given it to him. It was my foolishness that caused this tragedy." The caliph, realizing the truth, spared the man and punished the slave instead. He then pardoned Jafar and commended him for his service. Shahrazad paused as dawn approached. She said, "If the king permits, I will tell another tale tomorrow night that will surpass even this one in wonder." King Shahryar, entranced, spared her life once more. As the next night descended, Shahrazad began her tale once more, her voice soothing and entrancing. The Tale of Nur al-Din and Shams al-Din. In a distant city, there lived two brothers, Nur al-Din and Shams al-Din, both sons of a noble and wealthy vizier. Before his death, their father divided his fortune equally between them and made them promise to care for each other. For many years, they lived harmoniously. However, one day, they quarreled over their future. Shams al-Din, the elder brother, argued that they should arrange marriages for their children once they were born, ensuring that the family's wealth and honor remained intact. Nur al-Din disagreed, claiming such plans were foolish since neither had yet married or had children. Their argument escalated, and Shams al-Din grew angry. He insulted Nur al-Din, belittling him in front of their servants. Feeling humiliated, Nur al-Din left the city, vowing never to return. He traveled for many days and eventually reached a distant land. There, he befriended a kind merchant who helped him establish a new life. Soon, Nur al-Din married a beautiful and virtuous woman, and they had a son whom they named Badr al-Din. Years passed, and Nur al-Din's fortunes grew. Meanwhile, back in his homeland, Shams al-Din had also married and fathered a daughter named Sit al-Husayn, famed for her unparalleled beauty. True to his word, Shams al-Din planned to arrange a marriage for his daughter, but he still held resentment toward his brother. The Fate of Badr al-Din. When Badr al-Din came of age, tragedy struck. Nur al-Din passed away. Left to fend for himself, Badr al-Din set out on a journey to find his uncle, Shams al-Din, unaware of the bitterness that still lingered. As fate would have it, Badr al-Din arrived in his uncle's city on the night of Sit al-Husayn's wedding. However, the groom, chosen by Shams al-Din, fled the city out of fear, leaving the bride without a husband. The caliph, upon hearing of this misfortune, decreed that Sit al-Husayn must be married that very night. Desperate, Shams al-Din searched for a replacement groom. By chance, he encountered Badr al-Din, who bore a striking resemblance to his late brother. Without knowing Badr al-Din's identity, Shams al-Din brought him to the palace and arranged for him to marry Sit al-Husayn. After the wedding, a strange series of events occurred. A mischievous genie, intrigued by the couple's fate, cast a spell that transported Badr al-Din far away, leaving Sit al-Husayn alone. For many years, Badr al-Din wandered, unaware that he had a wife or that his uncle was the one who had arranged the marriage. Meanwhile, Sitt al-Husn gave birth to a son, who grew up without knowing his father. Eventually, fate brought Badr al-Din back to his homeland, where he encountered his son by chance. The resemblance between them was undeniable, and through a series of revelations, the truth of his identity was uncovered. Shams al-Din, realizing the cruelty of his past actions, reconciled with his nephew and welcomed him back into the family. Badr al-Din and Sitt al-Husn were reunited, and they lived happily ever after, their love and family bonds stronger than ever. As dawn approached, Shahrazad fell silent and said, "If the king permits, I will tell another tale tomorrow night, one filled with even greater wonders." King Shahryar, captivated, spared her life for yet another day. And so, the tales of 1001 Nights fade into the quiet of the night, leaving behind whispers of adventure and wonder. I hope this story has brought you closer to a peaceful and restful sleep. If you enjoyed tonight's journey, don't forget to like this video and subscribe for more bedtime stories to soothe your soul. Your support helps keep these magical tales alive. Sweet dreams, and until next time, may your dreams be bright and your heart be light. Good night.